Hello PUBG players, guess who?
It's Danielle
and Honey
from NewJeans!
Are you ready for some major tea? Because today's patch report's got some deets on update 30.1.
Yes! Expect a total mashup of NewJeans and PUBG, transforming Tego into this super cute NewJeans themed wonderland.
We'll be handing over the mic now, so get ready to dive into NewJeans Collaboration's world in PUBG.
Along with all sorts of cool stuff like fresh outfits, gunplay tweaks, and updates to ranked mode.
Woo!
First, Tego School is now a lively performing stage where every corner is bursting with cuteness. Dance your heart out on stage to trigger NewJeans music videos, and don't forget to check out the collaboration jukeboxes, buses, billboards, and more. We've also got this truck stage on the starting island of every 8-kilometer map. Plus, you can find all sorts of goodies like energy drinks, music, fireworks, bubbles, and themed care packages across all maps. For more details about this amazing collaboration with NewJeans, be sure to check out the upcoming collaboration announcement. SMG rebalance from the Gunplay Labs back in March is finally here. Based on your feedback, there will be some major changes to SMGs and more. Check out the latest Gunplay dev letter for all the details, including Dragunov's headshot range nerf and Augsburg quota buff. Next up, ranked updates. Earn ranked play points through playing ranked matches and score sweet rewards with your points. Plus, expect weapon skins in season rewards and some changes to the existing rewards. And there's even this new tier protection system and a fancy promotion screen. There's also a brand new survivor pass, a fresh rank season, improved co-op climb, map bug fixes, performance tweaks, and more. Check out the patch notes for full details. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PUBG players, guess who?
It's Danielle
And Honey
from NewJeans. Are you ready for some major tea? Because today's patch report's got some deets on update 30.1.
Yes. Expect a total mashup of NewJeans and PUBG, transforming Tego into this super cute NewJeans themed wonderland.
We'll be handing over the mic now, so get ready to dive into NewJeans Collaboration's world in PUBG.
Along with all sorts of cool stuff like fresh outfits, gunplay tweaks, and updates to ranked mode.
Woo!
First, Tego School is now a lively performing stage where every corner is bursting with cuteness. Dance your heart out on stage to trigger NewJeans music videos, and don't forget to check out the collaboration jukeboxes, buses, billboards, and more. We've also got this truck stage on the starting island of every 8-kilometer map. Plus, you can find all sorts of goodies like energy drinks, music, fireworks, bubbles, and themed care packages across all maps. For more details about this amazing collaboration with NewJeans, be sure to check out the upcoming collaboration announcement. SMG rebalance from the Gunplay Labs back in March is finally here. Based on your feedback, there will be some major changes to SMGs and more. Check out the latest Gunplay dev letter for all the details, including Dragunov's headshot range nerf and Augsburg quota buff. Next up, ranked updates. Earn ranked play points through playing ranked matches and score sweet rewards with your points. Plus, expect weapon skins in season rewards and some changes to the existing rewards. And there's even this new tier protection system and a fancy promotion screen. There's also a brand new survivor pass, a fresh rank season, improved co-op climb, map bug fixes, performance tweaks, and more. Check out the patch notes for full details. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello PUBG players, guess who?
It's Danielle
And Honey
from NewJeans. Are you ready for some major tea? Because today's patch report's got some deets on update 30.1.
Yes. Expect a total mashup of NewJeans and PUBG, transforming Tego into this super cute NewJeans themed wonderland.
We'll be handing over the mic now, so get ready to dive into NewJeans Collaboration's world in PUBG.
Along with all sorts of cool stuff like fresh outfits, gunplay tweaks, and updates to ranked mode.
Woo!
First, Tego School is now a lively performing stage where every corner is bursting with cuteness. Dance your heart out on stage to trigger NewJeans music videos, and don't forget to check out the collaboration jukeboxes, buses, billboards, and more. We've also got this truck stage on the starting island of every 8-kilometer map. Plus, you can find all sorts of goodies like energy drinks, music, fireworks, bubbles, and team care packages across all maps. For more details about this amazing collaboration with NewJeans, be sure to check out the upcoming collaboration announcement. SMG rebalance from the Gunplay Labs back in March is finally here. Based on your feedback, there will be some major changes to SMGs and more. Check out the latest Gunplay dev letter for all the details, including Dragunov's headshot range nerf and UG's recoil buff. Next up, ranked updates. Earn ranked play points through playing ranked matches and score sweet rewards with your points. Plus, expect weapon skins in season rewards and some changes to the existing rewards. And there's even this new tier protection system and a fancy promotion screen. There's also a brand new survivor pass, a fresh rank season, improved co-op climb, map bug fixes, performance tweaks, and more. Check out the patch notes for full details. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello, PUBG players. Guess who?
It's Danielle
and Honey
from NewJeans. Are you ready for some major tea? Because today's patch report's got some deets on update 30.1.
Yes. Expect a total mashup of NewJeans and PUBG, transforming Tego into this super cute NewJeans themed wonderland.
We'll be handing over the mic now, so get ready to dive into NewJeans Collaboration's world in PUBG.
Along with all sorts of cool stuff like fresh outfits, gunplay tweaks, and updates to ranked mode.
Woo!
First, Tego School is now a lively performing stage where every corner is bursting with cuteness. Dance your heart out on stage to trigger NewJeans music videos, and don't forget to check out the collaboration jukeboxes, buses, billboards, and more. We've also got this truck stage on the starting island of every 8-kilometer map. Plus, you can find all sorts of goodies like energy drinks, music, fireworks, bubbles, and team care packages across all maps. For more details about this amazing collaboration with NewJeans, be sure to check out the upcoming collaboration announcement. SMG rebalance from the Gunplay Labs back in March is finally here. Based on your feedback, there will be some major changes to SMGs and more. Check out the latest Gunplay dev letter for all the details, including Dragunov's headshot range nerf and UG's recoil buff. Next up, ranked updates. Earn ranked play points through playing ranked matches and score sweet rewards with your points. Plus, expect weapon skins in season rewards and some changes to the existing rewards. And there's even this new tier protection system and a fancy promotion screen. There's also a brand new survivor pass, a fresh rank season, improved co-op climb, map bug fixes, performance tweaks, and more. Check out the patch notes for full details. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello, PUBG players. Guess who?
It's Danielle
and Honey
from NewJeans. Are you ready for some major tea? Because today's patch report's got some deets on update 30.1.
Yes. Expect a total mashup of NewJeans and PUBG, transforming Tego into this super cute NewJeans themed wonderland.
We'll be handing over the mic now, so get ready to dive into NewJeans Collaboration's world in PUBG.
Along with all sorts of cool stuff like fresh outfits, gunplay tweaks, and updates to ranked mode.
Woo!
First, Tego School is now a lively performing stage where every corner is bursting with cuteness. Dance your heart out on stage to trigger NewJeans music videos, and don't forget to check out the collaboration jukeboxes, buses, billboards, and more. We've also got this truck stage on the starting island of every 8-kilometer map. Plus, you can find all sorts of goodies like energy drinks, music, fireworks, bubbles, and themed care packages across all maps. For more details about this amazing collaboration with NewJeans, be sure to check out the upcoming collaboration announcement. SMG rebalance from the Gunplay Labs back in March is finally here. Based on your feedback, there will be some major changes to SMGs and more. Check out the latest Gunplay dev letter for all the details, including Dragunov's headshot range nerf and Augsburg quota buff. Next up, ranked updates. Earn ranked play points through playing ranked matches and score sweet rewards with your points. Plus, expect weapon skins in season rewards and some changes to the existing rewards. And there's even this new tier protection system and a fancy promotion screen. There's also a brand new survivor pass, a fresh rank season, improved co-op climb, map bug fixes, performance tweaks, and more. Check out the patch notes for full details. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello, PUBG players. Guess who?
It's Danielle
and Honey
from NewJeans. Are you ready for some major tea? Because today's patch report's got some deets on update 30.1.
Yes. Expect a total mashup of NewJeans and PUBG, transforming Tego into this super cute NewJeans themed wonderland.
We'll be handing over the mic now, so get ready to dive into NewJeans Collaboration's world in PUBG.
Along with all sorts of cool stuff like fresh outfits, gunplay tweaks, and updates to ranked mode.
Woo!
First, Tego School is now a lively performing stage where every corner is bursting with cuteness. Dance your heart out on stage to trigger NewJeans music videos, and don't forget to check out the collaboration jukeboxes, buses, billboards, and more. We've also got this truck stage on the starting island of every 8-kilometer map. Plus, you can find all sorts of goodies like energy drinks, music, fireworks, bubbles, and themed care packages across all maps. For more details about this amazing collaboration with NewJeans, be sure to check out the upcoming collaboration announcement. SMG rebalance from the Gunplay Labs back in March is finally here. Based on your feedback, there will be some major changes to SMGs and more. Check out the latest Gunplay dev letter for all the details, including Dragunov's headshot range nerf and UG's recoil buff. Next up, ranked updates. Earn ranked play points through playing ranked matches and score sweet rewards with your points. Plus, expect weapon skins in season rewards and some changes to the existing rewards. And there's even this new tier protection system and a fancy promotion screen. There's also a brand new survivor pass, a fresh rank season, improved co-op climb, map bug fixes, performance tweaks, and more. Check out the patch notes for full details. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PUBG Master Series for Phase 2. We're heading into the second night of 3 nights of action, so essentially we're getting to the halfway point already. Russell, there's not that many games to get through, 18 in total, which means for these teams, you don't want to be making mistakes, you don't want to be starting slow, and tonight is a very crucial and critical night.
Yeah, if you were unsure what the lobby was playing like last night, then you have to make sure you know exactly how it's playing tonight, because yeah, you said it. You can't really be making too many mistakes when we're getting to that halfway point. You start to take teams out at this point in the competition usually. So it's not quite cutthroat just yet, but it's getting to that point.
There's a lot to get through. We've got the whole night to do it, and fortunately we've got the 6 games to get through tonight, so plenty of PUBG action. We started off yesterday, and that's the main talking point, Russell, kind of following on from night 1, which I think a lot of the talk has been around PMA, where they've come from, #1 spot at the moment. It's not a super massive lead, but in a tournament where there's only 18 games, we've already gone through 6. If they can just have a somewhat okay kind of night tonight, it puts them in such a good position then going into tomorrow. As we of course know, for this particular tournament, it's a double qualification. You've got EWC, you've got PGS, there's a lot on the line, and if you find yourself in the top 2 by the end of it all, I mean, you basically make finals of both of those qualifying events.
Yes, and that's what these guys are going to be playing for. That's the important part. I'm sure we'll get to the nuances about the qualifications in a moment, but yes, if you're PMA, if you're SGD, we'll get into it when we go into those games, but this is a lobby where certainly those 2 teams and more can start to farm up some confidence, farm up some points, make sure that they're spick and span going into those APAC qualifiers, and so far they're proving that they are doing just that.
We've got the G-Coin giveaway as well. As you cheer on your team, use that QR code on your screen. You can win 300 G-Coins daily throughout this event for PUBG Master Series Phase 2. Well, yeah, like you said, Russ, we'll kind of go into the nitty-gritty because there is kind of a lot happening with this sort of event. You've got a mishmash of teams from many a different region. It very much goes back almost to like the PCS days, if you will, during the COVID lockdown era, where we had so many different regions forming in for the PUBG Continental Series. Now back again kind of here with APAC, so many more different regions. Essentially, it's kind of like PUBG Challenger Rumble, but taken to a new level. So it's good to be back. It's good to see a lot of these teams as well kind of get mixed up a bit. Your PMAs, your SGDs in second as well. Now you like to see some different faces towards the top end. Now we were already going a little early speaking about the qualification process of Master Series, and yeah, there's a lot here. I mean, very much in the history of PUBG, Russell, it's not often you have a tournament where it's essentially double qualification, as has kind of been this year for 2024 in PUBG, though. A lot of these events have had a lot riding on them. You go back to stage 1, if you didn't qualify PGS, you missed out on 3 and 4, right? So there's a lot riding on these quals. That's a mental strain for these players, knowing full well, if we don't make top 7, we don't go to PGS. If we don't then make top 10, we don't go to EWC at all. You don't make the qualifiers. So there's a lot on the line here, even outside of the prize pool.
Yeah, I was going to say there's money on the line, but you said it. There is a massive multi-month break between EWC and PGC, but like you said, these quals, you qual to EWC, and so if you don't make EWC from this event, you miss out on both PGS 5 and 6 and EWC. That's a long break, and you're right, there's a lot of stress just riding on that alone, not being able to play any significant events during that time period. So for all of these teams, or for a lot of them at least, you're qualifying for your next few months. Your next few months of competitive PUBG play are right here in these few days.
Yeah, and you kind of just said it there perfectly at the end of that sentence, in a few days. 3 days to be exact, 1 already having gone through. You think about maybe some top teams that started a little bit slow, and we'll kind of get through that now as we go through our participating teams. Again, for PUBG Master Series, it's essentially all of the teams from your PUBG Challenger Rumble days, and then coupled up with those from Chinese Taipei, from Japan as well. You've got Malaysia in here who are suddenly doing really well, considering where we're going to Kuala Lumpur for PGC. There's a Malaysia slot, Russell, all the talks about that. And as we were kind of discussing a little bit off air, going back to phase 1, none of the Malaysian teams were able to pick up PGC points. So they're all going pretty much at the same level coming into these particular qualifiers. PMA, SGT, you've got Red Sea down the very bottom of the leaderboard at the moment, all vying for that spot.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a point we'll bring up throughout the night, but essentially PMA, SGD, and Red Sea, it's just whoever places highest out of those 3 teams when it comes to not only this, well, essentially, if you fall out of the points here, then you're not in that running for that PGC Malaysia slot. But if all three of these Malaysian teams make it through to the APAC qualifiers coming up, then it's the highest placing team out of those three Malaysian teams that will make it to PGC. As we said, no PGC points, so it's literally just the highest placing team will make it.
Yeah, as I've gone through a couple of these teams already. We saw one there in Team Bliss who started really, really slow yesterday. Through the first 3 games, Russell only picked up 4 points, but finished with a flurry, 2 wins, and have got themselves into the top 4. A couple of other decent teams here as well. Panic inside of the top 6 right now. We know that they've been kind of a thereabouts team, especially throughout 2024, where there's always been, you know, kind of the discussion point of can they go and take that next step? Can they be a team to really contend, you know, for a top 4, top 3, maybe even top 2 position? Probably not where they want to be at the moment. A couple of other big talking points here. We already kind of slightly touched on Red Sea, vying to be one of those teams from Malaysia. Tough start, bottom 5 at the moment. And their storyline will probably just be get into the quals, make top 7. And that's going to be the case for the vast majority of these teams. If you make top 7, you're in both qualification points, slots, I should say. And an 8, 9, and 10 is kind of like, it's a reprieve to some sense. You miss out on PGS, but you can get into the quals for EWC. So 8, 9, and 10, it's okay. It's better than nothing, and certainly you don't want to find yourself in the bottom 6.
Yeah, looking at this leaderboard right now, there's maybe 1 or 2 names that stand out to me, but E36 is the one that's on that cusp that I really want to see make it into that top 10. Look, obviously I'd love for the lone Japanese team in this lobby to make it through to the top 7, qualify for the APAC quals, but yeah, it would be devastating for them to fall out of it. Considering as well, they have been a staple in the Japanese scene for so long, and they are the only ones fighting here for their region. And obviously in a lobby like this, you know they can absolutely do it. This is not a lobby that's as strong as those APAC qual lobbies are going to be. It's one of the reasons PMA and SGD are doing so well. So E36, with the players that they have, I'm certain that they can get out of that 11th slot and make it up into that top 7.
Yeah, and also, we've only had the one night's action. You can clearly see, yeah, PMA, SGD, 59, 54 points for those 2 teams respectively. That means teams can replicate that. You know, you could have any of those teams in the bottom 6 go and have a similar night to those top teams. The other thing as well, like, no one has necessarily ran away with this lobby in just the one night. PMA only got the 1 win. SGD didn't get any wins. In fact, yesterday, their best place finish was the 2nd place, and no wins either for Bleed. So that's your top 3 only having 1 chicken dinner between them. A very interesting kind of statistic there, because it, to me, says the lobby is quite even. And I think over the last 2 years, especially, Russ, you know, we've been kind of saying this region in particular, not only have we seen it go leaps and bounds, I mean, we're seeing APAC teams now winning major events like PGS, but also in the inter-region too, it's very tight. Like there's not a lot of room for error, and the competition is really, really strong. A highlight of our maps for tonight, we start with Miramar, of course, kind of continuing on from where we left off last night. So started Erangel, finished Miramar. Now we begin Miramar tonight. Rondo in the middle is going to be, at least for yourself and I, our debut getting to cast Rondo. I'm excited for that one. We saw Team Bliss went on it yesterday, then Tago, and then we finish up with Erangel for tonight. So as per usual, our 6 matches to get through.
Yeah, we'll get to the Rondo discussion at some point. We can have a bit of a look at the new competitive map, which is somewhat divisive at the moment, but yes, a map pool that we are entirely familiar with. I saw a lot of players angry that Vikendi was gone. I didn't like the look of the map, but according to them, they were all relatively happy with the terrain that was that you could use to play that map. So either way, Rondo's in. Can't complain about it anymore. You got to move on.
Yeah, and look, we'll have probably more time, especially in the earlier portions of the games, to kind of chat about it. But I thought now would have been as good as ever to just kind of have 5 maps on the night. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and get through it in that fashion. But I think Erangel, Miramar, they'll always have that favor, won't they, in terms of having the extra games. Oh, yeah. Here's how, look at the top 4, though, coming into this, though. PMA, as I said before, got that winner chicken dinner, but then SGD, Bleed, unable to acquire their own Bliss, winning 2 of the last 3 games to get themselves into the top 4 after a very, very slow start. Of course, one of the top teams considered in this particular tournament. And really, for a team like Bliss, it really does need to be making both quals at a minimum. So that means top 7. For their own goals, though, top 2 is what they'd set their sights on.
Oh yeah, for Bliss, it's, they have to be the best out of the PMS teams. They absolutely have to be the best. There's no expectation lower than that for Team Bliss, which makes total sense. I mean, they've been dominant in the Oceanic region, the Australian region, for how long now? And so for them to fall short of that #1 slot, yeah, it would be devastating. But yes, you're right. Top 2 is certainly the expectation there.
Yeah, and obviously for other teams as well, I think that you've got some teams that are going to be like, can we just make top 10? Then it's like top 7, then it's like top 2. So everyone's kind of got their different little goals. For the Malaysian teams, of course, they want to be able to beat the others, and that's going to be a fascinating battle to watch. Unfortunately, though, we've had some issues pre-game lobby, as usual with PUBG. We're all kind of used to it by this point. So what that means is we're going to have a short break before game 1. When we come back from this break, though, of course, Miramar to kickstart night 2 of the PUBG Master Series.
Hello, PUBG players. Guess who?
It's Danielle
and Honey
from NewJeans. Are you ready for some major tea? Because today's patch report's got some deets on update 30.1.
Yes. Expect a total mashup of NewJeans and PUBG, transforming Tego into this super cute NewJeans themed wonderland.
We'll be handing over the mic now, so get ready to dive into NewJeans Collaboration's world in PUBG.
Along with all sorts of cool stuff like fresh outfits, gunplay tweaks, and updates to ranked mode.
Woo!
First, Tego School is now a lively performing stage where every corner is bursting with cuteness. Dance your heart out on stage to trigger NewJeans music videos, and don't forget to check out the collaboration jukeboxes, buses, billboards, and more. We've also got this truck stage on the starting island of every 8-kilometer map. Plus, you can find all sorts of goodies like energy drinks, music, fireworks, bubbles, and themed care packages across all maps. For more details about this amazing collaboration with NewJeans, be sure to check out the upcoming collaboration announcement. SMG rebalance from the Gunplay Labs back in March is finally here. Based on your feedback, there will be some major changes to SMGs and more. Check out the latest Gunplay dev letter for all the details, including Dragunov's headshot range nerf and UG's recoil buff. Next up, ranked updates. Earn ranked play points through playing ranked matches and score sweet rewards with your points. Plus, expect weapon skins in season rewards and some changes to the existing rewards. And there's even this new tier protection system and a fancy promotion screen. There's also a brand new survivor pass, a fresh rank season, improved co-op climb, map bug fixes, performance tweaks, and more. Check out the patch notes for full details. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello, PUBG players. Guess who?
It's Danielle
and Honey
from NewJeans. Are you ready for some major tea? Because today's patch report's got some deets on update 30.1.
Yes. Expect a total mashup of NewJeans and PUBG, transforming Tego into this super cute NewJeans themed wonderland.
We'll be handing over the mic now, so get ready to dive into NewJeans Collaboration's world in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for the PUBG Master Series. We are straight into game 1 of the night here for night 2. Apologies for the slight delay. Match 7 overall. 18 games to be played, of course, another 6 to be played tomorrow for what will be the final night of what is a pretty short event. Qualification, though, for, well, 2 qualifications. There's qualifications everywhere, Russ.
Yes, qualifications for APAC Quals, which obviously has its playoff stage and then its group stage, and then playoffs for, or qualification for EWC, which is, well, if you ask some people, it might be one of the most important tournaments, if not the most important tournament of the year. So that's a big one for these guys to qual for as well, as we go through the player cams, which I really, really enjoy, and I think these should be absolutely standard. I love seeing all the players. I love seeing their reactions, whether it's good or bad reactions. And obviously some of these players will mess with their player cams as well if they want to get a little bit frisky, but not the case for Pintados, who we have seen mess around and play within the Oceanic region as well. They've been a consistent feature in a lot of the local Australian tournaments, and they've been doing quite well. I would say these are names that at this point you should be pretty familiar with. Crazy9 has had a lot of highlight moments within the APAC region. Carbs is obviously quite a staple, same with Jo and Hachi at this point. So these guys, yeah, guys you should be familiar with.
Yeah, it's a good observation, I think, when it comes to Pindados. Honestly, even for the vast majority of this lobby, Ross, I think these are names that you pretty much should be familiar with if you are a watcher of APAC PUBG, let alone even just kind of like SCA PUBG. These lobbies are usually like 80 to 90% kind of same names, and then you kind of get some little additions here or there where it's like this new player comes in or someone gets replaced or whatnot. As we head in for the first game of the night, excited for this one. Miramar to begin with, of course. By the end of the night, we will finish on Erangel, straight down the middle, up towards the north side, towards Campo Militar to finish on this plane path. As we know, circles no longer attached to the plane path means this is not going to matter too much in the fact that it is dead center, but for the drops themselves, always a nice one to kickstart the night. Pretty easy. Everyone should get what they want.
I guess one of the talking points about Miramar now is that a lot of the, since a couple patches ago, a lot of the unplayables that were previously considered unplayable and that would usually shift circles away from them are no longer unplayable. They no longer shift circles away from them. So the one that sticks out to me is the unplayables at Jungle Gym, just southwest of Monte Nuevo. Those, as far as we can tell, no longer count towards being unplayable. And so you can see some crazy circles around there, circles that people don't usually expect. Either way, whether we get one of those circles or not is entirely up to RNG. I don't think we saw many hot drops last night, and certainly we're not seeing any in this game. Maybe people getting close for car contests. It's a lost circle. Team Bliss in prime position to take absolute priority over this zone. That 5-stack to the west side of Los Leones, probably something that they are going to opt for. They can also go a little bit more west, go a little bit more lower into those warehouses and try and control those areas, or they could do the complete opposite and just kind of 1-1-1-1 split it and just control a bunch of space, which again is totally viable in C1. So Bliss will be very happy with that circle, and it's a good way to get their momentum going tonight. As we previously mentioned, they didn't really have a good start to last night. Both their Erangel games net them 2 points total. 2 points in game 1, 0 in game 2. So this is a fantastic way for them to start out night 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of glad you mentioned that, considering that, you know, towards the end of the night, it was the likes of Miramar that certainly did help out a team like Team Bliss. Interesting that we're kind of watching Pindados there for a second. You're at 9th place on the leaderboard, so you're kind of close and essentially on that halfway point where you're on the edge of PGS quals, but in the EWC quals, you can't get complacent and think that's just good enough. It's, you know, only a handful of points. Red Sea Esport, Rip, Niku's empty, coupled with Dean trying to fight for that Malaysia spot. But the other 2 teams at the very top of the standings right now, both from Malaysia, have got themselves into a really good position, PMA and SGD. So a lot of work to be done for Red Sea. At best, really, for them, it's all about top 7 though, Russell. That probably needs to be the 10 mentality for a team like Red Sea. Just make top 7. Even if you finish 7th and the other 2 finish 1 and 2, that won't matter too much as long as you do well in those respective qualifiers.
Well, after night 1, that's the narrative, certainly. After PMA and SGD come out and claim 1st and 2nd, for Red Sea, who's the other team fighting for that Malaysia wildcard slot, yeah, absolutely. They probably need to change up a little bit and just go for that top 7. Also, shout out Nico wearing the Charm Farmers jersey, a very classic Australian.
That is a classic.
It's OG, and I didn't really expect to see it. But shout out either way. SK here in San Martin, just preparing to enter the zone from the center of Miramar, really. Cars are plenty for them in San Martin, but loot as well. These are names I'm not entirely familiar with, at least 3 of them. I believe I've seen Ed V King a couple times, but the other 3 players either have different aliases or I'm just not entirely familiar with them. I honestly hope I never have to call Wawahaha Lid's name out in a play-by-play or anything like that, because it's going to sound ridiculous, but I'll do it to respect the player. But yeah, maybe he just has a pop-off moment and I have to absolutely respect him, but we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, glad you kind of mentioned King there, formerly of Extraordinaire. A name that has been around for a long while. I mean, I kind of said it before, right? Usually with these tournaments, it's 90% of the same names, and every now and then you get a couple of new ones in. Waha Lids is in there. Hopefully he pops off, although it has been a bit of a slow start for Squad Kellyan in the bottom 2 at the moment as we have a little overview of Archangel Predator. I mean, whenever we have these kind of tournaments, Russell, they are one of the teams that we always look to as being a contender, vying for those top spots at the moment. Probably not where they would like to be, but a team with a seasoned amount of experience that they probably wouldn't panic off of one night's action. They wouldn't probably overthink it. 10th place at the moment, not where they would want to be. Top 7 at minimum has to be the case for a team of Archangel Predator's caliber. Fortunately, the gap there is not that large, 8 points at the moment. As we have a look over towards Squad Kellyan, it is actually going to be Dizza knocked down, picked back up though by Wahaha Lids.
Nice.
I think I've got that one. I think I've got that one down pat already. Straight in towards Pendados though, and on the hill. Good little position here for Jayo. And Wahaha Lids is... I just might go with Waha, like a Waluigi or something. He's going to push this with the M416. Jayo might have to just fall back here by himself at the moment. Although Waha has also gone forward really aggressively here. Not a lot of information to be playing off outside of the fact that Jayo was throwing a couple of frag grenades. That was it. But I do like the aggression here, and King's going to back him up.
Well, Jayo was alone, and they identified that. He took one out with the Dragunov, but then they realized that he's alone on this unplayable. So any sort of aggression is enough to push him back. Jayo obviously doesn't want to risk his life. And so SK will group up towards where he was before, and JO in response backs off. So it's a good play from SK to manage their space and make sure they don't just get run over, because with all this high ground around their power grid kind of area, around the south of San Martin, if there's a team up here, generally Twisted Minds internationally, that has a bunch of space, you can get caught in a web and just absolutely demolished. So it's good to see that SK aren't letting that happen. On the other side of the map though, Simboy's already claimed first blood. Imhack has gone down.
Shots here from Huntley SKS. And unlucky. Lives up to the team name. Yeah, Hack already gone. Again, a couple of new names as well for us, Russell, that we haven't really seen a whole lot of when we look at this team. But, you know, from Japan, we don't typically cover the Japanese region back when it was a little bit more split, when the PUBG Master Series didn't quite include these SCA teams. And it's probably why we haven't really seen a whole lot of unlucky.
True, I did say there was only one Japanese team. I was wrong.
So far, 8th position for them. Just the 2 points behind the top 7. I think the top 7 is really going to be the focal point, though, for the remaining 2 nights. That's really the goal for a tournament such as this, as Big Mac on Lock You Up, making their way through along with Early and 227. Juan just behind all this team. 7th at the moment. So they're in that position, right, where they're going to have a lot of teams vying to be in that top 7. So they're in a good spot, at least for now. But certainly cannot rest on their laurels, and are going to have to follow up after a really solid night number 1 here into the second night. So far, playing it quite safe. Decent position to hold up for now, but I think you want to keep on moving over towards the wheat fields. It can be quite open, taking space and getting buildings. Certainly the play here on a map like Miramar and LA is going to find a nice little spot there for the Murado.
Bleed still controlling space. Unlucky still around here as well. Hunt on Unlucky, by the way, is a Korean player who's been playing in the Japan region for quite some time. Had a couple of stints in the early PCSs, but has found himself on Unlucky. And yeah, I mean, top 8 right now, certainly within qualification position. And from what I saw from them last night, I don't think it's going to be a case of them falling out of the top 7, top 8 disastrously. I feel like they're a team that's probably going to be quite consistent over the next few games. AAP, I mean, yeah, you said it before. How storied are these guys when it comes to the PCSs during the COVID era, and then obviously coming now out of that era? They've been around for eons.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane that this name is one of the few that have stuck around in the APAC region. Unfortunately for AAP, I feel like maybe back during that PCS era, they were more able to maybe qualify for internationals, but since then the competition has become really stiff when you have Daytrade, Cerberus, and a bunch of other Vietnam, Thailand teams to contend with that are in very fantastic form at the moment. E-Arena as well. It's become quite difficult for AAP to make a name for themselves or live up to that experience that they actually have. Hopefully this time they can actually do that.
Yeah, CJ leading the way at the moment. 9 kills for Archangel Predator through the first night. So it's a solid team. I don't think when we think about AAP as the kind of team that is solely reliant on 1 or 2 names, it's always a team effort. If you're not getting kills, you're getting assists. I think when you go and look at their damage out actually as a team, Russell, 1,400, 1,200, 1,200, 1,100. So they're all kind of pulling their weight. No one's really just lagging behind in that department, and that probably is an embodiment of that roster. But at the moment, not quite getting the actual team result despite the team play. Sigs has been knocked down by Killer Roo. Australia on Australia violence there. Sigs, we'll see whether or not he can get brought back up. Flick's going to have to do some work to help him. Killer Roo could actually finish him off with a nade. Although sloping downhill, never easy. And yeah, Dust Storm on the way. Head was just popping through the window momentarily. Flick has a shot, unable to land it. Vision has been obscured though, actually, because of this Dust Storm. Flick throws in the frag grenade, but is unable to get any damage onto Killer Roo. He's down to half, so maybe it did actually get some damage in. And I think Flick is in a bit of a tricky spot. You want to go for the res, but you also full well know there are other players here at the long building. They could push down on an angle, but no. They all stay in. No one pushes this, and he does get the revive. So really decent play here from Thrust. And actually now the reinforcement has arisen as we zoom out. Maxorus and Blessed have made their way in, and this is a fight they can take.
Well, opened up by Killaroo. Double knockdown onto Sigs, and Sands actually follows that up. A beautiful flush grenade from him. Flick, though, with the trade. And Red Sea's on the back of this, by the way, up in New Cantera. So Antic, while they might be in a solid position right now with the long building and a ridge for cover, Jeff's obviously got that anchor angle. That could all be thrown out the window in a moment's time if Nico decides to push up to the top of that ridge extraordinaire as well on that western side. Have to be incredibly careful here. Dust have done a good job at delaying this at least, and maybe Sands makes a mistake. Maybe Killaroo gets knocked by a nade, and Thrust can actually get back into this one. If they can take control of that long building, that's their win con right now.
Yep.
But it's very difficult. Blessed is quite close up. He was in the single. He's playing around the bottom of it, but realizing there's pressure from other areas on the map, he's going to have to back off. And Flix and Maxorus, they just stay stuck in this little bowl.
Yeah, and Flick is the win con as well here for Thrust. Yes, they've lost 6, but he's only had 1 kill this tournament. Flick with 7. He's their top damage dealer as well, so he's the fragging power on this roster. He's still alive. Was able to do a decent job as well to slow things down earlier. And Red Sea just lingering around, a bit more purple there in the minimap. We've already got Antic, the more shade of pink, though. Of course, Blessed is just watching this doorway on the south side of the long building. Miller through the balcony. I thought for a second that he might have been able to land a shot there. Unable to do so. And Niku's is going to be able to clean up this kill on to Jeff. Little combo there, 1-2 punch. And him and Empty able to get rid of Jeff, who just pushed out too wide. Aggressive position, and Jeff is only there to fight Thrust. Yep. But he's also gone early there, Russell, and is not realizing there's other teams pushing into this vicinity. So he's entirely kind of just tunneled in onto the Thrust push without clearing behind him and being whereabouts of the fact that other teams could push in on this fight that has actually been going on for a while. And a lot of this gunfire can draw attention.
It's on the edge of zone, so you can reasonably justify if you're Jeff that there isn't going to be a team that comes behind you, but in this case there was, and you're right. Certainly should have been at least aware of it, because like you said, this fight's been going on for so long that a team like Red Sea, or really any other team in this lobby, I mean, look at the region we're in. There's going to be third parties. Certainly going to be third parties. Red Sea looks like they're just going to keep Nico around to farm up some damage, farm up some kills on this fight. Dean's actually going to go a little bit higher to the south, get an off angle, find himself in a little bit of trouble. If he gets knocked here, that's absolutely disastrous for Red Sea, but he just avoids it. Goes over the ridge. Getting shot at by a different team now. Maybe that's Extraordinaire off on the south. Either way, Red Sea have decided to mainly stay around, probably given that Dean was almost knocked. I think MT probably just had to quickly come back and make sure that Dean got out of there safe. That off angle is now no longer in the picture because of the amount of damage Dean took. He's had to back off, go regroup with Rip, and probably play towards the zone. Now MT and Nico, they remain. And this Thrust versus Antic fight has moved absolutely nowhere in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, Bless has done a really good job here, though. I mean, he's kind of just playing a very selfless role, watching the back position, but he also has to be careful of Miller up on the balcony. And he's peeked a few times. And every single time that Miller's going to peek, he's got the high ground advantage and looking down to Bless. Easy to get the headshot, etc. So Bless is jiggling this well, keeping good pressure here, making sure that they can't just get free passage out the backside. Thrust have kind of done well in this situation. I mean, it's not an easy spot to be playing in as we kind of switch over to Zendan. A little lull in the action over towards the long building. Sees us go over to PMA, our leaders of this lobby. As we see, Unlucky, honestly, get a little bit lucky in that little parachute drop. And no, never mind, spoke too soon. Hunt does get taken down by MML of SGD. And for PMA, a team that is certainly going to be watched, I think, quite a lot tonight.
Oh, yeah. Not really with a target on their backs, but certainly a team to at least be slightly feared of. Right now, they are controlling their edge quite well. They're setting up for more control as well. Finally, moves made in this Antic versus Thrust fight. It's Antic on top. Killaroo got headshot, though, traded up by Blessed. You said his name, praised his name for his control of the area earlier on. And look at Red Sea. They want to get involved. That molly actually hit Miller so low. Blessed might not realize.
Oh, he spotted him.
He spotted him. He has to take that fight. Miller's so low. Bless is going to get it done. Antic pushed out. They started the fight with the advantage, but it's Thrust the ones to finish it off. So well done from them to win the fight that initially Antic had the advantage over. It doesn't come for free, though. Losses incurred, and Red Sea now want to maybe finish this fight off or just rotate away. I think they realize because that fight's over, there's no longer a point in staying for that third party.
Yeah, nicely done for Blessed as well. No kills yesterday. So to start tonight, playing that selfless role where he's, not really being the core fragger of the team and then walks away with a couple of kills, last player alive, and in the end does a really good job against an Antic roster that is, seasoned with experience as well themselves. And on top of that, they had Red Sea kind of lingering around, who maybe could have done a little bit more. I mean, although we did see earlier Dean struggle to get up that hill, almost lost his life because, as you kind of pointed out at that point, had he got knocked out of that vehicle, he was probably going to be dead. So they just escaped with all four players up, snuck in a free little kill. These are the little things that in PUBG all start to add up for a Russell, right? Player, you get a free kill, player gets away up from a position where he maybe should have died. These things start to snowball into your favor, and that's where you build that momentum that can last throughout the rest of the night. Not the best to start here for Bliss. They've already lost Y Kicker Mukau. We didn't quite get to see that, but we did see it in the kill feed. I think it was a couple of minutes ago now. Suspect also has been eliminated. I mean, such is the case with Miramar at times. You see a lot of these scrappy fights happening throughout the middle portion of the game, of which we are now firmly at. 16 minutes has now elapsed, and it's Upchan with a nice little contact fight against Tede, and he does win that pretty convincingly. Had some help with Bohang, who does confirm the kill. Vidalju, X-Men, Esports, and they've got themselves 2 kills, and they've also got the warehouse controlled. Orkran and Trick stuck outside here on the fence line. Not a good spot to be for Bleed, down to just 2, I think. I can only see the 2. And either way, not the best of positions here, so not the greatest start to the night for Bleed.
So much support from DZX on that emergency parachute. Bleed didn't really have any options. They pushed in. As soon as they lose Teddy, it's pretty much just give it up, game over. We can't really justify pushing in. We don't really have the info. Turns out it's just Upchen, but the support from on high was enough to dissuade Bleed from pushing any further. 1v1 here. Actually, might turn into a 4v4 pretty quickly between SK and Lock 'em up, or Lock You Up, sorry. SK on the outside. Little sawed-off coming through the door. It's a little bit risky, and it doesn't pay off. Wahaha. We'll get that one done. And the res will come out as well. It's not going to be a clean fight. The blue will close eventually, making this fight a little bit more stressful. And of course, you can see Panic as well as another team on that western side ready to clean up whoever actually does survive this fight.
Easy kill here for Big Mac to take out Wahaha Lids. First kill of the game for Lock You Up. Oh, there goes Panic. It's Upchen and co from X-Men, who have now collected 5 kills. I think almost all 5 of those kills have actually happened in like the last 2.5 minutes as well, Russell. So they've really picked it up in the middle portion of this game, defending this warehouse. Phase 4. It is on the southeast edge of the circle, so it's no real long-term plan, but they've been able to defend it well from those coming out of the city. Algebot, so he's just getting caught, tricked with a little pop-up over the top of the ridge. Peeks down, easy kill. And then has got 3 frag grenades that he can throw down to cause some damage onto AAP. Probably would love to just confirm the flush, and he does get the knock onto Evil Patrick. There's only one up at the moment now for Archangel Predator. It's CJ. Oh, and a nade though from Trick, and he gets them all.
Look at him.
Yeah, I mean, that is a wonderful moment. With 2 frag grenades, he finds 2 kills after the earlier knock. It's a 4K. Bleed go to 5 kills, and Archangel Predator wiped out from a singular player.
Little dance move there from Trick. What a play. Didn't even need to see the enemy just throw nades at them. That'll get it done. Red Sea now make their approach. Upchen, the solo defender of this area, has been the case for the last few minutes. Doesn't seem like he's slowing down either. Red Sea encountering some defense. Empty's gone down. Nico is on that res. That nade won't do anything. This one might, if he can find the correct angle. I think that's just going to go over the crate. So that res will come out quite cleanly. Rip's been knocked by the pressure on high, though. Nico getting a unrelated knock to Dizzer off in the distance. That knock does that nade does re-knock Empty. So more pressure being applied. A blue zone as well. Upchen is putting on a masterclass of defense right here. Perfectly utilizing his teammates' angles as well as his own utility to defend this warehouse all by himself.
Yeah, nicely done so far from X-Men. The way they've controlled this position of the map, they've made it their own. They've made it very difficult to push into, and they're getting kills from it. So it's not even just defense. It's almost like the defense is turning into offense for Daoju X-Men. 6 kills, good start to the night. And also, it's an even spread of those kills as well. Russell, 2 for Xavier, 2 for Leo, 2 for Upchen. And also still looking to defend off of Red Sea. But Red Sea are playing off these crates. There's smoke. They haven't got a lot of vision. Hard to kind of push from the crates into towards the warehouse. A lot of open field to push through. And X-Men have kind of got a lot of this covered. Red Sea, this is going to be a very difficult push. We switch over, though, to the solo. No, not quite solo. Crazy Knight has still got Jo. Pushes over. Knocks happen. PMA wounded. 10 HP, though, for Jo. Wants to try and maybe get into that smoke to see if he could do some damage. No, he loses his life to Zennan. And we go back over to X-Men, who are still defending this position against Red Sea. Nico's caught out in the open. That's not like him. Makes a bit of a crucial error. Dean trying to maybe just get some loot off of his body. And X-Men have had enough. They just want to push forward. The flashes are perfect. Although Xavier has actually been flashed by his own teammate. Still turns the corner. Finds 2. Lights them both up. And X-Men got a 9 kills. Perfectly done. Once again, defending their position on the edge of the circle. Heading in towards Phase 5. They're in the best position in terms of kills out of all of the teams.
Oh, that's so clean from DZX. The defense, then the perfectly timed offense, the flashbangs. Yeah, there's a team flash in there, but you've got that many men going at the Red Sea players. It doesn't really matter. So well done from DZX so far. Juan, the last one up for Lock You Up. Trying to do his best to just get as many points as he can. Probably both these teams will fall Team Bliss's in front of these 3 players. Looking to clean them up as they come out of the blue. Juan's going to give up that fight, though, and go elsewhere. Maybe play for some placement points. They are in placement points right now. A couple more teams to die before he gets himself another one. He won't find it, though. Neo gets him, and that's 10 kills now for DZX. Like you said, they continue to perform well in this mid-game here on Miramar. PMA making their way across the field. In between 2 teams, though. In a moment, they can survive, but perfect utility will be the name of the game. Perfect smokes, making sure that no more players will get knocked. But Team Bliss is certainly looking to take advantage of that rotate.
Yeah, and I wonder where this has come from as well for X-Men, considering they only picked up 2 points on Miramar yesterday, Russell. So 2 games of Miramar, 2 points straight into tonight. Bang, 10 kills, and now they've got themselves to the top 6. 4 players alive as well. The only other 2 teams that have got 4 up, E36 and SGD. So it's not exactly a healthy lobby. Team Bliss, they've just been able to manage. They lost Cal quite a while ago, actually. And so they've just kind of been holding on as a 3-man, but not really the best of positions now. That zone has not been favorable to them at all. In fact, E36 in a really good position, and they are bearing down with firepower towards this eastern side. 40 seconds until Phase 6. Blue bearing down on the backs of Team Bliss, who now have to move away from this cover. And if they have to push down this hill, which evidently they are going to need to, E36 are going to be waiting for them. Although a little shot in the back there from Mings does kind of keep N2Force honest, and Payne also. Okay, so E36 now kind of realizing they maybe can't overpush that hill. The ridge towards Team Bliss might now be vulnerable. Yeah, and luckily for Bliss as well, it's just Lunun up. So take him out and you can claim that ridge, use that as a spot to play the late game from. Like you said, E36 now covered from the distance. They can't really peek up for free. Lunun's putting on a good defense, so there's a double headshot in there. Monty, I believe the other person in that open garage was also a headshot. No shot. Team Bliss is throwing this away. They have to push into this. A coordination probably would have been the better option, but they do it one by one. It's become quite stressful for them.
Lun, the last man alive, has proved much more of a problem than Team Bliss would have anticipated, and it's allowed E36 to move up slowly. Lun gets taken down. Good clearing from E36. They still have to be careful about everywhere on the server. Upchen opens it up a potential for Team Bliss to maybe get something done. They can look down that ridge, steal that kill, maybe move into that position. Team Bliss have played well so far, not to stress too much and throw themselves at Lun thinking that he was only solo, that they can get it done that easily. That probably would have lost them the game if all three of them had sent it down that hill in a disorderly fashion, but they haven't done that. They've managed to compose themselves. Monty and Akita, the last two alive now. They can look to take this approach strategically. Meanwhile, Trick, the highlight man this game so far, definitely play the game for me at least. Trying to deal some more damage onto SGD as they make their rotate across the road, but a couple teammates with Trick would have done wonders in this situation. He can't get anything done, so SGD will make it across the road safely.
Yeah, great individual play, and I think the top teams typically throughout a tournament are going to need that from one or two players just to scrape some extra points that maybe they weren't quite anticipating. For Bleed, they're into the top 3 because of it. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, they maybe tumble down 6 or 7, or probably closer to 6. I think there's Akita and Monty. Yeah, a bit of a rough game for Team Bliss, able to follow up from yesterday's hot finish, not a hot start, and it will be just 5th place, only I think about 2 or 3 kills. That's the final 4 teams we go. SGD healthy, obviously for X-Men healthy as well. E36 though, 2.5 players, and yeah, it is just Trick, the solo remaining now for Bleed. And a minute until phase 7 as the trumpets from heaven blaze above.
It's a very ominous sound, isn't it? I almost don't mind it. It doesn't play for the entire end game, so
it's like the horsemen of the apocalypse coming down.
Yeah.
It's like, as Sylvia catches out Migs, good little side angle through the doorway, gets the spray on the AUG to land really quickly. Needed that one after losing their 3rd player, now down to 2. Does get the knock. Paint looking to remonstrate. Oh, but he can't make the cross. That was so aggressive from Sylvia. And in the end, MML will punish him, and now it just Kane as the remaining player now for Enterforce.
Probably would have wanted a few more kills, did E36, but they made it to that end game and they fought valiantly for it. They go down in 4th. DZX now with a lot of control. SGD, the only real threat for them in this lobby, and they are locked on that northern side. The only problem right now is I suppose Leo's alone. They have a lot of space to play on that southern side, but just one more player on Leo would do wonders right now. Give him a few more pieces of utility to play with, someone that can trade him if he overpeaks on that ridge, but he doesn't have that, so he's going to have to back off while the rest of DZX rain fire from above, and of course Trick is in play as well. But DZX don't have to worry about him right now. I think they've allocated Savior to make sure Trick doesn't pull any mischievous moves, and the rest of them will focus on SGD. Leo playing well as well. He doesn't want to overextend, can't really overextend in this scenario. If you give up one of these knocks to SGD, it just throws that game. And so they are just going to whittle them down as they have done already. SGD lose 1. And DZX, by the way, up to 13 kills as well.
Yeah, it's been a fabulous start for them. Absolutely rocketing up the standings. Started tonight in 5th place on 40 points. They were 19 points behind PMA. Well, that number now is just 8 points, and of course PMA are out of this game, and DZX are in a position now where they can actually probably just go on and win this game. Still got SGD to contend with. Leo at the rock, very aggressive forward position. A couple of nades were thrown in that direction, and now we're into the vehicles. Shots coming into towards SGD from a distance, and from back behind was Leo, who was at that rock. Sure, some nades were thrown in his direction, but as soon as they got in the vehicles and had to go past him, he's able to get one from behind. Mings gets caught. Down to just 2 players now for SGD. And for X-Men, it's looking like victory will be on the cards here to start game 1 of the night. For the 2nd night of the PUBG Master Series, Trick the solo has already pulled off 1 trick. Can he get maybe another one? Has just 2 players in the opposite building to him. Certainly capable. Not impossible. With a P90 up close, you can do some damage very quickly.
It's a dream scenario for DZX. The other 2 teams in the lobby almost destined to fight. They might not even end up fighting. DZX will have the entire compound's worth of angles covered. No matter where SGD push, DZX will be looking. And if Trick decides to leave the building, they'll also be looking at him. So DZX certainly the ones who should win this game, but we've seen crazier things. Leo now has an Orm as well to boast their chances of victory. Like you said, Trick with the P90. If SGD want to go for the points, which is probably the play that they're going to look to do, they push towards Trick, hope to get that 2v1 trade off. That nets them 2 points. But yeah, with a P90, you never really know what's going to happen. Maybe a potential of 17 kills here for DZX. It would be a very fantastic way to open up the night. And Leo with that Orm, already up to 7 kills himself. I wouldn't even be peeking this if I was SGD. I feel like the plan is certainly to kill Trick and then, yeah, claim your 2 free points. That's a very quick shot from Leo to open up this endgame.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful shot from Leo. Just kind of highlighting some of the individual skills here of X-Men Esports for what's, though, been a very, very good team game. 7 kills for Leo, but really it's been their teamwork as well, Russell, that we got to see a little bit earlier of just on the outskirts of Los Leones and the halfway point of this match where they really got going. It was their team play. Trick has been spotted. Second floor of that second building. Good information here for X-Men. And their goal is obviously to not kind of throw from here. And Saviour's got the back position. Doorway to hell. Went through by MML and Jervis straight into the arms of Saviour, Bohang, and Trick. Of course, they know exactly where he is located. But what a wonderful effort for Trick and for Bleed Esports to walk away with second place in this game. Russell, it looked like they could maybe go out far earlier than this. Can't get one. And that is done. And a massive win, though, for DZX to kickstart the second night of the PUBG Masters Series. That was absolutely dominant. 17 kills plus the chicken dinner. 27 points from this one game of Miramar. I said it earlier, they only got 2 points from the 2 games of Miramar yesterday.
They played that exceptionally. I think you can probably look back at probably 99% of the moments that they played from that game, and they played it, if not perfect or perfectly, close to perfection. There were so many moments where they were tasked with a challenge, and they overcame that challenge quite well. And their control towards the end game as well was absolutely fantastic. So for DZX, it's an excellent way to start the night.
Yeah, it certainly was. Fantastic game. Really good way to kickstart the second night of the PUBG Master Series. We'll go to the highlights of the game, of course, for what had quite a lot of them. A lot of fighting, Russell. We didn't have a lot of downtime in this match.
No.
Just a few of the highlights there from the opening match of tonight's action on Miramar, which again, as I said before, Russell, we did actually get a lot of action throughout that game. Sometimes Miramar can be a little bit stale to begin with, big map, lots to kind of play over, but we got to see some early fighting, which was really good, and it was a lobby that was very reciprocative of that. They were happy to fight early on, and we kind of got to that 16-minute mark. We hadn't seen a lot of X-Men. As soon as we switched over to them, they got 2 kills, and then from there, they never really stopped. Yeah,
hey,
it
guys.
was
Sorry. I won't make that mistake again.
Oh no, Russell. Look, maybe you can just like
It happens.
give us your wonderful thoughts that you just kind of said to only me.
Okay, what I was saying to Jake was essentially Upchen in that warehouse, putting up a great fight. I mean, look, we saw in the case of Red Sea, they had to kind of throw themselves at Upchen. Fantastic defense from his teammates as well. You look at DZX in that scenario and you're going, okay, well, Upchen has to do all of this work himself, but where are his teammates? His teammates were always there. They had those high angles, they had those kind of off angles that Upchen really needed to make sure that he was safe in that warehouse. So it's absolutely perfect from him, and DZX overall, what a fantastic game from them.
Yeah, a massive performance, and for the record as well. I mean, I kind of little spoiler here, but it has got them momentarily to the top of the standings. Probably not too much of a surprise considering they did just go and get 27 points in what is only match 7 for a team that was already in the top 4 anyway. But it does mean that, yeah, they go to that top spot. And honestly, I think when we kind of talk about X-Men as a team and what they're capable of, they're probably capable of holding on to a top 2 position when it's all said and done. I think their absolute like peak best form is very much warranting a top 2 position. I think the issue with X-Men historically, since this team has been kind of put together, is the consistency factor. And we probably already can kind of go and have a look at this tournament itself. How do you go and get just 2 points from 2 games of Miramar, and then you go over to this game and you get 27 points? So it really does kind of highlight consistency probably is still the biggest thing for X-Men. They can go and get these massive games, but then they can be quiet for too long, and those quiet periods can cost them. We can have a look at some of the teams here in terms of total damage from match 7. 2,500 from DZX. It is an insane amount of damage. For Bleed, they threw 6 nades. They got 600 damage. I feel like most of that came from Trick.
Oh yeah, most of that was Trick, absolutely. He had, I mean, he had those moments with those grenades that probably had a little bit of damage that damaged the teammates that were close as well, so he kind of boosted his damage numbers from there. He had probably 100 in that last little 1v2 with the P90, so yeah, most of it's probably from Trick, definitely from Trick. But yeah, 2,500 damage in a game with 17 total kills is absolutely insane. Leo with the highlight performance, going aggressive towards that end game as well, but not overextending, and that's what you like to see. It's very measured play from him, and it's a good sign starting out the first game of the night, and not losing your cool. Obviously, the jitters were kind of over last night, but still going to the first competitive game of a night, I feel like there's maybe a slightly higher chance for a mistake. Leo wasn't making any mistakes. He locked that area down for DZX.
No, and here is that match leaderboard as well. 27 points for DZX, 11 from Bleed, and again, Trick single-handedly was able to get the vast majority of those points for Bleed. What a individual performance he was able to output into that game. SGD, 9 points, pretty handy for a team coming into tonight, already in a really solid position. Couple of points there from Bliss, actually not that bad. They didn't really do much in that game. They lost Waiki Kamukau very early, so they played as a 3-man. They were not really able to get a lot of space, still walked away with something, and those are kind of the games that you typically see from those top teams, Russell. Even their bad games, you're able to just get 4, 5, 6 points and still make something of it. And that's how you will typically see teams make these kind of top 7 positions, let alone trying to fight for top 2. But yeah, at the moment, we kind of look at that top 3. Not a lot separating DZX, PMA, SGD, Bleed also still really, really hotly contested. Not that far behind either. So that top 4, when you consider the difference between finishing in the top 2 versus outside the top 2, there's quite a lot there for these teams in terms of what we've got remaining of this tournament. It can get a little stressful, and Xavier, as you can see, biting very deeply into those nails.
Listen, I do that as well. If I'm at LAN, I'm doing that absolutely. We all have those tendencies. Look, in a lobby like this, those point gaps that we would usually look at in, you know, a grand finals APAC qualification lobby, they're point gaps where you're generally, they're going to be harder to make up. In a lobby like this, however, which is weaker on paper, any team really can come out and have an absolute banger of a game, and make those point gaps up really, really, really quickly. Look at Trick. When I met him at PGS, he was a ball of joy every time. He was just a happy chappy 24/7. So happy to see him have some highlights, not only at the PGS that Bleed recently played, but in that previous game as well. Obviously, the former FTF roster got picked up before PGS 3 and 4, and by all accounts had a decent showing. showing at PGS 3 and 4. Didn't qualify for the grand finals at PGS 3, but did so PGS 4 with a heroic comeback, I believe, on the final game or the final day of games. So certainly a team that can deal some damage no matter the lobby that they're in. But we know that as well when it comes to regional tournaments, I feel like in every esport really, it becomes a little bit weird. Your expectations that you set at those international tournaments can get kind of mixed and matched, and sometimes you don't do as well, sometimes you do exceptionally. So for Bleed, hopefully they can continue this performance.
Yeah, wow, we get like the montage wall of highlights here. I feel like in a Saw movie or something, and I'm watching Jigsaw pick his next victim.
Cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, though, we're only into the first game of the night, Russell. Still got 5 games to go. One more here on Miramar, and I was kind of looking at some of the team statistics when it does come to the individual maps. Now that we've kind of played 3 games of Miramar, I'm kind of looking towards the teams that have really struggled here that maybe can look elsewhere on the horizon and think, okay, Miramar hasn't quite been working for us. We need to find some points elsewhere. Red Sea Esports, 3 points, 3 games. Extraordinaire, 1 point from 3 games. They're much better than that. And Squad Callion, the other team that is only single digits from 3 matches of Miramar now, they've just got the 6. So those 3 have been really struggling on Miramar. The reprieve, though, is this will be the last Miramar until the end of tomorrow night. So they'll have some time to at least kind of go towards the other maps, your Rondos, your Tagos, your Erangels to pick up the points, but Miramar has not been great. On the flip side, though, Russell, Bleed, Bliss, X-Men, SGD, and quite a few others have actually been really flourishing on Miramar.
Was looking quite briefly before this hot drop begins at how SGD and PMA were playing last night. Generally, both those guys were playing either kind of standard edge control or off-center control, or they were just sending it center if the circle didn't really shift towards them. So looking to see if they continue up that playstyle tonight. But we do have a hot drop. Lock you up, and Extraordinaire. Puerto Pariso, this is an alt drop, hot drop. Obviously, they both have this written down as where they will go if they can't get to their main drop location. And, well, it's a bit of an unfortunate circumstance. Not really any action coming out at the start as well, which isn't exactly what I like to see, but to Lock You Up's credit, they've put themselves in a very nice line. All 4 of those players are quite tradable, quite supportable. Not the case for Extraordinaire, but they're also separated. They know where Lock You Up dropped. KCW and Deprot, the only 2 that are kind of isolated. If I'm Lock You Up right now, I am sending it at one of those 2 players to isolate those solos and start this hot drop off well. But at the same time, if Lock You Up don't want to engage in this, I'm sure there's a car on that northern road somewhere they can grab and go play their own game. But they are committing. They're staying. It looks like those arrows on the minimap are getting closer and closer to those Extraordinaire players as well. Lock You Up want to get this hot drop started.
Oh, Lil Nile. Wonderful shot there with the AKM. No scope. Well, no sight, I should say. On to 227. No sight as well for the Org of Kite. Good start for Extraordinaire. Kind of really want to see how this does play out, but I wanted to kind of pose a question to you, Russell, because you're a team that's bottom of the standings at the moment for Extraordinaire. Do you try and play a little bit more aggressive? Are you fine taking these kind of alt drop, hot drop fights and really pushing and bring the aggressive team? Because it's really kind of go for broke. Or do you kind of back yourself in that there's enough games that you kind of just maybe try and stick to your own, find form elsewhere? I guess it really does come down to the team mindset and philosophy. Every team will probably have a different answer. Knock You Up does get the response on to Kite, as Juan does push out. Deprot was waiting, and with a help from Lil Nile, and it is now 2-1 in terms of the Nox department.
To answer your question, both are viable playstyles. You are right, though. Completely depends on the mentality and confidence, and what style, I suppose, Extraordinaire is more confident in playing. Right now, though, they have the advantage. It's just about not throwing it away. They've locked a couple players very close to Lil Nile. And there's obviously a down player on the other side as well. This Blue Zone Grenade does wonders. Confirms the man advantage for Extraordinaire. They just now have to deal with this close player who I believe they know is there. And they confirm that now through the window. Scar versus... Well, it's sawed off now. And through the window, it actually wins it. No shot. Erlay's got both those kills. That's unbelievable. Traded out by KCW. But this slightly turns the fight on its head. Man advantage still towards Extraordinaire, but that got quite dodgy quite quickly.
Yeah, I think you're right, though, in the sense that it really does come down to that team mindset. But for Extraordinaire, what is it now, up to 14 points to get a couple of kills, and look what it can do. The confidence can flow very quickly off of this. So they played aggressive. They wanted to take these fights. Big Mac through the window with a shotgun. Does eventually get that knock onto Kite. gone for the revive in his face,
Oh,
and
no.
Big Mac will make it 2. And just like that, it's a double. Did get that revive by the player on the window,
No.
and he'll make it 3. 4
Don't.
pallets left in that shotgun. Depront close by with the AK. And I think he wants to get aggressive, but the shotgun up close is strong, goes for the revive. The door is closed. The frag grenade, if he can bounce it off the windowsill, he's got a bit of help here. It's not bad. It goes to the left side, does get the kill on Takai. Half health for the Broad, and
No.
Big Mac will double on up and quadruple all 4 kills. And that indeed was a big play from Big Mac.
Oh, if Extraordinaire came into that fight confident, that confidence is gone now.
Yeah.
That is something that should never happen, but if it's going to happen, a shotgun through very tight angles like those windows, well, that'll certainly do it. Every player kind of gave themselves up one by one through that short window, giving a perfect opportunity for Big Mac to just move his mouse slightly in whatever direction the player was and click mouse 1. Close range scenarios like that is I mean, what else are you going to do? You just click mouse 1 and generally you win the fight. But yeah, what a play from Big Mac. Extraordinaire, bottom of the leaderboard, like you said. What's the play now?
Man, that's rough. I mean, that's probably almost tournament tilting at that moment for Extraordinaire. I mean, they're in, bottom position. They got 3 kills. They were also in a position where they could have walked away from that with 4 players up.
Yeah.
And maybe should have. And so if you get the hot drop to go your way, especially in like modern PUBG, to get all 4 kills, keep 4 players up, that is quite extraordinary. But they end up just giving up a 4K to a player with a shotgun.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to play out that way. I think they underestimated the situation. I think, in any case where it's a, 4-player advantage to 1, it's very easy to maybe feel that inner confidence that fact is they just killed 3 of their players anyway. What's one guy going to do? Well, that one guy just pops off with the pump, and in the end, that is, probably tournament over. I don't know how you come back from that one. The only thing I can say as a reprieve is, I guess still top 10 is not something that would be statistically unlikely if they can turn their tournament around sooner rather than later. 3.5 minutes still to go here, but like game 1, now game 2, offering us at least some very early action. 6.5 minutes gone as we walk away from that fight. Lock you up. 4 kills, very handy considering it was an ult drop. Those can always be quite risky. 4 handy points in a game that maybe they weren't expecting to get a lot from. Yeah, down to 1 player, but that's fine. You just get that scoreboard ticking over. You'll take it. You're in a good position, 43 points.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, still recovering. I'm trying to think, how you play that hot drop perfectly. And I think, honestly, they managed it pretty well, even after they lost 2 to the 1 player early inside the building. They can get those reses quite comfortably. It's just the moments after that where it kind of falls apart, taking 1v1s through windows that maybe you can kind of perfect. It's the little things in a moment like that that actually cost you. Whereas if they had been able to res those players, maybe get the chain res off a little bit more efficiently, then there's a 1v4 that you can approach. But that never really happened. So, honestly, for Extraordinaire, they were playing it quite well up until that moment. But in a hot drop scenario like that, you honestly have to play every single moment, to 90% perfection to ensure success. And if you stumble once, then it can snowball to the other team's favor. And that's exactly what happened. Rotating on the Eastern Coast Road is SK. They'll find themselves in the circle quite late. No emergency pickup for them this time, but even if they had found one, maybe they don't want to opt for it. Probably a circle where you could get away with it, though. Lots of high ground that you can justify playing for. Panic with a nice 2-2. One duo down towards the road, making sure they can capture rotates. And one duo inside the church. The warehouse that Panic probably would have loved is taken, though. Thrust occupy that. So they're in the low ground position where information is quite limited. Control is also quite limited, but I think it's made better by the fact that they have that South Road control. That actually allows you to do a lot in a circle like this. They can utilize the hill terrain just to their west. They can also gain access to that road, which is a luxury in itself. So for Panic right now, decent spot for them. Thrust as well. They have that warehouse that I just mentioned that is ideal in a zone like this. Obviously, lots of spots you can put your cars to save those tires, but it also gives you access to a whole lot more terrain than what Panic have access to right now. So decent control for Thrust. Unlucky on top of the unplayable. Well, that one's pretty self-explanatory. They've got the highest ground kind of on that southern side, and so they won't be complaining.
Yeah, just ticking over to the 9-minute mark now, so getting closer towards phase 2. Somewhat lull in the play momentarily, but I envision that phase 2, if it does go any further south, it's going to really throw a spanner in the works for a lot of these teams who are positioned, though, to be fair, for a bit of that southern shift to maybe take place. The very northern side of the circle is quite open. PMA kind of positioned for that. Same with SGD. Do they know something that we do not? The rest of the lobby, though, towards the south side, close by to Partona. Yeah, Fnatic pull up. Did not quite have game 1 go the way that they would have liked in that battle against Thrust. Both teams pretty close in points now, 26 to 29, as we are getting that southern circle. So now see where it shifts for phase 2. Does it continue towards the water? Indeed it does. Over towards the resort we go. Interestingly enough, though, because it actually shifts a little bit more to the east as well, Ross, that eastern side of resort is completely vacant. So there is space here for teams to rotate into.
Emergency pickups are probably going to be seen in a moment's time here. Lots of compounds you can even share if you wanted to, that you can utilize those e-pickups and send them straight in, or you want to go resort. Well, right now there's no occupants. Probably a couple will come in eventually, but yeah, you're right, there's a ton of open space on that eastern side. Big Mac, by the way, is quietly sitting on the northern side of resort in one of those terrain bowls, or maybe a shack, something like that. He's still on for a decent game. Probably still has that shotgun too, honestly. I think he's inside that shack, so if someone wants to open his door, then a nasty surprise probably awaits them. But DZX move in. They take a bit of control on the western side here. A nice 2-2 for them. Not entirely supportable, but close enough range where you can drive to each other. Thrust remain in a 2-2, but they move it deeper as well. So perfect play from them so far. Panic, they leave their 2-2 as well and move deeper in. So all of the teams that were close to this circle have done what they needed to do and moved their 2-2s across, and they maintained them inside the circle on that western side that they had info on. So honestly, 3 of those teams that were close on that western side have so far played the game perfectly.
So SGD make the rotate with the emergency parachute pickup system. Yes, I'm just watching, though, they are kind of skirting off to the western side of resort. So kind of where a lot more of the teams are already located. On the minimap, you can see that 2-2 split there of X-Men, Thrust also down there. And this building already occupied with South Kelly and the bottom 2 teams, so they kind of have to move away from that. Did they just go resort? They just drop and send it resort. They don't see movement, they don't see action, and I don't see anyone located inside of the main hub for what was an empty POI. That's a wonderful rotate for SGD. They're going to be pleasantly surprised. They, of course, will do the due diligence of checking all these buildings. They'll be happy to know there's no one here.
I thought Thrust or DZX might actually get resort because they were driving quite close to it, and obviously they're going to get very similar information. No one's shooting, no one's looking our way, so maybe we can take it, but neither of those teams actually fully committed to it. So yeah, SGD, they get the central spot in the zone, and this is very similar to what they were doing last night. If the circle wasn't on them, then they were taking some sort of, send rotate, whether it be e-pickup or using cars to get to the center of zone, and it worked out for them very well last night. So not a surprise to see them doing the exact same thing here, and it nets them a reward as it did last night. SGD looking to continue their performance with the same playstyle, which shows a lot of confidence in their own abilities, which is good. As I said, though, Thrust, they move their 2-2 a little bit deeper. They don't move 2 of those players. They only move a couple. Move them deeper into the zone, gather more information. Red Sea also using the emergency pickup, but to a lesser extent than SGD. They find themselves in not ideal positions. The saving grace for them right now is that there's only 2 of DZX in this long building right here. So if they identify that, or if they identify that in the sky, they can make this collapse happen. And they probably need to make it happen sooner rather than later. Panic is on the western side with blood in their eyes.
Heading into phase 3 now as well. Just kind of keeping my eye on where this circle is going to shift. Still a large contingent of water actually on the south side to consider. This could actually continue to impact this lobby. It does ever so slightly. Not a lot of water remaining for this phase 3 circle shift, but it does go back over towards the western side. So that eastern side of resort, Antic was the only team that really wanted to occupy that space. They will not benefit from the next circles. We switch over to Daju and X-Man and Savior out the window. Easy kill onto Rip, and they are hot in form to begin night 2 of the PUBG Master Series. Rip Never really saw that one coming. And Red Sea, once again, well, they look at sea in a lot of these fights. Niku's at the hay bales. I don't know if he's actually been spotted. Savior, though, keeping an eye on what may be behind him. X-Men still controlling the building, though, and certainly in a far better position than Red Sea. Niku's by himself, maybe calling Empty to help out on the backside, but even getting up to Niku's position is going to be incredibly difficult.
Well, Savior runs back in. I was going to say, if Savior stays outside and Nico looks his direction, that's a freebie opening for that fight towards that long building, but SK making it difficult for Red Sea to push up. There's a very steep hill there. It's difficult for Dean and Empty to justify pushing up just yet. Nico under fire as well. Silent shot, so he probably has no idea where they're coming from. The unsilenced shots from SK probably give Nico a little bit of an idea, but this is not easy for Red Sea. That's why I said they probably need to get this done sooner rather than later. Identify how many players are inside the compound and just make that push, because this is what's going to happen. They're going to get stuck on that low ground. Nico's going to get stuck up here all by himself. Nades go his way, and that nade actually does take him down. So Red Sea's attempt at getting into the zone with that emergency pickup has gone from bad to worse.
Yeah, this is turning into a bit of a struggle tournament for Red Sea. Unable to really get going. Dean and Empty down below. Frags, there were plenty for X-Men and more kills that could look to benefit them for a team that has started incredibly hot for night 2. Then they got eliminated in that kill feed courtesy of Alec from Archangel Predator. Hopefully 2 will go down. Just knocked at the moment. DZX not going to waste any more time here. I don't mind this, honestly. Group back up. There's a lot of gunfire happening around their location. Get better position. No need to waste any more time. And Flick with a big headshot on the mini does take down Savior on that rotate. And he's going to be eliminated. So a big loss for X-Men and a big kill for Thrust, courtesy of Flick, who once again leads from the front for his team. Fortunately, it is Sigs that will finish and get that kill, get that flush, and confirm it for Thrust into the warehouse now for DZX as a 3-man. But 16 minutes has elapsed. They don't need to wait too much longer before having 3 is not going to be that much of a detriment.
Yeah, great shots from Flick. It's devastating for Savior because of the position that DZX is in. They are quite central. So if this continues to donut up, then DZX are in for another potentially good game that Savior will miss out on. But sometimes that happens on rotates. Either that or he took a bad path. You never really know, so give him the benefit of the doubt. Sands has been knocked down. SGD now starting to push outside Resort to deal with Antic. That Resort is SGD's property, and Antic has no claim of ownership over it. SGD want to instill that inside. So Antic, Milak, Killaroo, kind of stuck. There's a car right next to them. You can tell they're probably considering, do we take this? Do we just leave? Do we wrap south? Do we wrap north? What's the best play? Jeff probably going to go down as well. He's stuck on the outside of zone. So SGD doing what they should do in a situation like that and just controlling their space. AAP stuck under the bridge, but still causing quite a lot of harm to Hunt. Is this a fight that Unlucky are going to win? Sent it straight towards AAP and knocked out of the car. Sunnyside Up has to get a knock here to trade this back, make it an even game between these two teams. But he's spun out. He's put himself in the direct line of sight of AAP. And really Unlucky are making this easy for AAP at the moment.
I felt like he was just going almost too fast, and then he wasn't able to kind of control the recoil off of that. Tries to then spin it, but then what he ends up doing is spinning his body side towards AAP. That means it's a lot easier to then shoot him when he sticks out of that vehicle, and he went down incredibly quick. I mean, Unlucky have really balls this one up. Hopefully, he's going to get revived though by Hunt, but it has allowed respite now for AAP to get back up, get these revives, get moving, and now Hunt, he also just gets completely undone. What an incredible effort from Archangel Predator under the bridge, under the pump, and we're able to stand tall. I feel like Unlucky just kind of got way too overzealous, Russell. They just saw blood in the water and thought we can just take this, but AAP, we spoke about in game 1, they are a team with a wealth of experience and really showed it right there.
Yeah, it seemed like Unlucky wanted to get everything done, but get it done as solos, and AAP take full advantage of that. This fight is still going on. Panic have arrived, though. Dean, you don't expect him to be in those hay bales. Shoehorse takes him out, though. The trait is there. Panic don't lose Pivy just yet. Empty inside the long building. Nades going the way of Shoehorse. One of them might actually reach. It's a perfect nade. Shoehorse down. Jeff, in the meantime, nades himself elsewhere on the map. Empty, though, the last one up for Red Sea. Those blue zones could deal some damage, but probably will just avoid Pivy. Pivy can skirt to the left of the second blue zone that's thrown there, and those smokes are good from the rest of Panic to make sure that Pivy can survive. Shoehorse might be a different story, though. He might go down. He's on the low side there, probably going to get stolen away by SK, something like that. Hasn't been clean from Panic, but honestly, they're getting the job done. There's only one up, and they know that, so trade this kill out, and this control is all Panic's.
And Jeff does bleed out, reaching the 19-minute mark now. 14 teams, 41 alive. One frag grenade for Empty.
Got to make it count.
Yeah, I think he thought about it from there, but honestly going upstairs and getting the higher ground position, certainly smart. Should be able to get a bit more reach and get a better position with that frag. I haven't seen anything pop off in the kill feed, so either he hasn't thrown it or it didn't quite land. Just the one kill for SGD, but still good positioning. He did in fact throw that frag grenade, so he wasn't able to get anything. Dusky makes the run. There is cover there from Pivy, but he got tagged up as well and is inside of the blue, and they've lost Shoehorse. That's 3 down. 3 down very quickly for Panic. Suspect is the only one left standing. Empty causing a bit of a riot there against Panic. I don't know if they're going to be able to salvage this.
Straight 1v1. We move over though. Blue claiming more lives in that fight than Empty has so far. Speaking of claiming lives, it's Trick, the hero from the last game. Trying to deal some damage to AAP. Run into the circle so far from AAP hasn't been the easiest, but we've certainly seen them overcome difficult situations. Empty actually gets 2 of those kills in the kill feed, make it all of them.
He got Suspect in the 1v1.
Yeah, he successfully claimed all the lives of Panic, all by himself. A heroic play from Empty, and Red Sea need that right now. They are not in a position on the leaderboard where they are comfortable. And so it's absolute heroics from Empty. Bleed, though, they decide to back off that fight. AAP do fall. They don't want any more. Pure Boy is knocked in a very similar spot, but Bleed down to only 3 men. Realize the circle is a priority right now, so let's get those cars and get inside.
Just solo for Enter Force 36. 5 kills, though, this game. That's not going to help though for Kane. And 21 right there. Might just be able to steal that one. In fact, it was his teammate in Zennan. Now will collect the bleed out onto Pure Boy. Down to 10 teams remaining. Getting closer to that cutoff in terms of the top 8 remaining in this match. PMA just the 1 kill, but still good position on the south side. A lot of teams actually close by to their location. So they might only have the 1 kill now at the 21-minute mark. But don't be surprised if you see PMA walk away with 6, 7, or 8 kills by, you know, the next couple of minutes. Certainly could envelop that way. Squad Kalian still 4 up. Holding Resort south side. Need to push into SGD though with the way that the circle has transpired. Blue is going to force them into SGD. And I think Edvy King, he is going to have to be the linchpin. He's closest to Jervis. He continues to push up quietly. He needs to make a very strong contact. And he doesn't look. He looks away. He gets a free kill. Jervis just watches as Edvy King basically just walks up slowly. That is not what Squad Kalen needed. They needed him to make contact with Jervis, get that initial knock, and then they could push up. Now suddenly, they're in a really difficult position. They lost their front man, they've got no position, and the blue hounding down on their position.
Yeah, they have to deal with Thrust now as well. You said it. If Edvy King couldn't get that opening knock, then it's basically over for SK. Caught between 2 different teams. They do actually take down one of the Thrust in the form of 6, so a little bit of pressure alleviated. Empty does go down eventually, but he put up a fantastic fight, getting done for Red Sea what he needed to. And SK now have to deal with the full force of SGD. Once being knocked, that blue zone probably caused a lot of damage to that knock, but probably won't flush if Jervis pushing over. Flashbangs out. Waha can't get it done. He's blinded himself. Jervis does most of the damage towards him. He's now stuck on the edge of blue. SGD can't throw this away, though. They can't put too many men towards this, or a game that would have been fantastic for them might be thrown away. They have to be so careful to not lose their heads right now. Payne's gone down. That doesn't mean Jervis can't get him up, and the other 2 of SGD are now back in the action as well. So it becomes a little bit more difficult for SK now as well. No shot. He got...
Wow, lids!
I take back everything I said.
He actually connects with the Molotov as he was looking to clear off Payne. The 3 kills for Squad Kalian. I don't know if that's going to be a kill that does get flushed. That might still be a revive, though, for SGD. Nevertheless, though, a bit of comicalness over towards Resort. Teams just wanting to try and get into that top 8, secure themselves a placement point. No one wants to make a misstep. And even though 9 teams are still alive, only 2 teams with all 4 players up, PMA and Team Bliss. Everyone else is looking wounded. 21 pops up again from the wheat field. No one inside of that vehicle. That was the knocked out Trick, who eventually loses his life. Holgren as well. 2 dead for bleed inside of 10 seconds. The M249 Very strong for Lunlun up close if you can make use of it. If someone does eventually push onto this position, Upchen on the backside of this building, so he is close by. But Lunlun may be expecting some pressure on the other side of it. Nade in hand for Leo. Leo is here for X-Men. Zenden knocked out by Waikiki Mukau. They're feeling the pressure though from many different angles. Upchen actually pushed up. He does get knocked down as well though, and Lunlun will collect it. Thank you very much for the knock, says Lunlun. Easy kill for PMA. 2 kills. Still though, Leo, nade thrown over towards this front door, makes his way in.
Done.
But again, that M249 so strong up close, and Lunlun will collect a double kill. Now switches attention towards the warehouse up on top of that hill. But nothing really to be done. And Team Bliss, 4 players up. The only team with all 4 up.
Master of movement is Lunlun, dodging around the Team Bliss onslaught from on high, as well as the players he had to deal with up close. Fantastically played from him when he reached the rewards, getting that final 1v1 done and dusted. Hard to not mention Team Bliss in that fight. They were so impactful in it, but we move straight over to Big Mac, who's claimed another kill since we last saw him at the start of the game. Team Bliss now want to stop his fun though. Team Bliss or SGD, but we've seen Big Mac do a lot of damage in scenarios like this. The accuracy when you're on fire is not as good. That allows him to get Jervis, but Mings trades it out. SGD remain on top. Mings don't go too close to that molly, but Bliss certainly looking to clean this one up, and I don't think Mings is long for this world. It's just the shack, it's just those smokes. That's all they really have to look at is Bliss, and Mings will go down. Cow up to 5 kills now. And Bliss have had control of this northern side for so long, and it's now finally ringing true for them in the form of kills.
Yeah, and the trumpets blow once again here into the final 4 teams. Thrust with 3, PMA with 2, Pandalis with 1, all up against it, against the Bliss team. And they're looking to get themselves into the top 3 and keep pressure on those inside of the top 2. And they all know that, I mean, they've been in these kind of positions before, Russell, where it might not feel like it's desperate at the moment. You know, there's still 10 games remaining, but that will shrink really quickly.
Yep.
And Bliss have been a team that in recent times are more than capable of having a stretch of bad games. We saw that yesterday with their first 3. So they are not immune to having a bit of a rough patch. Maxorus, though, gets the headshot onto Jaya. Nice kill for Thrust. They go to 5. And it's been a really strong start to the night for Thrust. When you think of game 1, now here into game 2, they've got themselves into 10th position. That's a quality spot for the EWC quals. 8, 9, and 10 to make PGS, of course, top 7. They're now only 5 points off of Panic. So for Thrust, can they get any more? You would imagine, though, 21 and Lunlun, even as a duo, are going to be very difficult to take down. They're not in the best of positions, though. And Bliss on the correct side of this zone. On the north side, are going to be very difficult to stop from here. You should think from here a chicken dinner is probably awaiting them in the next couple of minutes.
It's very difficult to see them not getting the win. I feel like PMA are in the worst spot here. They have to deal with Thrust as they leave, and they have to deal with Bliss. And there's just too many players to... You know, usually in a fight like this, you say, okay, just get the opening knock and then we can make the push off that. But in a scenario like this, you have to get multiple opening knocks. And I just don't see that happening to 2 different teams from the side of PMA. It's just far too difficult for them to make it out of this. I can see them dealing more damage to Thrust. If they were to get 2 kind of nice openings onto Thrust, then that's decent damage done from PMA. But look at the open space. Cow's giving us a first-hand view of what PMA have to play from once those 2 buildings are out for them. And it's not very good. Monty opens it up onto Bless, which might entice PMA to maybe make a move, see if they can get a Hail Mary done, which in their case is probably something they're looking to do, but also you can't forget placement points are on the line. They know that Thrust is the team just to their east. They know that they have to outlive them, and so that's a perfectly viable strategy for PMA as well. Thrust will get that res. It's really Flick is the player I'm looking at. He's the one closest to that kind of low ridge that maybe could take advantage of, you know, maybe catching one of Team Bliss off guard or something like that. He's the one that maybe could make the move here for Thrust, but so far nothing like that's going to happen, at least not when PMA is still in the game.
Yeah, I mean, PMA don't have to really do anything right now. They've still got 40 seconds until the blue starts moving, and then they're going to have to do something. Probably don't want to leave it to the last second. Thrust, smoke wall up. Making their way over towards Flick, and I think making their way up on this eastern side certainly would be the play. Thrust have got more to fight for, though, in this game. I mean, they've got nothing to lose, which is good. I mean, and PMA have got nothing to lose either, because they're in such a bad spot. And that's something that Team Bliss need to be a little bit mindful of. You've got 2 teams that got nothing to lose. Thrust have got a lot to gain, being a team that can, you know, really leapfrog that middle portion of the leaderboard. Cow with a knock on the Lundland. there is enough time there to be able to get that res for 21. Question for Thrust is, do you play for second? 'Cause there's two avenues you can take. You can push up that eastern side and really go gung-ho, throw everything you got at Team Bliss. But if you do that, Rust, there's every chance you get no kills and you walk out in third. Otherwise, you play it safe, you buy your time, you know PMA is getting shot at by Bliss, you hold out, you might not get any more kills, but you'll get second.
They're going to get second. Well, unless 21 has something to say about it. I was looking at that pretty objectively, but maybe the subjective ability of the players of PMA could make me eat my own words. But I'm almost certain Thrush should get second here. It's too difficult for PMA to make it across. That's incredible mechanics from Maxorus, and PMA fall. Now the question really on Thrust's mind this whole time is, how do we deal with Team Bliss? And I think that question is now silenced. Thrust have absolutely no chance of dealing with Team Bliss. It's a Team Bliss win in match 8 of PMS Grand Finals.
Yeah, really good positioning from Team Bliss at the end there. They were able to capitalize on the misfortunes of PMA. Thrust really weren't in a position to really ever challenge from that position. They were unable to then push over that hill. Even if they had not have gone for PMA, that eastern side, you push up that hill and you were just kind of moonlighting. Team Bliss will be able to just pick you apart. So in the end, it was always going to be a case of a second or bust, and I think they made the right play. Just kind of play that low side of the hill, look towards PMA, take that fight. Yeah, they got a kill from it. They got second place, and I think Thrust get quite a lot out of that game for a team that has started really well tonight. They've got themselves now, you know, kind of eyeing towards that top 7. I think they can certainly achieve that, and that's something that they've got to be able to back themselves into doing. That top 7 is certainly on the cards for Team Bliss, though. Another win, Russell. They're third already through 8 games, and another one on Miramar.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of classic Team Bliss control as well. At a certain point in that game, I looked over to the map feed and I saw that Team Bliss had full control over the northern side, and there was like one player in the center. I think it was Big Mac maybe, and then everyone else was to the south. And I thought, okay, this is where Team Bliss do their absolute best work. Either way, we are going to quickly throw to some highlights. We'll be back after that.
Some great highlights there from our second game of the night for what is the second night of the PUBG Master Series. Team Bliss coming away with what is their third chicken dinner now. Fortunately for the rest of the competition, though, it's not the old most chicken rule anymore. It hasn't been for quite some time, and thankfully so. Those wins have, of course, been accompanied by some kind of poor performances at times from Team Bliss, the opening 3 games. So for them, it's now about, can they turn this into the consistency thing that typically has probably been their biggest strength. I think over the years, over the many, many years that we've seen from this core iteration, it's that consistency factor. And they haven't quite had it this tournament, Russell. But hey, maybe another win. Yeah, start to get the ball rolling and they can find themselves pushing along towards that top 2.
Yeah, I feel like Bliss are either performing well and performing consistently, or they're having the worst time of their lives, you know? And they were having that the first few games, but it's good to see that they picked it up and they figured out what was going wrong. Maybe there were some core issues within the team. Generally, that's probably the case if you're having such lackluster performances in multiple games back to back to back, but they fixed that. They've come into the rest of these games looking very, very, very good, and it's fantastic to see. They aren't really letting that reputation of theirs slip up just yet. And if this Bliss continues, then we might have some decent qualification action going into the APAC Grand Finals.
Yeah, they've got themselves into the top 2 temporarily now, and we'll see if they can continue to stay there. I mean, they are also the team, speaking figuratively, the kind of team that once they get into that top 2 position, how often do we see in a tournament like this, what is now essentially halfway through as well, we hit the halfway mark, where they give up a position like that? It's incredibly rare. Like, it doesn't really happen that often.
Yeah.
It can. A top 2 is kind of hard to hold out, and it's not like they've got a lead or anything like that. You know, typically for Bliss, we probably can say that because usually they have like a big lead, and then therefore that's why they can't really get, you know, knocked out of that position. Right now, that top couple of spots, we're talking about single digits kind of separating teams. So you've got like PMA in first, 75, then 73, then 72, then 71, as we're about to see here on your screen. Like, there's not really much separating this is the top 4 teams from the game respectively, but in terms of the top 4 teams overall, Russell, we are talking about 4 points separating the top 4. So this game, though, of course, Team Bliss, 2,000 damage. Thrust had a really, really good game as well, 1,400, backing up what was a pretty decent game 1 for Thrust, and has got them into the top 8. So they've actually had a really significant start, Russell. They were bottom 3, now top 8, just like that.
Yeah, it's I'd like to know what they discussed after those first few games and what actually needed changing. But yeah, they're coming out swinging, and the people you need to perform well on this team are doing their job. Look no further than this game. Insights the IGL, he's got 0, but everyone else has most of the kills, so that's perfectly fine. Cow as well, when he survives to the late game, obviously he can do his best work with 5 at the end there. That's the match leaderboard. Not as drastic a change from 1 to 2 as the previous match, but still a decent gap between first and second. Thrust there, PMA getting their points per game, same as SGD, so Red Sea is not too happy with those 2 competitor Malaysian teams doing so well in these first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, when you kind of saw those stats there of, you know, yeah, in that particular game, Insight might not have had any kills, but he's still got 8 overall, 9 for Monty, 11 for Akita and Cal. Really kind of highlighting the team aspect there for Team Bliss. Even if maybe Insight didn't quite get the kills that game, he's certainly still capable. He's averaging almost 1,800 damage for what is, you know, essentially a shot caller, so, and support.
Insight's a fragger. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
he's
yeah,
a demon sometimes.
He can frag as well. Here is that leaderboard that I was kind of speaking to a little bit earlier, Russell, though. 4 points separated the top 4. Not a lot. There is a little gap, though. In fact, I would say there's almost like 2 little gaps, right? You've got that gap between 4 to 5, then 5 to 6. That has already started to kind of develop. Something to kind of maybe keep in mind, that the more we progress, the less spots are going to be open for teams outside the top 7 to make their way in. That top 4, I don't think any of those teams at this point, halfway through the tournament, are going to miss top 7. It would be very statistically unlikely for that to happen from here. So suddenly now there's only like 3 spots. If you're outside the top 7, that's 4 teams that you're probably not catching.
It seems like the top teams aren't going to let up. It doesn't seem like they aren't going to slip and fall. Doesn't seem like they're going to let anyone catch up to them. And yeah, that's a worrying sign for the rest of the lobby. But I think traditionally that kind of happens no matter what. You see some slips and falls here and there. But in a lobby like this, it's easier to keep up that consistency. So it's fantastic to see that at least those top 4 teams that we want to see competitive are remaining competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go to a short break. Miramar done for the night here. When we do come back from the break, though, we've got Rondo and we've got Tago coming your way.
Hello, PUBG players. Guess who?
It's Danielle
And Honey
from NewJeans. Are you ready for some major tea? Because today's patch report's got some deets on update 30.1.
Yes. Expect a total mashup of NewJeans and PUBG, transforming Tego into this super cute NewJeans themed wonderland.
We'll be handing over the mic now, so get ready to dive into NewJeans Collaboration's world in PUBG.
Along with all sorts of cool stuff like fresh outfits, gunplay tweaks, then updates to ranked mode.
Woo!
First, Taego School is now a lively performing stage where every corner is bursting with cuteness. Dance your heart out on stage to trigger NewJeans music videos, and don't forget to check out the collaboration jukeboxes, buses, billboards, and more. We've also got this truck stage on the starting island of every 8-kilometer map. Plus, you can find all sorts of goodies like energy drinks, music, fireworks, bubbles, and themed care packages across all maps. For more details about this amazing collaboration with NewJeans, be sure to check out the upcoming collaboration announcement. SMG rebalance from the Gunplay Labs back in March is finally here. Based on your feedback, there will be some major changes to SMGs and more. Check out the latest Gunplay dev letter for all the details, including Dragunov's headshot range nerf and UG's recoil buff. Next up, ranked updates. Earn ranked play points through playing ranked matches and score sweet rewards with your points. Plus, expect weapon skins in season rewards and some changes to the existing rewards. And there's even this new tier protection system and a fancy promotion screen. There's also a brand new survivor pass, a fresh rank season, improved co-op climb, map bug fixes, performance tweaks, and more. Check out the patch notes for full details. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Officially at the halfway point here of the PUBG Master Series, heading into our 9th of 18 games for what will now be Rondo, our second look at the map. Of course, got to see it yesterday, Russell, and for me and you, we'll get to see it for the first time as well as we head into this game, though there is a lot on the line. The top four starting to really take shape. They're starting to get some separation from the rest of the competition. It does feel like to me that top four is essentially going to be fighting over the top two. Everyone else is then going to have to find a space to round out the top 7 if you want to get inside of both PGS and EWC quals. And as we've already alluded to, 8, 9, and 10 will get kind of, leftover little goodie bag. They'll get at least the EWC quals. For the bottom 6, that's nothing. And they'll need to pick up the pieces sooner rather than later, as we're at that halfway point. We've seen plenty of tournaments from here, Russell, though, where teams turn it around pretty quickly. And teams who start well start to, slide down the leaderboard. So still some really important games to close out the night.
They start well. They start well, but then, yeah, they slow it down. But I think you're right. I don't think they ever fall out of the important top 4. And I agree. I think it'll be the top 4 that are obviously fighting for those top 2 spots that are very important, as they guarantee you straight through to the APAC Qualifier Grand Finals. And then, yeah, everyone else probably fighting for those remaining slots for EWC and for the playoffs for the APAC Qualifier. That said, as I said before, it's a lobby in which basically every team here can perform incredibly well and have a banging game. And that leads them to, skyrockets them straight up into that top 4, and all of a sudden we've got 5 teams fighting for it. I don't think that's going to happen just yet, but maybe we'll see it at some point. Thrust on your screens, an OCE staple at this point. Names that I will always praise for being quite heavy on the fragging side. Just never seem to be able to get it together enough to be able to compete with the likes of Bliss, the likes of Panic, or regionally, sorry. And then obviously when it comes internationally, they struggle a little bit more as well. More competent competition gets put in the mix. That said, they've always looked like a threat in lobbies, as they did in that previous game.
Yeah, I think one of the strengths as well for Thrust is they've been around a long time, so they've been in these kind of situations before where, maybe a tournament's looking, rather bleak, but this time they've been able to turn it around and get themselves back into it, and it wasn't looking great. They were bottom 3 after night 1. Now you're into the top 8, and here you can really kick on. Great Miramar has, though, of course, beta map now rotated out, as we will head to Rondo and Tega, then Erangel to follow. So for the teams as well, Russ, that have been performing well on Miramar, it's a matter of, can you bring that over to these kind of tertiary maps? Rondo and Tega are kind of difficult to kind of look at and say, can we get points from these maps consistently over the course of a tournament? You are only going to play Rondo 3 times. You are only going to play Tego 3 times. It's hard to look at these maps and say, like, oh, we're going to put a heavy focus on them when you don't play them as much as your Miramar and your Erangels for that matter. PMA here, number 1 at the moment on the leaderboard, 2 points ahead of Team Bliss, largely thanks to their kills, 47 kills, top of the standings in that department. I was having a quick look at Erangel, only the 2 games played, but PMA, SGD, that's where they got off to that hot start, 26 points for both of those on Erangel. For Team Bliss, that's when they only got the 2 points. Again, very small subsample, but something to keep in mind.
Lock you up as well. Big Mac with that highlight from the previous game. Starting us off with a bang, really. And the game didn't really slow down from that moment forward. He looks quite happy. Honestly, he looks quite energetic after that hot drop victory. But Lock You Up aren't really in a fantastic spot on the leaderboard if you want to get that top 2. They're a little bit out of it right now. But with Big Mac, a play like that, confidence inspired into the team, certainly a shot for them to get up into that top 4 fight for that top 2. E36, I mentioned that they could make it out of that bottom 6 and make it into the top 10, which they have done. They now sit in 9th. Obviously not a pretty spot, a spot that they probably want a bit of a buffer in at least, but at least they made it out of that bottom 6, and so there's some more to play for them now.
Once again, the wall of the players, which is really good to see, having all of these player cams getting a little bit more personality when it does come to the players on these teams here inside of APAC. I think it's definitely something that we should really be, honestly, quite happy with, Russell. Because I think in a lot of recent years, we really haven't had, consistent player cams. Some tournaments have it, then others don't. The vast majority don't. It's been really, really good to see. I'd almost like to see, like, player cam reactions, though, in terms of, like, replays. Like, I wanted to see after Big Mac got that 4K with the shotgun. Like, I want to see what he was reacting like. We didn't quite get to see it, but I'm sure he would have been absolutely pumped. We head into Rondo match 9, halfway here through for PUBG Master Series 2024 here in Phase 2, and away we go here on to Rondo. We got to see it yesterday. Team Bliss were the benefactors. Like, at that point, that was a win actually that was much needed for them, Russell, after 3 poor opening games. It was the 4th game on Rondo. That was where they kind of got going, and now they get to head back here and see if they can go for back-to-back wins.
2 planes, Jake, as well, which will obviously shift up the early game meta slightly, or at least make it easier for some teams to make their drops. The discussion around Rondo at the moment, at least, is quite, I almost want to say it's not 50-50 and it's more negative, at least for competitive play. Seems like there's a lot of open ground, a lot of open sight lines. It's difficult to play a lot of areas. That said,
It's a big map.
It's a big map, and that said, there are areas on Rondo that are quite interesting to play, at least. Having talked to a couple players now and having driven around the map myself, there are certainly a couple areas with more than enough that's playable, and areas where the best team in that scenario will certainly win. A little bit of a hot drop, though, to start us off. SK versus DZX. I have a winner on paper here, Jake, but as we saw in that previous game, hot drops can go either way at this point.
Yeah, you never know. Sometimes there is a little bit of that luck element. Who picks up what gun? You know, kind of run around a corner. You got to be very careful as to kind of your whereabouts as well. The way that you kind of situate yourself in these hot drops is honestly where the skill element really comes from. Understanding positioning, where your teammates are at, where's the opposition, what kind of positions are they kind of locking down. You can see right now though, SK are a little bit more split.
Yeah.
APAC is at the kind of backside of that long building, whereas also X-Men have got a bit more of the high ground. They're a little closer together, a little bit more bunched up. Already with the AK on the roof here for Savior. Good position to be in that hot drop scenario. I would imagine he would have heard this and just then actually make a little bit of a jumping sound. So he's aware that at least one kind of blow him in the building. And information is always going to be the aim of the game too. Finding out where the opponents are playing. Savior's going to be careful because you also don't want to then overextend. You don't know what positions are going to be volatile. I think he went early with those shots. That leap from Dizza. Savior probably just needed to let him actually get onto the roof and then take the shots. So Dizza gets away. Little jump there from Dizza inside of the building. Bohang also watching. And it is Leo that opens things up, the UMP. Nice kill for Savior with the AK and eventually does get Dizza, who has been kind of lingering in that position for a little while. And a good start for X-Men here too. To the good. No players lost just yet either.
SK were the team that was kind of pincered in between all of X-Men, so for them to start off this hot drop with the advantage makes sense on paper. EDV King inside the shack, and Upchen has no idea. He'll get not knocked. I take it back. I wasn't going to say he was going to get knocked. He actually does in the end. Upchen gets knocked and flushed. Savior does get one, and there's a trade coming in from Leo. Up the stairs, EDV King goes, but he decides to double back straight into Leo's crosshair. He'll go down, and this hot drop is going the way of DZX at the moment, although they did lose Upchen, a highlight player from that initial Miramar game. But in a scenario like this, you will take a 1 for 4. They just have to find these remaining 2 players. One's already been knocked and flushed out, so it's just APAC. Hope I pronounced that correctly. I probably butchered it. Either way, Savior close on the fence, and the rest of them will slowly close in on the remaining member of SK. Full information known. A shotgun close range. Jake, I'm getting PTSD. Getting a little flashback here.
Probably, but I think this will be a little bit different. X-Men, honestly, the kind of team that probably don't bundle this. Bohang got shot through what is a very tight squeeze of a window. Keeps the wick back to half health. And the positioning there, love the call out. He's in the room, go up the stairs, it's safe. So they can get a little bit more groundwork. And the stairwell is kind of the position there that Awik needed to play off with the S12K. He kind of gave up positioning. Maybe forced him to doing so. That was a good shot, but Bohang also with a good shot himself. We probably anticipating they wanted to push down the stairs at the same time. 2 bullets left, that's 1. He'll only get maybe 1 more at max. He can't even do that. Yeah, nicely done from Daishu X-Men Esports. They'll get all 4 kills. They do lose Upchen, but the old-fashioned saying is 1 for 4 is always going to be worth it. Even for a team like X-Men fighting at the top end of the standings, you get the 4 guaranteed kills, you walk away with 3 players. You can now loot up as well, and then eventually make your subsequent rotate. So not the worst of starts here for X-Men. You'll take those. I don't think they'll be too dismayed by the loss of Upchen.
Doing his best to isolate the fights. It's good awareness to aim his crosshair at the door to get 1, and then hopefully the player comes down the stairs, whiffs a couple shots, maybe you can get him, but yeah, overrun. Not much he can do. And you said it, you'll certainly take that 1v4, or 144. And the rest of the map is starting to fall into place. A lot of late rotating teams, maybe some teams with some emergency parachutes that they will prefer to take in a scenario like this. The other thing about Rondo is that so early to the meta that opinions are almost certainly going to change on it. While objectively there might be some good and bad spots to play on the map, you know, I'm talking open terrain or playable terrain. While objectively that might be the case, opinions can still change. And playability, how the map actually develops its own meta, that can change over time and will certainly change over time. And how we utilize the technology that we're actually given within PUBG, the e-pickups and the deployable cover that you have on Rondo as well, that will help shape the meta of Rondo and how these teams play it. And maybe the opinion will change from 50-50 or divisive to, actually, you know what, Rondo's not bad. It certainly looks good. It's certainly the color palette that I think players generally prefer. Well, I'm serious. I mean, you look at the dull tones of Miramar. Miramar's a decent map, don't get me wrong, but I certainly prefer the bright green over anything else. Either way, that's not what we really care about. It's the playability, and right now, everyone's figuring it out.
Yeah, I still think maybe you could trim it down on the edges as well, open things up a bit more. But the biggest thing as well is like there's not even like a huge major POI in the middle center. You got Test Track and the Ops Factory, and that's it. As Sunny side up, will get himself a freebie under 22-7. Yeah, lock you up. Kind of an up and down kind of night. Not ideal start, Rondo. I will say, though, like, Vikendi was a very intriguing map. And yeah. I think there's a lot of similarities in the sense that there's the positives and the negatives to Rondo. They don't play anywhere near, probably, but I think that they've both got kind of issues still, whereas Tago doesn't really have those issues. Payne will collect X-Kite. Easy kill for SGD. I'm still not a fan of any of these kind of like external elements like fields and blizzards and snowstorms and static fields and all of these things that are popping up. Yeah, reminds me of the red zones back in the day of the OG Erangel, and I'm glad they got rid of it back then, and kind of annoyed that these things are making their way in. The bears, for example, Russell, get rid of the bears. I mean, they got rid of the map, so...
Yeah, we no longer have the bears to worry about. Yeah. I mean, look, EMP is like, it takes out your red dot, you know, or other things, but it's not as bad as the snowstorms and sandstorms. But yeah, still an element of RNG that we'd like to see mitigated as much as possible. But yeah, I mean, look, Rondo will be figured out eventually, and it'll be decided whether or not it's a map that people enjoy or a map that people hate. I think the minimum that we can hope for when a new map comes into play is that it develops its own identity, that it plays uniquely or differently enough to the other maps in the pool.
Well, you know what's interesting about it, though? It's like if you kind of look at the statistics of PUBG in terms of circles and the way that they finish, it's always going to somewhat favor the central portions of maps.
Of course.
It's just the way that naturally works. Water's on the edge, so yada, yada, yada. When you look at Rondo, there's a lot of like major cities on edges of the map. And so therefore, how often are you going to really see like a Jadina city, for example? Like realistically, in an esports environment, how often are you going to see that? Not really all that often. And that's pretty much like your largest POI. So it ends up kind of being a case where the center of this map, which is quite open, is going to see the most play. And you're going to see a lot of this. Leo here shooting out into a field, and it's just going to be a lot of this open terrain. That is a very open portion of this map.
What's Flick? Well, Flick's gone down. Sigs now has to try and res him. Taking advantage of the open space is DZX, though. Savvy's already up on a ridge and looking down towards Thrust. He'll put him in the car and hopefully get back in that thing before the nade hits the ground, and he doesn't. Sigs has gone down as well. It's a perfect Kobe from downtown from Savior, fully taking advantage of those open spaces you just mentioned. Savior had all the room in the world and all the open sight lines in the world to take advantage of Thrust. If I'm Sigs in that scenario, I might not even go for that res, knowing how open it is. I might just drive by, say, see you later. Not worth it. Go play the rest of the game as 3. Not what happened, though. DZX claim more than 4 early kills. They had that hot drop victory, and now they'll claim a couple more. So it's a fantastic start from DZX, and this is almost how we saw their game go in Game 1. They had those mid-game kills, but now they've got these early game kills. Could we see them have another 10-plus game win? Something like that. Certainly capable. That circle does shift to the southwest. The other complaint I suppose players are having is the fact that the unplayables are so... Well, they're placed in a way that the circles are often too predictable, or we get the same circles too often. Either way, we're about to see that play out. Continue talking about Rondo going very deep into the future. Cow's opened it up, though, onto Red Sea. Emptied down. Rip now has to respond.
That's a long-range nade there from Rip. Almost got a knock there. Cow's going to look for one in response. Just to throw that one deep and far. And boy, it's done a decent job. Rip taken down to just about below half health. Red Steve's still up close though. Monty can certainly help out Waikikumuka in this position. That's another nade from Cal. And only takes out that vehicle, but puts Rip insanely low. 16 health, forcing out the first aid kit. Throws out the responsive smoke grenade as well, maybe anticipating more pressure. Cal, though, wanted to deal with Nikus up close. And that EMP grenade is going to be so annoying for Nikus. Just as he was getting pushed on. Can't get the knock either onto the player making their way in to help out. Numbers are certainly with Team Bliss. Red Sea absolutely getting picked apart here. Nikus with a good angle. Lulled that from one doorway to the other. Rather safe as well, understanding the position in which Team Bliss are pushing into. Now wants to try and get around the back, but Jervis with a third party. And Nikus probably can't believe that. And he was starting to get into a good position to maybe get another knock on the Bliss. Jervis from the ridgeline peeks down towards the compound, gets the kill. Red Sea out and still in the bottom four.
Yeah, Nico is locked in, but not locked in enough to see SGD coming. Meanwhile, suspect's been taken down. Shoehorse here alone when it comes to panic. I can't figure out whether he's got teammates elsewhere that are ready to back him up. But right now he's alone. Upstairs, navigating the buildings of Rondo. As Lock You Up look to take him out. They've lost one, but Big Mac is still alive, and that's all that matters. Shoehorse, a threat by himself, though. Someone I've always touted as potentially the most mechanically gifted on this Panic roster. He has had some insanely clean mechanical moments in the past, especially in O's, where Shoehorse just runs rampant. Different kind of lobby this time round, though, but in a building that he can certainly take advantage of. Lock You Up just has to not mess this up. Pindados has arrived as well, and that probably starts the ticking clock for Lock You Up. Once another team arrives to the fight that you're currently taking, it's time to get a move on. Pindados, one of them is knocked though, so maybe a little bit more time afforded. Either way, Mantic rotating in on the... Well, they're kind of on the southeastern side near Yulin, which is, I suppose, the most central drop you can get. I think that's the one that's like the Picardo of this map is Yulin, even though it's not super similar. Either way, back to this fight. And they haven't really dealt with Shoehorse yet, have they?
Yeah, no, they haven't. Interesting the way I'm watching that kind of the map stream here at the moment. 30 seconds till phase 3, by the way. But yeah, a lot of teams looking to kind of center up and take this kind of key position in this sort of valley. Yeah, you got a couple of teams down to the south near Yulin. But that west side, that east side, both very much vacant. Shoehorse, good knock on to LA. Oh, Big Mac's still up though for Lock You Up. And we've already seen what he's capable of in this game. Schwant. And jumps in towards the stairwell. Have they lost him? I mean, this is a very tricky position. Well, I mean, yeah, Shoehorse had no idea, because why would you think they're going to just double stack the middle of the stairwell? Maybe I think that it was a bit of a bait, though. Anticipating that Lock You Up had run down the stairs, and maybe he wanted to follow. And that will be the end of Panic. 14th place here on Rondo. Short-lived, 13.5 minutes for them here on this map. Into 7th now. Not probably the position they'd want to be in, considering with their elimination now, Russell. Oh, they are starting to really dwindle down that leaderboard. Last couple of games, 13th, 14th, 14th, and 14th. It's not a good run.
No, it's not, but I feel like I always give Panic the benefit of the doubt. Especially the way that they play the game, they can often just find themselves with a really fantastic game out of nowhere. They just find a central spot, circle comes towards them, and they do the rest of the work. So I'm not doubting that they can make their way up there, but a top 7 placement for them is still fantastic. PMA, a little bit of trouble with Extraordinaire, who is fighting a mental battle right now, maybe, hopefully. You're hoping they've recovered, and this is one way to do it. Take down one of the top dogs in the lobby. Bianca will open up onto 21. Lun Lun and his teammate arrive to get that res. It's a very nadeable corner. Kaisi W fighting through the warehouse, through the fences. Lun Lun has to back off. That's not a 1v1 that he's going to win. Back into the car, and they're just going to leave. Too much pressure from the utility. Dashushu has to run across the ridge. He's not going to find himself any safety, though, and neither is Lun Lun. So now it's just Zen Nan alive. Extraordinaire have destroyed PMA with a nice opening from Viancha. What does Zen Nan do now? Does he fight back? Does he get his one? He's certainly not getting those reses. There's placement points to be had as well if he can find himself in the center of zone, but that's another challenge in itself. He decides to back off this one. What an excellent amount of pressure from Extraordinaire. I mean, it's very simple, honestly. They get that knock, and off the back of that knock, those teammates arrive, and from there, Extraordinaire know that they can just throw utility their way, and that's the fight won.
Halfway point here of Rondo. The south side of the circle starting to see quite a lot more teams rotate into those positions. Extraordinaire and PMA. Still towards Xiao Tin. Lester and Baxoris. No kills for Thrust this game. Had a fantastic start to the night on both of the Miramar matches. Rondo, they've kind of cooled off a little bit, but still 2 players up. Things can happen from here. Not a bad spot in the zone, and they've got themselves a little self-made fort. But really, their position, again, highlighting a lot of this open terrain that is susceptible on Rondo. And really, this kind of ending circle that we're really getting, it feels strange that for a Phase 3 circle, there doesn't seem like there's really a lot of real good playable spots because there is so much openness already. And this hill, which I imagine is going to get pushed away from, being one of the kind of higher ground points looking down into all of this, it means that, yeah, you can see, where do you really want to play here?
Yeah. You're going to see a lot of what Thrust is doing. A lot of, car forts, using the deployable cover, using the foldable shields. It's going to be a lot of that in these open fields of Rondo. So the players will make a stand in whatever way they can. Sometimes it's quite DIY though. The terrain doesn't really give them a lot to work with, but they do their absolute best. Jeff is making the assault towards Unlucky, however. Put himself in the front lines as the rest of his team backs him up. Killaroo has to make his way off the top of that hill as well, and towards Unlucky. And while Antic does have a car to make that happen, this doesn't look like a fight that's easy for them to win, proven now by the fact that Ovely's opened it up. Sands is the coverer right now, but he wasn't able to cover Jeff, who's gone down. Probably the most important person in this fight. If he could get one kill off, get some damage off, then it opens up room for Killaroo and Sands to make a play, but that didn't happen. And so now this is Unlucky, who are just going to be pressuring Antic until they most likely fall out of the game.
Has just very much slowed right down though, because teams really want to just value positioning and longevity. You can't send it into anything. It's almost like this kind of circle, like there's maybe just a lack of small compounds that you can play out of around this area of the map. I know there's a couple that are just out on the outskirts in the blue, but kind of highlighting what is a very difficult circle to play from. Sylvia here with some chances to shoot down the moving minibus of Zennan, who's been able to make his way in as the solo for PMA. Bleed now on the move as well, coming in from the south side of the circle. Killaroo gets eliminated. There is Bleed. Walker and Tene and Trick. Just the 1 kill for Bleed this match. A little bit quiet. Again, the proverbially 5th team, and it's, 13 to 14 points behind that top 4, which almost having 4 teams all tied on points, Russell. We're getting close to that kind of figure. 78, 2 77s, and a 76. It is a really hotly contested top 4, and this is where you don't want to make any errors. And it puts a bit of pressure now to Zendan as this solo playing behind the minibus, still alive. Can he at least get to maybe a top 8 position, holding on for as long as possible? Good spot inside of the circle in the sense that he's not going to get shifted out. He's not going to have to worry about blue, but he's now out of smokes. That was his last couple thrown out there. He's got a couple of frag grenades, but now really he's going to start to feel that pinch. He can't really cross onto the other side of this fence because then E36 will shoot him. He has to stay this side, go prone, and hope that all of those out in the field aren't going to be able to get the kind of line of sight required to take him out at that fence.
Yeah, I mean, he's found a spot inside the zone, but it's not a spot he wants to hold. He needs to find something more long-term. He needs to find something where he can just bunker down, hit a prone, become an unknown factor, wait until the late game for his moment to shine. I said you were going to see a lot of this. Well, look at the space that Bleed has to play. It's a very shallow bowl where their cover is essentially their cars and bushes and whatever defilades they actually have. Team Bliss have moved in, or at least to the edge of zone, killing a couple players on the way. Bleed might be their next target, but SGD could make that difficult. Looks like there's some terrain in between Bliss and SGD, so Bliss might have a little bit of an easier time controlling their edge right now, but I'm sure Trick and the rest of Bleed won't make it easy for them. There are a couple players on Bliss who have to make their way into the zone still, and it doesn't look like they're entirely comfortable yet. I feel like the other 2 players might have moved in already if they had some comfortable terrain to play, but I don't think that's the case. Thrust, however, certainly not comfortable. We saw them with certainly a few more players than this up previously inside this bowl that they are still residing in. Looks like Extraordinaire might have done some work to weaken Thrust, and now they're looking to finish them off. Stopped by DZX off in the background, though, I believe. Maybe stopped by Bleed as well. And so Extraordinaire want to get these last 2 players of Thrust, but not being allowed to at the moment. Look at this fort. This is... I feel like this right now is Rondo.
It's not in. It's not even in.
It's not in. Exactly. If the circle shifts off, you've got to move your cover, which I suppose is the reason cars are so good. But yeah, it's not ideal for Thrust.
Yeah. pick up your shields, get in your cars. Just kind of, it's like a movie
Move house.
Yeah, move your house.
You've been evicted. See you later.
Yeah, well, can't worry about that right now, though, with DZX actually really putting the pressure onto the remaining 2 members of Thrust, and then you've still got Extraordinaire on that hill, getting down in this position. Yeah, Thrust really starting to feel the pinch here. Good spray from Savior. Maxaris will go down. For all the good work of Thrust on Miramar, Rondo has not been equal to the task. Hang actually does lose his life, though, to Blessed, and a handy little point gets them from 9th to 8th, so back into the spot that they started this match inside of, and it does mean X-Men down to 2 players. They have picked up 7 kills this game. Shots here from Savior with a mini, and Leo. They're able to combine into Valanche. So it's a nice little knockdown. They can kind of get back to work, dealing with Thrust, who's down to the solo in Blessed. 50 seconds until phase number 6, and again, still not a lot of movement here from teams Bleed and Team Bliss. Just this little awkward fight with Orkrent leading the front. Nade in hand. Smoke's being deployed, and boy, are smokes such a valuable commodity in a match like this, Russell, where it's going to be open fields towards the end of this game. You're expending them early. It means it will make life way more difficult towards the end, and Savior finally dealing with Blessed. And here comes Akita from behind. Trick, absolutely none the wiser. It's an easy kill. Monty does lose his life to Orkra, though. 1 for 1, and then backed up again from Akita in the bush. To 2 to the good for Bliss, but Monty bleeding out really quickly. Cow able to get on top of him, though, and stick that res. Shot from Akita. Landed it. 1 initial bullet onto Teddy. There's a third party, though. Well, it's a dog-eat-dog world. He was third-partying. Now he gets third-partied.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Well,
what a spray.
I think that was Savior that got the knock. I think we saw it from Leo's perspective. He also landed a couple of tags as well. And Mings does get the knock onto Monty. This is starting to fall apart. I mean, they're all just picking each other off here on the south side of the circle. This open field causing this fight to happen, whether you like it or not. And Bliss will go out in 8th place, but this one's not done, I'm afraid. There's still more fighting to be done, and Leo can't run any further. X-Men up to 11 kills, but I think their time is up in this particular game. Only 1 up, and that's Savior.
A stellar game, though. 11 kills, 7 to Savior, 4 to Leo. You'll happily take this, especially when you have to fight your way into the zone. 11 kills is all you really want. Another flank, though, coming in from MML. And Savior will probably go out to that player. In 3, 2, 1. Timed it perfectly. Good for SGD. They control the southern side now. They have a hill to their north as well. Get on top of that. Look towards the rest of the zone. Payne's already in a spot where he's gathering information. And once the rest of those players are done looting, they can start to look at those targets that Payne is so generously marking for them. E36 struggling to get anything done really in this game, but I say that and Kynes knocked AAP as they tried to push in towards this copycat Wizard Tower, it looks like at least. Algin Bots throwing some smoke to cover his push up to that tower as well. Evil Patrick can't get much done, and this defense coming out from E36. So while there are still players from AAP in their bottom floor, they are fighting back regardless.
Yeah, SGD, by the way, have just quietly got a large chunk of this circle now. Because everyone now playing out into this compound, it's difficult to then push into the open field. SGD got themselves into a really good spot. I love Payne pushing up to this fence line as well. 12 kills for them. Really big pop-off game after some quiet matches of Miramar. Has got them back into the top spot. And I think in a really good position to go on and get this win. Trumpets are going to be looming loud and large as we get into the final 4 teams remaining. Ultra Bots goes big. AAP a couple of kills. They can get the revives as well. No immediate pressure on their position. But it's SGD. You would think from this kind of position, looking at that minimap, how much of the zone they have got controlled, it should be a win. But sometimes should never always happens the way you would think.
Yep. Yeah, look. It should be a win. But you never know. Extraordinaire. The other 4-man in the lobby, the biggest threat to SGD, but they are so limited in the space that they have to play that it's difficult for SGD to not at least cause them a lot of harm. The rest of the server is a bit of a different question. They should be the easy pickings for SGD. It's just Big Mac up alone. Obviously, I don't want to write that player out. But he's got to make his way inside the zone. probably take on some players of Extraordinaire before he even has a chance at fighting towards SGD. Although Big Mac versus Extraordinaire, you know, we've seen it before. Seen some good things from that that exchange before. MML with the Orm, though, in an endgame like this, you're loving life. 8 smokes to his name as well. If it ever gets difficult for SGD, those smokes will come in handy. 2 mollies as well if he ever gets close. Big Mac can't have any impact in the game until we go straight to this 4v4.
It's where they just don't need to get greedy, SGD, and I think this is where they've played it really well. They've got Pain on that fence side, making sure that they can't get wrapped on that eastern side of the circle. It's completely locked up. So a lot of the focus has been out towards this western position where kind of Extraordinaire are located at the moment. Good knock, though, from Kai on to Mings. And honestly, I think that's where you just got to go. It's a 1v1 in terms of the teams, right? So you get that initial knock, 4 versus 3, but, wow. MML holding a good position at the tree. That was rather extended out to this western side. And Lil Nile, well, maybe overzealous, but I did say after that knock, maybe you've got to go for it, and he did. Unfortunately punished. Deprot also knocked down. MML has been really hard to dislodge from this rock. He's by himself at that rock as well, Russell. A knock onto him, and he would be down and out for the count for a while. Pain can also backfill him behind. You can see him creeping on that mini-map. Kai knocked as well. Only down to Melancha. Does eventually get that knock onto MML, who had already done the damage. He'll collect the kill. 5 kills for Extraordinaire. I don't know if he's going to be ready for Pain, though, sweeping on for the back. He thinks this side of the fence is safe. Good spray onto Mings, but Pain should be coming behind that tree, and he does eventually finish things off. A 17-kill win for SGD. Massive here on Rondo for Game 3.
And they fought for it too. They were fighting from that south side, and eventually they got that reward that you always hope for as a competitive PUBG player. It's a high ground ridge looking over to the rest of the server, who is so limited in what they can play. They fought for it, they earned it, and that nets them 17 kills. I mean, that endgame is all MML, isn't it? It's all the pressure from his spot. He gets the initial knock onto the player who runs out, and then there's 2 to 3 more players who look at him after that, just because his position is such a threat. So if he's not there, yeah, it's a little bit more difficult for SGD to recover from that initial knock. It was a good try from Extraordinaire, but yeah, that extension there, you got to do the process in your head. Okay, we know where this player is and that player is, but where's the 4th? And often that 4th is the one that you don't account for.
Yeah, incredibly well played for SGD to go and get that win in the fashion that they did, being one of the teams too, Russ, where they were kind of out in those open field positions towards the end. They kind of came out on top against the rest. We'll go to the highlights here for Game 3. Some great highlights there from Rondo, which, sure, at some points, Russell, we got that open terrain factor where a lot of teams were kind of scrambling to try and find some safety. They have to make their own safety with car forts and shields, but SGD, they come out on top, 17 kills, 27 points, matching really the best performance of the night when we had earlier, of course, on Miramar as well. Who was that? I can't even remember. DZX. X-Men. There you go. Yeah. So both of those two coming away tonight with a 17 kill win, tying for best performances through our first 3 games. To have 2 performances like that for what's been, a lobby that still, when you look at the leaderboard, it's not like anyone's running away with this. It does kind of, though, to me, strike fear. If you're not in that kind of top 6, top 7 already, like, there is that separation. These good teams are starting to pull away.
They are, and it's concerning. SGD, look, the players on that team, this is always a lobby you go into, and if you're the players on SGD, you're thinking this is free farm. You're thinking that this is a lobby we can totally exploit, and they've shown that they can do that so far. I just don't think they were probably expecting the other teams that are coming up behind them to be doing not the exact same thing, but almost. In the case of X-Men, actually, they're doing the exact same thing, down to the number. So probably not something SGD expected, but it's good for us. It's good that we get that competition, and SGD isn't just going to run away with it. They are the top seed coming into this tournament, but while they're kind of proving that, to be honest, to me at least, the rest of the lobby isn't really perturbed by that.
Yeah, I kind of want your thoughts though on Rondo specifically for that game. Do you take much away from it? Because it's the kind of game where it's like, is that actually something that SGD could replicate? 17 kill wins, fighting out into the field. It's like, it's not always the kind of gameplay that you look at and think, oh yeah, that's something that SGD could do pretty much every single time we go to Rondo. It did feel to me a little bit of that RNG was certainly there on that particular map, and the way the circles were shaping up. There was really a lack of cover. That meant for a lot of the teams, if you went early, you got punished. If you went late, you got punished. You kind of just got punished unless kind of things fell your way. I'm not saying that was the case for SGD. You go and get 17 kills wins. You've done something really, really well. But it felt like to me the rest of the lobby was really struggling with the environment more than actually their direct opposition in terms of the players and the teams.
Yeah, I mean, the terrain wasn't super forgiving for SGD. You're not going to replicate a 17 kill win easily, but replicating performances on Rondo, I mean, you look at what you can do on Tego, you look at what you can do on Vikendi, you look at what you could do on Sandhawk back in the day. Were those performances that we can replicate? I'd say the answer is yes, absolutely. Tego is a map now that teams will study and look at. I mean, it always has been since it came into comp, but it's a map that you can reliably get, whatever point per game average you want to get. You can get that on Tego, and you can certainly get that on Rondo. As soon as these guys learn it, it'll probably be a bit of a difficult fight up until the meta is set in stone for Rondo, but you can certainly learn it. You can certainly replicate performances, especially if you're going to drop a little bit more central than other teams.
Here's our top 4 from the game. SGD 2,000 total damage. Good use of utility from pretty much all of these teams. Look at the smokes though, Russell. 13 from Extraordinaire. I think that really summarizes, especially in this particular game, how much of a hot commodity those smokes were. So much open terrain. There was a lack of those kind of small compounds. You couldn't move from tree line to tree line. And so smokes really were a big part. If you didn't have many of them, you were really going to be in a difficult position. SGD, 10 kills to Pain. He was also playing, one of the more tricky positions. When you're at that fence line, you are playing first contact. You get knocked, you're by yourself. No one's going to be able to come over and get that res. He only got 600 damage for those 10 kills as well. So he was able to pick apart a couple of those players inside of that main POI. 10 points from placement, 17 points from kills, 27 in total. An incredibly dominant performance from SGD. DCX, they got a lot of their kills early in that game. They only got the 1 placement point, but you get 11 kills. They end up second for total points.
Bliss as well coming up to 5th with 10 points for themselves. So they stay competitive in that top 4. PMA is the only outlier, only 2 points this game. Maybe you expect that going into a map that you're not super familiar with. Maybe you expect PMA to perform better on the maps that they're more familiar with. But either way, it's not something that they want to see. They are probably looking at this leaderboard, not entirely happy with it. But certainly for SGD, it'll boost their confidence. And yeah, I mean, Pain just absolutely farming. Up to 99 points, overtaking Team Bliss. That's your top 2 for the moment, but they are tied with X-Men DZX in 3rd. PMA, a little bit of a gap between them and 3rd, but 6 points isn't anything to worry about just yet. The bigger gap, though, between 4th and 5th, well, that's something Bleed are going to have to make up.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was kind of pointing out in the middle of that game on Rondo, there was a very small point where it was 3 teams were tied on 77 points, 1 was on 76, and how quickly by the end of the game we kind of move away from that now, because SGD have got a 16-point gap to Team Bliss. I mean, that's what you can kind of get from these top teams. And it goes beyond really that kind of top 4, because now when you kind of look at the leaderboard overall, again, it makes it harder for those teams that are not even, say, in the top 7 conversation. The gap now for SGD to 7th is 55 points. So that's a 55-point blanket of safety moving into, the second portion of tonight, then also into tomorrow night, that I just don't see a team like SGD, falling out of top 7. So they're probably locked in the top 7 from here. Now it's about, though, can they get top 2 direct position to finals of both the qualifiers for EWC and PGS? And that has to be their goal now with a 16-point lead halfway through the tournament. Can they go on and hold that position when you've got the likes of X-Men, Bliss, and PMA, who started really strong this tournament, who still aren't that far behind? So you've got quality teams that are directly behind you. That's still pressure. But the beauty for them is they've got that safety blanket. They're not getting out of like top 7 or anything like that. And honestly, that's why I kind of like this tournament, that it's not like top 2 or bust. It's not like top 4 or bust. You've kind of got that top 7 as the blanket now. You're fine. You're safe there. Okay, cool. Now we can kind of relieve that stress. We don't have to worry about missing altogether and looking, terrible and miserable. Now we can fight for top 2 and go for broke. We can make maybe more risky plays than what you would see in other tournaments where it's like top 4 or nothing, and then you won't want to make those risky plays.
We're not even, as we're making this discussion, we're not even thinking about the money. We're not even thinking about like, oh yeah, these guys can fight up to top 8 for money or whatever it is. We're just thinking about the gaps in qualification points and the separate things that these teams are qualifying for. If you're bottom 6 by the time that tomorrow night starts, you still have something to fight for in the form of EWC quals, if not top 7. It's a very generous cutoff point. Generally, the cutoff point is top 6, maybe top 4, or something less than that, top 3 if you're thinking in APAC quals terms. But now you've got top 10 to fight for, top 7 to fight for if you want to go to the APAC Grand Finals. So it's very, very, very generous, and there's always going to be something to fight for. On to Tago now, which is familiar terrain for everyone here, and at this point should be familiar terrain for us as well.
Yeah. It's getting to that status, isn't it, where it's quite comfortable, I think, probably for the players and teams respectively. It's a lot easier to kind of maybe navigate your way around Tago these days. It's interesting because I think if you were to go back a couple of years and we get this Tago, in the world, there was a large period of time, Ross, where it was like 3 Erangel, 2 Miramar, 3 Miramar, 2 Erangel. Boy, you would have just loved to have had this version of Tago back then, and then we could have gone 2-2-2, and I think that could have been really something special. But now we're also into this world where we're mixing in other maps like your Rondos and your Vikendis, for example. So, that means that for Tago, it's not going to be in that position, I guess, and I just don't think you'll ever see a world in which like you push out an Erangel or a Miramar and get 2 of Tago. So if there's going to ever be a shake up to the map system in terms of like, we play the 6 games a night, 2-1-1-2, I think it'll go down to 5, and I think it'll just be 5 different maps. And I think that's the way I could probably envision the future. Interesting circle. We don't actually get that too often here on Tago, where it goes right down towards that southwest portion. You've got the Marsh Swamp just outside Hoyosan Prison as well, something to contend with on that more northern side. A lot of water. Song Am on the south side, and a really good circle as well for Bleed momentarily. And it does also alleviate any kind of concerns when it comes to that northwest island, which at times is always a bit of a factor. But looking at that map very briefly, Russell, you can see the difference between a Rondo and a Tago. Rondo almost just intrinsically feels like there's way less playing space, but everything in the map looks more playable.
I suppose so. I mean, once you get down to the later circles in the game, Rondo really shows its true colors, I feel like. So when you have that C1 pop, you go, oh yeah, lots playable. And then as soon as you get to phase 4, you go, oh, well, actually, we're actually kind of in trouble here. Tago, on the other hand, is a bit different. Yeah, you look at C1, you go, okay, there's a lot of open space, and it kind of or a lot of playable space, sorry, and it continues as you go deeper into the game. That said, Tago isn't perfect. We can't give Tago full credit. There are certainly some areas on Tago that need a facelift, but either way, a lot of the teams will now move into the space that is very open because the plane path was so far away from this circle, or at least majority of the plane path was quite far away from this circle. So Bleed have had a free 2-2 in the center of zone. SK have moved in without any trouble. The same is said for Extraordinaire and Lock You Up as well. There's only 4 teams inside the zone right now. Panic taking their E-pickup will go into this zone as well. You mentioned the North Island and how that can be kind of dodgy. That's the circle where you see a bunch of emergency pickups. This circle, I think it's entirely justified as well. Given how far away from the plane path it actually is, if you're someone like Panic, you can take an emergency pickup now and find yourself a really nice central spot for totally free just because of how far away the plane path was from the circle. I think that's what they recognize, and they'll happily take anything that they can get in the center or in the off center. But that said, they're the only team taking an emergency pickup this early. So they're probably going to reap the rewards of this early emergency pickup, whereas everyone else is either going to take cars or go in late. Still justified, still doable, still manageable, but Panic will have their pick of the litter.
Which is the parachute early for Red Sea, I think is going to be, well, not Red Sea, well, probably something they should actually take, though, because they're an incredibly far distance away at Shipyard. Panic, from a similar position, have taken their emergency parachute pickup, and they will make their way down to this more southern circle. Team Bliss, yeah, still over on that northwest island. They're going to have to rotate in, actually maybe past Archangel Predator. Extraordinaire. It's an ambitious shot from Kai. Yeah, got themselves a little bit of a play towards the end of the game on Rondo, but unable to match the firepower of SGD. Still finding themselves in that bottom two. So you kind of look at now, I guess, that gap to the top 10. If you're an Extraordinaire, if you're an SK, I don't think you're even looking at 7. You're probably looking at 10, 14 points. Not exactly the kind of margin that, with the amount of games we've got remaining, you know, is undoable. If you're a Red Sea, though, 12 points to 7, you know, you kind of got to look at that and still say, yeah, we can achieve it. All it takes is one really good pop-off game, get a bit of fortune, bit of luck, play off of that, lock you up, trying to find a little bit of that luck and create their own, shooting at those players who have parachuted in. But yeah, everyone has rotated quick and early here.
Still a couple outliers. I feel like Red Sea are certainly taking an emergency pickup. I feel like they wouldn't be this late unless they were doing something like that. Thrust taking an emergency pickup as well. I mean, look, two teams, emergency pickups in the sky, almost colliding in the air, but they won't. Still playable space for them as well to claim. I mean, look, Tago is one of those maps that, or is the map where you can reliably find yourselves on top of hills and essentially use those as your safe compounds just because of the tree cover and the amount of playable space on top of those hills. And so even if you don't see too many compounds inside the center of the zone, it's not too much of an issue. The tops of the rolling hills of Tago will do just fine. That said, Pindados want to go for a compound breach.
Jervis on the roof, but 2-1 in favor of Pindados on the other roof of Blue. Get the knock. Crazy 9 does get knocked down, though, by LA, so it's actually kind of a 3-team fight. And Cubs will take this one pretty comfortably against Jervis, so it doesn't look like it'll be back-to-back major games from SGD without Jervis. Cubs on the right side here. And he will drop down and can heal up. Oh, what a nade, though, from Ming Zakobi, if there ever was one. Over the top of the building, over to the other side. As Cubs was making his way in, it lands on his head. He's knocked, and they're pushing on this, and a second nade from MML.
Seriously?
And just like that, they've completely flipped the script. And then it's another knock. Crazy 9 down to Pain. And just maybe when it felt like Pindados had put a little bit of a pin in SGD's hopes of a second major game, they have fallen to pieces so quickly. 2 massive nades, a quick pushover, and the compound is theirs, and Hachi will go down as well. A swift 4K from SGD as a 3-man force. They come rummaging through, and it all started thanks to that initial knock with that frag grenade. A Pure Boy, though, maybe says celebrations should be put on ice, a knock, but from a distance away, and SGD should be able to get that revive.
I'll celebrate. That was exceptional from SGD. Opening 2 nades to start off the fight. I don't think you could hope for a better start to a fight. Don't even have to look at the enemy. Don't have to expend any bullets in those clips. Don't have to utilize the vests or helmets. Don't have to look at the enemy. And yet you have full information and know where 2 of those knocks are. And at that point, it's just about utilizing that manpower. So well done from SGD. And they didn't slow down either. They didn't hesitate. They knew they had the advantage, and they took full advantage of it. Thrust will lose 1 on the emergency parachute. Straight towards SGD, who are ready to go if another team was to approach them. So if I'm Thrust, I'm shaking in my boots. But, well, there you go, actually. Pain starts it off. Blessed experiences the full force of SGD. They move up to 104 points off the back of this initial start to this game. And I don't think SGD are going to slow down. They now know, if they were looking at the kill feed, that Thrust is only a 2-man. Yes, SGD is 3. but that doesn't mean they can't get this 3v2 off. And as I said, there's a lot of momentum going their way right now.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 kills after losing Jervis, they didn't have position either, Ross. That's the thing that I probably didn't even touch on. It's not like they had good position. They had to make something kind of out of nothing to turn the tide there. And honestly, there's a lot of other teams that lose Jervis there and either back up or play defensive. The fact that they got on the front foot, they used their nades early, they see if they can force something, and as soon as that nade landed, got the knock, they just went. As a team, no questions, there was no debate. I do wonder what the comms would have been like, because I would imagine swift and clean. As Red Sea did end up getting that emergency parachute, as we both anticipated. They have come all the way from Shipyard, top northern side of the map, now to the very south. And they are searching for a place to land, and I hate to say it, Russ, but they are not going to find anything too open here towards the peninsula. These warehouses and buildings are already occupied.
Do they know that, though? Are any players stepping outside that they're able to look at? I don't think so.
Well, Nikus is smiling.
He's smiling, thinking it's free, or
I don't
what's
know.
he thinking about?
I don't know. He was just smiling. Maybe they said a joke.
Yeah, Rip said something funny, and he laughed. Either way, they'll find themselves on the extremities of the map. Not ideal, but they do have a hard spawn for themselves to grab, so if they want to make their way elsewhere, well, 2 players can do it inside that car.
Oh, wow. I mean, they've copped a hard feed here, actually. I know that eventually it'll move away from the water, but that is a circle too. That's
something to smile about.
Right onto the water. That is huge. And yeah, Nukus is laughing here. They've copped an absolute hard feed on the very edge of the map. This is right into the water. And that is going to change the complete landscape of this game now, Russell. Now, I will say, if you're Red Sea here, do you think about the long game? The longevity factor is coming out of a position like that could be difficult pushing into other teams. But you kind of don't have a choice. If you're going to go, you got to go now. Try and push up to that compound just near the road. If you look at the map, the one that I'm kind of talking about, it is vacant at the moment. I think that's going to be their best play.
Yeah, I think they should. Put 2 people in there, put 1 person in there, just extend yourself out a little bit, get a foothold in the fields, because, I mean, look, we're probably going to end up there as we shift into the next few zones. And I think they're doing that, or they were thinking about it. I saw one of them in their cars. Maybe it's not safe enough. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe if you go there, your car tire gets popped and you can no longer make your way back, and it's just not worth it for the team. Either way, the decisions they have to make aren't really the most difficult of choices when they're in a spot like that, so they'll be sitting pretty for the moment. SGD as well as Thrust are also sitting pretty. They can just share this compound. They don't even have to fight each other. SGD, I think the time for them to take out Thrust is now kind of gone. There was an opportunity for them to maybe push towards Thrust when there wasn't teams emergency pickupping onto your location, but when there is, you just look up to the sky, you get 2. Maybe you even get 3 here. No way they actually get 2 of AAP as they pick up here. That is disastrous for them. They move their way over to Thrust. They almost got a 3rd. Oi, oi, oi. That is not how you expected that emergency pickup to go for AAP.
I still, was it Panic that made that meme of us talking about the late emergency parachute pickups? Well, it's happened again. Yeah. SK get wiped out by Panic, actually. Speaking of the team respectively. Don't parachute in too late.
Let's not make enemies here. I'm trying to build up goodwill, alright? I don't want any beef.
Hey, no, I'm agreeing with them. I'm agreeing.
They won that one.
Yeah, they did. And now down to 2 players for Thrust. It's been rough since leaving Miramar. I kind of remember rattling off the list of Miramar teams. They were one of them, and it's always like that. You can perform well on a particular map, and then you move away from it, and you kind of lose a lot of your bearings, and your form can then drop pretty quickly. You're no longer comfortable. And Thrust have not quite been the same looking team over towards Rondo and Tago as they were on Miramar. The team that got them out of the bottom 3 into the top 8, Russell, and now just staring back down the bottom of the leaderboard if they can't turn things around, heading into maybe Erangel after this. Being only 2 players up here, not ideal. 40 seconds till phase 3. And it's not a bad position, but alas, other teams want this position. AAP, SGD, fighting for what will eventually end up being, I think, a central point of this game. Unless we get a complete hard shift over towards school, for example. That can clearly still happen going into phase 3. 20 seconds away, but right now, showing the warehouses with AAP and SGD. It's a wounded little area, though, here. None of these teams are fully healthy. 3, 2, and 2.
I think SGD realized that they've got so much space on that northern side of the compound as well. They want to maybe take themselves away from danger and actually just play for the late game. So
Oh my god.
Okay, are you serious?
Well, this will be central though. These warehouses, that compound that we just sort of overviewed before with SGD, AAP, and Thrust, I imagine is going to have even more teams making their way into that direction. You have to. There's really nothing else left. You got the compound very south of the road, which is being occupied by Unlucky. You've got that major compound now, and then you've got Red Sea, who are probably laughing again.
Yeah, Nico's smiling once more. I've also never, ever seen a zone like this on Tago before. So I feel like this is almost an exclusive, but let's see how these guys play it. I mean,
It's
you're
certainly
right,
not a likely player,
No,
is it?
absolutely not. It'll shift back to land this zone, but to have it shift all the way down here and have it still essentially be a 50-50 with the water is unfriendly, to say the least. SGD's compound certainly, like you said, will be a factor in the late game. It's going to shift straight onto it. Red Sea did extend out of the part that they had on that western coast and made their way into that compound we were mentioning, or that cover that we were mentioning, closer to the field. That, again, will almost certainly be a factor in this late game. Car forts will be aplenty, utilizing the shacks, the hay bales inside that field. Not yet is it something that these guys are going to want to opt for, as there's still space on the edge to play for. There's quite a large spot of terrain on that northeastern side that you can fight over at least. DZX Trick, what can you get done here? A clean spray, a nice headshot, but no knocks off the back of that. Bohang, he's the target now, but he'll turn away. And so DZX, it looks like they're getting out of this one, not scot-free, but certainly at least alive.
Rick trying to find one here, and what is many different vehicles rotating past out in the fields. It's a convoy right now. No surprise, coming in late. Originally from that blue, Extraordinaire and X-Men. Trying to just join the fray. And this is where, at least with Rondo, with those hilly terrains, like you said, there are probably more playable location than if it was the flat openness of a Rondo, for example. You can see Jeff just kind of just scouting out. Here's the vehicles, spots them, wondering if they might fall up. Goes for the spray onto Kite, just pretty much wards him off from maybe wanting to pull up at that rock. And so Extraordinaire will continue to just drive past Antic, who are looking to take space over towards the eastern side of the circle. And this is where you're going to play this well, and I think Antic have. Understanding the job here is that for Phase 4, it's going to come towards them. So they don't need to move. They don't have to get too worried about the fact they're on edge now, because they're not going to be on edge in Phase 4. And they spot one at the rock. That's Jeff for the mini. 6 times, trying to just make that a little bit easier, but unable to get the down that he was searching for. Halfway through here, match 4 of the night. This is a big game right now, especially for the teams that are not inside of that top 10, fighting for something, and a big fight as well happening between Team Bliss and a Panic roster that continues to just slide down the leaderboard, now out of the top 7, and now out of the game.
Upchen with a decent nade as well. Lock you up inside that shack. Just gets demolished by DZX. Bleed now the next target. And Antic on that hill, as you mentioned. They've got all that space and they haven't really overextended themselves. So they are reaping the rewards right now. Bleed is very vulnerable. They also got a knock onto Orcarin earlier on, or one of them was knocked. So they know his position. They know that they can be wary of him. They can focus all their attention towards this shack. TD will take down Big Mac. Lock you up goes down. They are finally out after fighting over this shack for about a minute or so. And Leo and the rest of... well, his only remaining teammate in Upchen now reside over this area. That molly misses. Leo's safe for the moment. Teddy looking off into the distance, realizing he's safe. Doesn't have to make a move just yet. He's got teammates that are focused on Antic pushing over that hilltop, trying to take out Bleed. They've put themselves in a decent spot to deal with Antic. I mean, look at that minimap. It's a pincer maneuver if Orcarin can get involved. Antic just can't throw this away, but Sans has put himself in a bowl. If ever Antic was to throw this away, it's putting yourself in a bowl and dying to nades, or dying to someone out in the blue. Samoy gets the opening knock, and now Antic has a lot of work to do.
Drake's going to get the hill off, pulls back out that Mark 12 and wants to get to work. Leo on the other side of this hill. Sans gets finished off by Orcarin. Bleed wanting to see if they can get anything else as they continue to push in, really just wanting probably position more than anything. And this is a little bit risky right now from Trick to go for the revival to Teddy. Throws out a smoke. And one more at the vehicle as well. And we'll stick that res. Leo up close. Had one pushing in towards his location. Dash Shushu. The PMA. Is he going to be on fire? Never mind. Even from that push up ahead. That is a wonderful shot from DeProt. And did get that volley to land as well. 21 struggling to get that kill onto Valancha. He'd love his time again. That he couldn't get that knock. And Extraordinaire able to get rid of PMA. Who started tonight in first, Russell. Now in fourth. Yeah. And just losing a grip on that top 2. And Tede knocked down by Upchen. X-Men still just causing some havoc for Bleed, despite the fact they don't have the numbers. They do have the position.
if X-Men were able to pull this out of the hat, I would be very surprised. Bleed have so much control. They also have full information on where both players are. Two good sets of utility that are placed and timed well. And that's Leo and Upchen out of the game, but Leo's going to take one with him. But he's gone down, and that's not something that Bleed would want to happen in a spot like this. They've got full advantage, so losing anyone in a situation like this is absolutely devastating, but Leo pushes up. Almost out of necessity, utility was overwhelming the Shack, so he had to get something done, and it doesn't work out. He does a lot of damage that can maybe help Upchen, but Upchen hasn't moved. E36, on the other hand, are helping Upchen now. Bleed go down to 2 players. Upchen knows where both of those players are, and he knows that E36 are on the push, so all he has to do now is bide his time. Wait until he can get the perfect moment. He extends himself on top of the UAS, though, and that's when Bleed step up and look his way and take him out. E36 will now back out of that fight as well, knowing that Bleed don't have any more pressures to worry about. E36 will continue to play their own game.
And Circle really, again, just continuing to stay out as open as it possibly can, moving not quite on top of the compound, more towards the wheat fields. Red Sea have got a bit of a life game here, though, Russell, and the way that they had to come in late, get this peninsula position on the very, very edge, and get a circle like this. They eventually have got this 2-2 split. Rip and Nico's at the compound, I said they probably would want to eventually take, and they've been able to do so, and it's been fed here into Phase 5 as well. You know, it's one thing to kind of get Phase 2, Phase 3 out in the water. It's all fun and games, but, you know, typically with these games, we've seen time and time again, Phase 4, 5, 6, then eventually moves away. It hasn't quite happened here in Phase 5. So still a really good position. Dean and Empty are still going to need to move out of that major compound, and you can see how difficult it can be. It is quite open. They need vehicles, and I don't know if they've got any, because remember, they parachuted in. So yeah. I don't know if they've got
Well, they have
vehicles.
the one they initially got, but you're kind of hoping that they left that car for Dean and Empty, and they didn't take it down to the compound.
Yeah, they got
If
one.
they left it up there. Yeah, if they left it up there, then they're fine. But if they took it down to the compound, then yeah, those guys are in for a little bit of trouble.
And so Dean can take that vehicle with Empty and get out of that. Obviously, you've got a couple of teams looking at their location, mainly Team Bliss. I think are just kind of waiting for Empty and Dean to make their way out of that compound, which they're going to have to now because of that blue zone. Minute and a half until Phase 6. It is a little bit slower for Red Sea as they're a little bit closer to the circle. And throughout all of this as well, Thrust almost into a top 8 position. They've had a bit of a truce with AAP. We mentioned it very, very early on. It was at 3-2-2 in terms of the teams in this compound with SGD, AAP, and Thrust. Spray from MML through the fences and unable to land a tag onto the rotating Samoy of Bleed. Orcaron did get knocked. He will bleed out and die. So almost on the verge of some placement points for Thrust. Great start on Miramar. Little drive-by here. Sylvia knocked out. So is Pure Boy. Nicely done from inside. He said earlier in the night he could frag out. He shows it there with a nice double. And make it 3 from inside. He's on the verge of maybe a 4K here and a full squad wipe. Empty pushes out though. A timely time to do so for Red Sea Esports. Getting these two out of this compound. They're pushed right in towards Team Bliss. Orcaron does eventually bleed out, and with XKai gone, that is now another death for E36. Payne, Mings stealing these away from Insight. Frag grenade doesn't do enough there to Kane. I don't know how it was right in front of him, and Insight does go down. All that good work from Insight, unfortunately unable to benefit. And he will go down, and with that, Bliss out 9th. Does mean they still hold top 2, but only by 1 point to DZX.
A really stellar attempt from Insight, but almost an equally stellar attempt from Kine. Survives with 4 kills to his name. Lives on for E36 into the placement points now as well. An essential 1v1 for him to have won. SGD making it difficult to survive much longer. I think that car should be alright. I don't think SGD can shoot those tires, so hopefully it's got all 4 of them. And hopefully it's a decent amount of HP to make his way somewhere into that field is probably Kine's next play. And if that car doesn't work, then maybe he can walk into the blue and quickly GTA one out of there. But Red Sea's moved in, so it's going to make it more difficult for E36 or for Kine to move in. That car's on fire, so it was very low health. And now he has almost no chance of making it into the zone. SGD are laser-eyed on him right now. As I said, Red Sea have moved their way in. That compound that Red Sea's in, it looks like it's just going to be king of the field. You know, whereas sometimes you have king of the hill, that compound looks like it's got just the right amount of high ground to be kind of dominant over the low ground of the field. Maybe Red Sea can park some cars and use them to get up onto the roofs as everyone else sends themselves into that field later on. Maybe not right now. At least for the moment, SGD's compound is still in. Simoy is the only one that occupies that field. Antic maybe will have to move their way in. This next zone is going to be very, very, very telling, Jake.
Yeah, I mean it is, because if it continues to just center up onto the wheat fields, it's probably better for Red Sea because of the reasons you mentioned. But if it does kind of shift over to the east, that will be quite a reprieve for SGD, Thrust, AAP, Antic. So I think the vast majority of this lobby wants it to really kind of shift over towards these buildings and play off of that. Red Sea don't. Red Sea are more than happy to say, yeah, we want that kind of wheat field finish. We'll see if it does kind of pan out in that way. Still 90 seconds until P7. Unlucky you've gone towards the south side, now playing off of the cliff and close by to the coastline. And I don't imagine much change here. If we've gone through basically almost 20 minutes of AAP and Thrust being friendly neighbors, why would that change now? Until something forces them, I don't think that's going to change until it's forced into their hands. Right now, I think they'll both happily be content to just sit and wait. And Unlucky get picked apart by 3 different teams. Antic, Red Sea, and SGD, all happy to just kind of pick apart Unlucky, who pushed out into a pretty open spot. It was always going to be quite risky. Hopefully the last one alive now for them.
Antic having played this quite well as well. Being able to come off that hill, find a very wide bowl just outside the compound that remains inside the zone. No kills to their name though, and that's the problem for Antic. They're in 14th and they need something to get them off the bottom of that leaderboard, and right now kills certainly the name of the game. It's opportunistic right now for AAP. If Thrust was to start shooting into the field, maybe Antic expose themselves, or Thrust opens up with a knock, something like that, then that's an opportunity for AAP to push. But the blue is making it more and more difficult for that to happen. Mollies, nades, that could also be something that AAP can use, something that they're probably going to use, knowing that Thrust is so limited inside this building. But the fact that they haven't thrown nades in this specific exchange yet tells me that they've already used them, or that they have none to begin with, making the AR duels an inevitability. No shotguns on the floor that I can see either, so Maxorus will have to stick with this all close range. Algin Bots pops a smoke and signals to Thrust that this is probably going to start happening.
I mean, it's always a weird fight when you've been sitting as friendly neighbors for so long. Yeah, smart though, I think, for Algin Bots and CJ. They kind of go up north, so instead of just taking the more direct approach with Thrust, see if they can circumnavigate it, get a little bit closer towards SGD. Payne those clearly clued on though as to what is happening. Wants to make sure he kind of just holds, knowing for a while that these two teams have been in that warehouse the entire game. Don't allow them to push up now. It's a very intriguing circle though. I think this has paid dividends now for SGD. 12 kills, another big performance. It feels like a championship kind of night from them. Yeah. When we think about the fact it's a 3-night tournament, 18 games, by the end of tonight, they will have done enough that it sets them up to really be in the key winning position tomorrow. Everyone's going to be hunting them down. Yeah. I think the gap's going to be just too big. Savoy does go down. Did get a knock on the rip, but was the solo and eventually bleed her out. 5 teams remain. Look at that leaderboard, 8 through to like 14. These are teams that are vying for some really important positions. SGD incredibly far out in front now in first, but 8 down to 14. None of these teams are in the top 7, Ross. So there's a lot riding on this kind of game for these teams. Antic making a desperate push. They need to push into Red Sea. Well, they don't need to, but maybe that was the opportune time to do so while Red Sea were wounded.
Over the top. Spray comes out, and it kind of misses. Payne, an opportunity that slipped him up, but at least he got full information. Both those AAP players are now fighting towards Thrust. No damage utility for Payne unless he's got some blue zones in the back pocket. That's certainly be a way to steal away some of these kills. AAP enter the building and find a prone flick. The other player on top of a box in the corner hasn't been able to see. CJ's in the molly.
He walked
Maxorus has 2 here.
Nade.
I feel like Maxorus has 2 here. That smoke dissipates. Algin Bots isn't looking. Maxorus can see both right through the blue zone. Did he DC? Maxorus is not DC'd. He's shot 1, but not the second. Algin Bots gets the trade. I don't know what happened there. I feel like Maxorus could see both for 10 minutes straight, but either way, SGD will now make their push in down to that top 4. That field fight between Red Sea and Antic is going on while that trade comes out. Thrust and AAP are now out of the game, and SGD look to clean up the rest of the server.
I mean, I would love Maxorus to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's just a case of trigger discipline. If they haven't seen him,
I think so.
And he knows full well that SGD are going to push in, he's best to just hold. As soon as they see him, he's always going to have them lined up to at least get one. And in the end, you got to think about it as kind of like a major win con there. If he shoots early, he's just dead. Anyway, that gets wrapped up. SGD go for a pretty big win. We saw that one kind of coming, didn't we? 16 kills, not quite matching their 17 kill win earlier, but it has been an incredibly dominant performance from this team tonight, Russell. They have really set alight the competition and kind of picking up where they left off to close night one. They had a second place into a third place to start tonight, fifth with a couple of kills, and then, well, we know where it's all gone from there. A 17 kill win for SGD, backed up by a 16 kill win. They go back to back, and they look very strong heading into the rest of this competition. They are firmly out in front.
What is that, 33 points in 2 games? If I've done my maths correctly, that is absolutely insane. You know what's
Way
funny
more than 33.
Is it more? Have I done my maths incorrectly?
You've done it incredibly.
Oh, yeah,
no,
like, you're right.
It's like
yeah,
53.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Sorry. I had the initial numbers wrong. It's a lot of points in 2 games. It's absolutely... Look, maths was my strong point. That said, SGD showing why they're the #1 seed. And it's funny as well because we were talking about last game. Is this 17 kill win repeatable? You know?
Yeah.
And we were talking about it specifically on Rondo, but still, it's very funny that they basically followed up with an equal performance on the next map.
From SGD, back-to-back wins and back-to-back solid performances. Yeah, I mean, the discussion was about Rondo specifically, but as you hinted at the irony and the fact that they were actually able to back that up, do it all again here on Tago. In a different fashion, somewhat, right? It was a lot of compound sitting for the majority of that game. They got to that compound early. They played as 3. Remember, we lost Jervis early at that roof play. And it was then that initial sweep across we saw in the highlights, Russell, what kind of set the tone for them to get that compound, right? It's not a case of like they got fed, you know, yada, yada, yada. They took that compound with force at the beginning of that game as a 3-man wiping out a 4-man. And that really set the tone early. And really, I think has been their tone all night.
Yeah, it's a very rewarding game for them. They earn that compound, and then for their reward, essentially, they get an open field right in front of them where they can steal a bunch of kills away from Insight. They can focus on whatever fight they want. There's a kind of this civil war going on between 2 teams that are in their compound as well that they don't even have to worry about. So it's a dream scenario for SGD. And to get 16 kills off the back of that is pretty crazy. So it's a very earned win from them. Like you said, it wasn't just a compound feed. It was, but it wasn't. You know, there are nuances involved. And to get 16 kills from a compound feed, you cannot say they didn't earn that.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, they were tremendous, and again, they earned that, and they got themselves into that position. A team that also got themselves into a good position early that game was Red Sea. How things worked out for them from Shipyard all the way down to that little peninsula position due to the emergency parachute pickup, and then the circles ended up popping the way that they did, Russell, and boy, they were able to make the most of it. Is this the kind of game that Red Sea can maybe take and build on? There's still 2 games to go tonight. We still got Erangel to go to. Like, they can put themselves into a position where they're, you know, going to be a strong candidate for top 7 by the end of the night.
I mean, think about what the circle, or what they would have done if the circle shifted even closer towards them. That certainly would have been the game that pushed them up there. And they're a team that when you look at those players, okay, Nico sure he hasn't played the game in a while, but he's insane in his own right. Empty is just this Southeast Asian fragger that has come to the OC scene and just continues to dominate in every tournament he plays. And you have two very capable players in Rip and Dean as well, who you look to and you just go, okay, this is a put together team, sure, but they can frag. They can absolutely have a standout game, and they're all players who were experienced in their own right as well. So for Red Sea, honestly, sitting in 12th, sitting in 14th, things like that, that's not my expectations for Red Sea. I expect them to be in that top 10 because of the names on that team.
Jeez, look at the smokes there from Red Sea and Bleed. 2017.
Look at the nades from
Look at
SGD.
the nades as well from SGD. Yeah, 17. 2,000 damage overall from them. 1,800 damage too from Red Sea, right in the thick of the action. We saw a little bit of action as well from Antic, but it always felt like they couldn't quite establish themselves as like one of the contending teams in that particular match, Russell. Like they had good position, but they were just never going to be in the best position. And then from there, it was always going to be difficult to, you know, push out an SGD or push out a Red Sea. They were always kind of like third fiddle, and in the end, they actually do finish third. So it probably is about right. Bleed were also thereabouts. The biggest thing, and I kind of pointed it out towards the end of that game, though, was the fact that the amount of teams that were still left up alive in that game, the vast majority of them were actually outside top 7, which is quite staggering. So that meant a lot for a lot of those teams in that game. It was even better than for SGD because it was like the you know, double-pronged attack in the sense that they got a lot of points, but they also had no one else from the top 6, top 7 get any points as well towards the end of that game. So they not only go and get a huge amount, no one else close to them got any.
You feel rough for Jervis, right? If he didn't go down in that initial early game fight, then it would have been an absolute field day for him. It's one of those games you feel very sad to miss out on. Red Sea did get 15. That's what I was going to say. I think that fight with Antic and the third parties that Red Sea were able to get off actually net them a bunch of points. So like you were saying, this is a game that Red Sea can be proud of, and it can certainly put them up into that, you know, at least fighting distance for top 7, or a spot where they're able to sit in that top 7 quite nicely. Would have expected more from Antic in a zone like that as well. I honestly think that if they were able to take that Red Sea fight cleaner or not lose one early on, then they actually had a spot that could have controlled SGD as they left that compound. But it wasn't the case, and this is the leaderboard we end up with. SGD firmly on top.
Yeah, Red Sea up into 9th, Russell, though. They were bottom 4 going into that game, now up into 9th. 47 points now also means they're only 3 points away from the top 7, which is where Archangel Predator currently occupy that position. So the narrative kind of just shifting there, and it probably ends up being like a morale boost as well for the team, because you think about this is not quite going the way maybe we envisioned. Well, that's the kind of game that they can go, okay, you know, a little bit of a sigh of relief and think, okay, we're right back in it now in terms of the points. Yeah. The pressure's off. 2 games of Erangel tonight. Let's see what we can get from that. Bit of a free hit, reset, then go into tomorrow. And I think that's going to be the mentality for, honestly, quite a lot of the teams who are not inside of that top 7. It needs to be, hey, we've still got 8 games to play. We got 2 tonight. We got 6 tomorrow. We don't need to panic. There's not really too much in terms of like big margins being put out, so there's not like massive gaps. You see what one game can do for Red Sea, who they didn't even win that game. They just got second with 15 points. They go from bottom 4 to almost top 8 in that one game. And I think that's usually the hallmark of APAC. It's usually close competition. Of course, the longer the competition goes on, the harder it's going to be for the likes of Extraordinaire and SK, for example.
Yeah, well, we were talking about Extraordinaire when they got 1v4'd by Big Mac and how much of a mental hit that is. But for those teams that you just mentioned, the ones that are in that bottom 6, all they need is a reset. Quick reset, quick good game. Keep that mentality right, because there's tons to play for. The EWC is obviously something you want to play for. That qualification spot is very valuable. $2 million valuable if you want to do the maths. But yeah, we'll go to a break. It's been fantastic so far, and we'll see you after this.
Hello, PUBG players. Guess who?
It's Danielle
and Honey
from NewJeans. Are you ready for some major tea? Because today's patch report's got some deets on update 30.1.
Yes. Expect a total mashup of NewJeans and PUBG, transforming Tego into this super cute NewJeans themed wonderland.
We'll be handing over the mic now, so get ready to dive into NewJeans Collaboration's world in PUBG.
Along with all sorts of cool stuff like fresh outfits, gunplay tweaks, and updates to ranked mode.
Woo!
First, Taego School is now a lively performing stage where every corner is bursting with cuteness. Dance your heart out on stage to trigger NewJeans music videos, and don't forget to check out the collaboration jukeboxes, buses, billboards, and more. We've also got this truck stage on the starting island of every 8-kilometer map. Plus, you can find all sorts of goodies like energy drinks, music, fireworks, bubbles, and themed care packages across all maps. For more details about this amazing collaboration with NewJeans, be sure to check out the upcoming collaboration announcement. SMG rebalance from the Gunplay Labs back in March is finally here. Based on your feedback, there will be some major changes to SMGs and more. Check out the latest Gunplay dev letter for all the details, including Dragunov's headshot range nerf and UG's recoil buff. Next up, ranked updates. Earn ranked play points through playing ranked matches and score sweet rewards with your points. Plus, expect weapon skins in season rewards and some changes to the existing rewards. And there's even this new tier protection system and a fancy promotion screen. There's also a brand new survivor pass, a fresh rank season, improved co-op climb, map bug fixes, performance tweaks, and more. Check out the patch notes for full details. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Total dominance from SGD tonight here for night 2 of the PUBG Master Series. Sees them now pretty far out in front. First place is theirs for now, but a 40-point gap also, Russell, means it may likely be theirs for the remainder of this competition. Only 8 games remaining. That's quite a hefty gap. We'll have to see how they continue to perform, but fortunately, plenty of other positions still up for grabs. The battle for second and, you know, keeping pressure on SGD, that's still there. Battle for the top 7, and you got teams that are still really struggling, aiming for that top 10 and more. 2 games of Erangel to go here for the night. Some big matches. You want to end the night well. It's one thing to start well, but if you start poor but end the night well, that can kind of offset a bit of a poor start.
No better way to end the night well than to end it on a wrangle, if you ask me. Comfort grounds for basically everyone in the lobby, should be, if you've been playing PUBG since the start. So, yeah, no reason why you can't be confident in your own playstyle coming into a wrangle. No excuses, no, it's a new map, you know, we're not familiar with the terrain, and nothing like that. If you want to have a good night, and remember, we're getting to the end of night 2, and in a 3-night series, that means, okay, now we start to consider some teams not really in the running anymore. Thankfully, this is very generous when it comes to qualification spots. Top 10 qualifies you to the EWC, and then obviously 1 and 2, and then 3 through 7. It's very generous, right? But there's still, you still have to be very, 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 very on point to stay out of that bottom 6. But yes, we move to a wrangle now, and I'm very happy about that.
My MVP so far of this tournament, though, has to be Payne from SGD. 31 kills, Russ. The next best is MML from SGD on 22. And then after that, Mingzi from SGD on 19. SGD have ripped apart the competition in essentially 2 games, but even more than that, but beyond the 2 games that they just played and incredibly dominated. A 5th place with 6 kills, a 3rd place with 4 kills, a 2nd place with 4 kills, a 7th place with 4 kills, a 6th place with 2 kills, 5th, 6 kills, 4th, 10 kills, 6th, 10 kills. That's right, I listed every single game. They have been incredibly consistent. That's a word that we haven't really labeled onto too many teams in this tournament so far. You know, you kind of look at like your Team Blissers, who didn't quite start that well, but then had their little, you know, run of games. They've kind of, no, I don't want to say dropped off, but their points haven't quite matched what we've seen from NSGD. X-Men, Russell, they started tonight on 27 points from their first game, that 17 kill win. Since then, a little bit more quiet. SGD, the fact is, they've made top 8 every single game, and it just feels like those last 2 games is more so reward for effort over the first 8. They've been incredibly dominant, and by far and away the best team this tournament. It's in all of the stats everywhere, the individual stats, the team stats, they're just completely dominating.
Team Bliss did not win this car engagement, which creates, well, it might have created trouble in an alternate universe, but not really this time around. Akita could be caught off. His parachute, well, he was the one that went for the car, and so his parachute cut short. There is a MAC-10 that I saw to the south there at the Train Yellows, and they are coming this way with a DBS as well. If they can find Akita, then maybe they can get the kill, but I think I saw a Dragunov. There's also an M16 in that flat top. Lock you up, have to be very, very, very careful, and I think they are just going to back off. Take the loot delivery bridge, the Q bridge, straight to the north. This zone has popped all the way to the north. You're hoping you don't lose anyone on a rotate like this, and they won't. So they've leapfrogged Team Bliss. Got ahead of them. They can go to the north. Team Bliss do have their own car, but they'll be looting crates and whatever else they can. Lock you up will take North George. They'll loot that, then take the priority spots on this side of the river. It's a good zone for Lock You Up. Maybe stressful at the start fighting for that car, but that stress is now gone. They have a lot of time and space to play with.
Yeah, good little mini win as well in the game to kind of begin the game. Yeah, Lock You Up, kind of just the sort of team that's been thereabouts. Like we keep saying, LA and 227, Big Mac, in 6th at the moment, 59 points. They're not the kind of team that I look at and say they're a contender for top 2. I think from here, they're probably not, they haven't been in that conversation. And I don't know if they're going to be able to enter that conversation unless they, you know, can turn things around quite dramatically. And also, speaking candidly as well, Russ, I mean, this is the kind of team that we don't typically see towards the top end in these kind of lobbies. So I think your SGDs, your Blissers, your X-Men, your PMAs, even to a degree, and certainly Bleed, that top 5, there's no real surprise with that top 5. And then Lock You Up's kind of just on the verge of that. So if I'm a Lock You Up, 59 points, a little bit of gap down to Bleed, 11. It's all about, can you just hold on to top 7? But you can't have that mindset yet. Still 8 games to go. So you got to still try and fight for top 4 and kind of have that forward goal. If you start going too defensive, there's some teams that can certainly catch up that are outside the top 7 and overtake you.
Well, to be honest with you, fighting for top 4 and having that kind of guide your game is a pretty solid way to make sure you stay in that top 7. As long as you don't get too overzealous, make some mistakes, get nervous. That's what's going to cost you that top 7 placement. It's not fighting for a top 4. If you keep your hopes high and keep your goals incredibly... Well, keep your goals set at that top 2, then you'll probably land somewhere around the top 7 if you fail to make those goals. So, E36 rotating by SK. They are parallel at the moment. Both probably looking for those idents. I think SK is going to pass them up, though. Go towards the compound on the top of the hill. And E36 will figure out that those idents are quite free. SK actually deviating. Does he want those idents? Does he want the hill? I think he's just wary of where E36 are. This is a risky drive path. Unless he's looking at E36 the whole time, yeah, he's just driven straight into them. He's now put himself in between 3 players of E36, but I think he's going to get out of there. Use the low ground to escape the danger that he's in. That was very, very risky. You're looking at E36 drive that exact line, and then you decide to go and turn straight into it. That had my heart a little bit out of my chest for the moment there, but he does get away with it.
Yeah, I think he does that because he's got teammates close by and they want to try and take space, but realizing that it's all just taken. E36 going to move past from that hill? No, so he ends up just driving into them instead. Gets very fortunate, very
honestly,
fortunate.
then they weren't close enough to justify that. They were like Yaz Petty Bridge, too far away to justify a play like that. Either way,
SGD making their way in through the emergency parachute pickup. There is that kill leader that I kind of mentioned before, Payne, ML, Mings, and then Leo and Empty actually tied for 4th place, which is quite big for Empty and Red Sea. A lot of that, I would imagine, coming in from that last game, and the damage statistics as well. Yeah, Payne might have all the kills, but Mings is putting in the work in terms of the damage.
Yep.
But it's been, yeah, that really highlighting it's been a team effort. Because sometimes you can look at the kills department and you kind of look at Payne and you go, oh, wow, 31 kills. But Mings has actually got the most damage. So it's always a little bit tricky to kind of just look at the stats themselves. Because, you know, for Payne, how many of those? You actually think back to the Rondo game, he had like 10 kills for 600 damage. But if you think about the way that you're getting those kills, should that diminish his kills? I don't think so. He's in a really good position. He's picking up some low health players that are, you know, pushing themselves out of a POI. You shouldn't diminish his kills just because he didn't quite put the damage in. And then vice versa. We've honestly seen players in the past for us where they get a lot of damage. They can be, you know, bullet sponges, but they don't quite get the kills, and therefore you don't really get the reward. So yeah, it's always a bit of column A and a bit of column B. As we head into Erangel, no surprise to maybe see things a little bit slow to get going here for the final 2 games of the night. I wanted to quickly touch on Panic now. 10th, by the way, Russ. Gone is top 7. They might be out of top 10 by the end of the night. They have not placed higher than 13th for 5 games in a row.
Yeah, look. When I look at Panic, generally I think that 1 compound feed and they're back in the fight. They seem to take full advantage of those, but right now we've got to focus on the fight between PMA and Extraordinaire. Going the way so far of Extraordinaire. Seeing them in hot drop scenarios. This isn't exactly a hot drop, but it is a very enclosed compound fight. Exposed on the roof. Oh my. If he got that off, I would have lost my mind. But it's just the headshot. Dashushu gets the kill. The one that he needed to get. Deprot not looking at that window. To be fair, why would you? So the trade doesn't come out. And the player jumps off the roof. Zennan now back in with another trade. Deprot, well, he's going to trade it back. It's just trades back and forth between PMA until his nade finally lands. And he finishes off the final 3. KCW with the 1. It's a clean fight from Extraordinaire, and this is the game we were talking about we needed from Extraordinaire. They needed to have bounced back from that devastating fight on that Miramar game, that devastating hot drop, and it looks like in that scenario at least, their teamwork hasn't completely dissipated. Their mentals are still in check.
Yeah, I mean for PMA though, a bit of a fall from grace here on night 2. The question marks after night 1 were, can they kind of continue that effort? Well, 12th, now 16th. That's their last 3 games. And in that span, you've gone and seen SGD go and get 53 points. So you've picked up 3 points, they've picked up 53 points, and you're probably wondering why the gap now is the way that it is. That is quite telling. It's been a massive turnaround for, I guess, 2 different perspectives. SGD on the upward and PMA on the downward. And it does give Bleed a really good look in now, and only an 8-point separation to that top 4. Just kind of, they can beg the question here if they can get themselves into it. And of course, not really a heap of difference between, say, you know, 4th and 5th, for example, is really only $500. But there's always the wanting to play to the best of your ability, wanting to finish as high as you can, and still only 17 points off second anyway. Still a lot to fight for. Daju X-Men over towards Boatyard. And a bit of, quietness in the action, which we haven't probably had since the start of the night. I feel like Rondo and Tago especially were quite fast-paced matches that we've had tonight for PMS. And yeah, this one has started a little bit up and down. Outside of PMA, we've had no real other action.
Oh, dodgy from Samoy, dodgy from Bless too. Two players in cars getting shot at across the map right now. Savior can't really land that spray. Bless likely to get away with this unless one of these mini shots lands. Now another one, he's hit a tree, devastating for Blessed, and he won't get away with it. Savior will punish that transgression from Blessed. Now he sits waiting for his teammates to come revive him. The smoke will come out. His teammates are looking at maybe trying to get him up, but I think the rest of the X-Men will go over there and flush him before anything like that can happen. And if they won't flush him, they'll at least keep him on lock. Samoy does go down, having been shot out of the car. Thrust still making moves to make sure that Blessed can live. I like to see this from Thrust. I like to see this from DZX as well. Both teams making sure that they go as wide as they possibly can to account for each of the other members going wide. And so they're basically spread out parallel to each other. Upchen and Sigs meet on the very extremity of this 4v4, and nades will now be exchanged. This is a fight that can still go in Thrust's way. Blessed might lose his life, but Thrust can still take this fight and win it. Upchen, though, we've seen what he can do when he's alone. What can he do when Leo arrives, when he's got a teammate? There goes Blessed. And honestly, there goes maybe Thrust's only connection to staying in this fight. Do they want to stay and commit to this now that they've lost Blessed? I think the answer is no. Smoke up right next to Sigs, but I think it's too late. Leo's already arrived. That nade is going to stop Sigs from getting in that car. Sigs is all but dead at the moment. Thrust have overstayed their welcome, extended too far without the information necessary. And X-Men have taken full advantage of that. The rest of Thrust will get the hell out of here. Sigs will fall to Leo, and it's a very well-played fight from the X-Men.
Yeah, be curious in terms of the way that Thrust will kind of analyze tonight, if they do as a team, Ross, and the way they look at it. Because I hope they more so look at the first two games where I thought they played incredibly well. A bit more defensive in their nature, I think, over the next couple of games since then, and they've maybe lost a little bit of that kind of aggression. And they've started well, but then haven't been able to follow on from their Miramar performances. 2 easy kills for X-Men, and Thrust now down to 2. Got themselves up into 8. Now to 11. Spray from Pain. Well, he's the one that gets the kills. I'm sure somewhere Mings is getting all the damage. MML, he's able to land a couple of tags, and he does get the kill eventually onto Sunny Side Up. And it's all coming the way of SGD. Even in the form of players with parachutes, everything going the right way for SGD tonight, and every kind of tournament probably has a team that eventually does pull away, Russ. It's just the nature of PUBG, but for this tournament, it's SGD.
Number 1 seed in the number 1 spot.
And the number 1 team.
Number 1 team. I mean, look, like you said it earlier, everyone's pulling their weight. And you've got players on this team, MML and Mings, previously Tianba. And you play in PCL, you play in the Chinese leagues, you're bound to get a wealth of experience. You're also probably just bound to be a very mechanically gifted player. And, well, when you pick those 2 players up, combine them with 2 players who are experienced in their local region, you get SGD. You get a team that is more than capable of dealing a ton of damage. And I wouldn't be surprised if they remain a favorite. No, not a favorite maybe when you put them up against the likes of Cerberus and Daytrade T5, the Thailand dominant teams as well. But certainly one that will be able to very competently compete when it comes to that APAC Grand Final lobby. Dean taking some shots from Pain, one of which does land. 21 damage from the SLR, and Dean has to get off the top of that hill now. He's going to have to go find some information elsewhere.
13.5 minutes gone. Still 15 teams alive as we go to the northern side of Erangel to phase 3. No real water play here now with the Roshawk River well and truly taken out of it. Circle shift kind of over towards Team Bliss and Pandaros Esports. SGD still in a really good position. Sprayed through Lids. Doesn't connect the way he would have liked. Pulls out the AUG. Sands is able to avoid every single bullet. Wanted to go to the Mark 12, but that was still on empty. And not quite happening for Squad Kallian. And is going to be a bit of a wasted opportunity for Lids.
You're acing it. You're getting it right every single time. I mean, we laugh, but they're not in a great spot at the edge of zone, to be honest with you. Certainly capable of finding a spot. There's a couple fights that are probably going to happen on this edge, especially on that northwestern side, that south, or northeastern side, southeastern side, that SK is going to be able to take full advantage of. They're already moving to that north as well. So yeah, they find themselves out of the zone, but ample opportunity for them to find a pick and fight their way through. And to go, the team that just passed them up, they went towards the bunker, and Ming says hello with his mini, and that nade might actually land on top of Miller as well. It looks perfect, an Antic fallout. SGD delivered a couple free kills. Leo, though, maybe not so free from him right now. More members of Extraordinaire than he probably would have liked. And it seems like they know his position as well. Flashbang into the building, but they can't actually make the push. It's good cover from Upchen and Bohang on that southern side. And this is what we saw from DZX in game 1. Just solid cover. Every single angle is covered for Leo when he wants it to be covered. So, if they were going to push his south side, all he has to do is call it, and his teammates step up to the plate. So, it's going to be very hard for Extraordinaire to make this push, because if they go northern side, Saviour's going to have that same information just on the other side of the coin. But it does look like that northern side is the most likely push for Extraordinaire to make. Using their smokes as well, block off those angles. This is certainly something that Extraordinaire can get done, but there's a time limit on this one.
Yeah, and add an extra caveat, but you got the two-man of Thrust pushing in behind Extraordinaire, so
Yeah.
Damned if they do and damned if they don't right now, and they will do, but not do much. And Leo with a double, easy spray on the AUG. There's little Nile and Blanchard trying to get themselves out of that little predicament they've clearly found themselves in. Trying to push past X-Men has not been an easy job. Kai will just drive up towards the north side. Deprot will follow. It's been a rough tournament for Extraordinaire. And for Flick and Maxoris, they are making their way in via the blue. At best, they could maybe catch off guard someone from DZX, who clearly would feel like that's all 4 players gone from that position. They can turn their backs to that and think it's safe. Saviour, Nate will jump up. Could have given Kai a chance, but he also had a frag grenade in his hand, and it's actually Kine from E36 further up the hill that gets the knock, and Saviour says, yeah, don't need your help. Back away, that's mine. 3 kills for X-Men, and well deserved. And Deprot made his way further afield, but he finds himself right next to Orcarin and Bleed. He's right in the middle of that, close by to this Phase 4 circle shift. And Bliss wrapping in on the south side, close by to Thrust and Bohang of DZX. So a lot happening on the southern side of this circle.
Getting pretty claustrophobic down here. There's only so much space on that hill for so many different teams. Bohang has no idea about Thrust. It looks like they were coming in from the blue very, very, very silently, and all of a sudden he does have an idea about where they are. Maxoris takes him out, and we'll certainly get the flush as well. Saviour moves up though. DZX. It's gone from pretty damn good to struggling a little bit. Upchen up close has lost his footing as well. Gone down on top of that road ridge. Saviour and Leo now have to make something out of not very much. And E36 on top of the hill looking to clean up DZX as well. Leo might actually be able to get one here. A little bit of damage done. Information gathered. Silviano has to get this, and he has to get it done cleanly, but he doesn't. Leo, someone who seems like he can just get 2 out of nowhere every single time you call upon him. And Saviour, a decent spray will land 1 bullet. It's pressure. He now has to push up that hill. He thinks this is doable as well. This is a straight 1v2. His confidence is probably at a level that you wouldn't normally be at in a 1v2. Knowing exactly where the other 2 Nox players are, knowing that he can maybe even get that res as well as we move over to what is a straight 4v4, parallel 4v4 between AAP and Lock You Up. One of who resides inside that flat top with a car. They're now leaving, knowing probably that they have to take this fight or move deeper into the zone. They can play that low side just to the southeast of where AAP is, and maybe even gatekeep them outside of the zone.
I think getting a high ground position is going to be really important for AAP in that fight. Leo and Saviour eventually undone by a little combination of E36 and Bleed, and Pure Boy. Flick also knocked by a trick as he and Maxoris still trying to just battle their way out of that blue close by to Team Bliss. Alec, does he spot one close? Well, he does throw the frag grenade, but doesn't probably want to get too over aggressive. Instead, just goes for it, see if he can get a little bit of a peek, get greedy, and does get the knock onto LA. You can see the hesitation in wanting to push forward. Maybe anticipating that Lock You Up would have someone that could watch for that push, but no one was there. And LA was just kind of left on an island by himself. Crazy 9 actually does get the kill. Not sure how you're allowing that one to happen, but Pedanos will take a freebie. No kills still for Archangel. Despite that little push, despite the little threat from Alec, they get nothing from it.
Panic on the low left. Not spotted though, so it should be a freebie for Shoehorse. If Panic were wanting an opportunity into the zone, this is certainly one, but AAP still have the high ground. The advantage is still with AAP, and it's a very solid advantage as well. 2 down now from Panic. SK on the backside could certainly third party this, maybe steal a kill or 2 away from AAP. It'd be devastating to lose even more kills, but AP moving into position. A little bit of damage from the car, but nothing that he can't heal away from. The other last member of Panic, just behind Algin Bots as he pops that first aid. Luckily, wasn't shooting at Algin, so Panic fall, AP get away with it, but maybe not without suffering losses. And SK quietly here. SGD, they're the loud ones here. They're the ones you are going to see no matter what. They'll peek over, they'll take shots at you, they'll get those kills. SK haven't done that yet, though. Wahaha and the teammate he's got on the backside have an opportunity to maybe steal Alec, maybe make a push towards AAP, but SGD ever present. They've been at Plains for so long, and they will remain an issue for both these teams.
Down to our 10 teams remaining. Getting another rather early exit for Panic, unfortunately, but they did get 3 kills this game. They were a little bit more impactful. 20 minutes now elapsing here for game number 5. Empty. Well, spraying from a bit more of a low ground position against the Wickwalk and does get the knockdown. It's been a handy tournament for Empty. We saw the kill leaders actually beginning of this game, Ross, and he was in the top 4. It's another couple that has gone his way, and here's Wahaha Lids laughing to the bank as he gets a freebie for turning around that rock. Algin Bots does go down.
Ooh.
No more, though, from Mr. Wahaha.
Honestly, he actually could have got a second one. The spray around that rock wasn't the cleanest from the member of AAP, so he had a decent opportunity to get 2. He did enough damage, actually, to make this very difficult for AAP. The player he got was eventually flushed out as well. Red Sea looking to third party this now, too. So, AAP, they could have cleaned that up a little bit better, but because they didn't, Alec now probably falls. And Rip, very close, but Evil Patrick with a 90-degree turn that Rip was never going to expect. He pulled up to that ridge incredibly confident, take me on, and then just got completely deleted. Both these teams, though, at the mercy of SGD. And what can you really do up against a team? Full control of Plains, top of the leaderboard. They are playing with confidence. They are playing with competency. And I don't think they're going to let either of these players get out of here alive.
Yeah, hard to envision that being a case. Empty. Oh, I don't know if he realized CJ was right at the ridge. He actually did get a knock on to Evil Patrick with that frag grenade, but CJ pushed up aggressively. We'll get the reward. 4 kills for Empty, but we bid farewell to him. Dean inside of the blue, just trying to tank it a little bit, see if he can live slightly longer, and he does get the reward by getting the kill onto CJ. He does send Archangel Predator out in 7th, an extra kill and placement point for Red Sea Esport. And Dean's still alive. One more first aid kit after this, but SGD, you would imagine, will be blocking entry into the zone. So Dean will just see and peek over if he can find someone else, but you would imagine it should be 6th and out for Red Sea Esport here. 8 kills though, and 6th place, not a bad effort. And they've really started to turn their tournament around, Ross. It's been a big turnaround for Red Sea Esport tonight here on night 2.
Yeah, absolutely has been. You can see the smiling in the player cams as well. The spirits are relatively high for those boys as they find themselves ending in 7th this game. Into our top 4 now. Extraordinaire falls. This is a quite competitive top 4. SGD and Team Bliss. Bliss are going to be looking to maybe not shave out some points off SGD's lead. That's probably an opportunity that's passed them up, but certainly they're looking to build that gap between them and X-Men, and they're in a spot to do so. E36 as well, down in 9th. Very close to 7th, only 2 points away. And with 3 up, you can envision them having a decent game. That said, they are not inside the zone, and as you push closer to the zone, you end up kind of putting yourself in the line of sight of SGD. If you go north, the same thing happens. SGD has full control over that edge. It's honestly a very rough shift for E36, and I think they've gambled incorrectly. Going to the north here makes it very difficult to pass this line that SGD has created. Look at that minimap. How do you pass that? I don't think you can.
Is it fair to say, though, Ross, out of the games that we've had tonight, this might be one of the more open ones in terms of the multitude of teams that can win?
It absolutely is. E36, if they'd made a play towards Bliss, honestly, that South is certainly playable and they can make this fight happen. Honestly, though, if they open it up onto SGD, then I could eat my own words. SGD, this wall, it might not be a factor, but it certainly is. Pain with 2. How do you even criticize that? You can't.
Oh, that was
just
brilliant.
Yeah, perfection.
Yeah, I mean, E36 just kind of went for broke. They couldn't push south because of Bliss, and then they end up going to the plane. But, I mean, that was just clean from SGD. 9 kills now. They are on for 3 in a row. It's doable. They can't get to 16 or 17 kills. Well, actually, no, they can. How many can they get right now? They can get 7. They can get to 16. So they can actually get to 16.
Yeah.
So they can go for 17, 16. Maybe they go 17, 16, 15. Maybe we'll go with that one. But either way, they can certainly win this. And I think, tracking back to my earlier comment, though, I think all 3 teams here can win this. You got Bliss on the south side, Pandados more so towards the west, and on to the north side, you've got SGD, 139 points. Bliss looking to be the second team to cross 100 points, which if they could do that, I think their chances of top 2 are going to continue to increase exponentially. Another game of Erangel to come after this for night 2, and then tomorrow's the final night. There's not going to be much room for teams to catch up. And dare I say, you know, PMA, Bleed, are they even really in that race for top 2 now? I'm not too sure. Monty does get knocked by Payne, who opens up the account. Akita does spot Pindados, and he's pushing really close. Dead center of the circle, as you can see on the minimap. And he does spot Carbs. Carbs making the run. Pulls out the Mark 12. Boy, he's absolutely sharp.
No.
Akita landing the initial shots, but then the follow-up shots couldn't quite hit. Insights on the south side, and he knows Carbs is going to be close by. He can take that fight. Akita at the rock has got Jo on the other side, but SGD have cleared out that eastern side. Bliss are now vulnerable. SGD now in prime position. Carbs with the knock into Insight, and it's all fallen apart for the team in pink.
I was going to say, if you give these Pindados players space, they'll certainly utilize it. They have such a nice spread.
Oh, wow,
and it's
they
a
went
spread
down easily.
Team Bliss can't do anything about it, and so now we get this straight 4v4. Obviously, you have your on-paper winner. I'll go with Pindados here. They have all
You'll
the
go with
space in the
Pindados
zone.
here. You're not going to back in SGD?
Just to shake things up, Jake. Just to shake things up. I rate these Pindados players highly, especially Crazy 9. Obviously, we've seen highlights from him in the past. But in a zone like this as well, you put these players in a late-game scenario, you can't doubt them.
No,
also, look at the
I'm
space that
backing in
SGD have to clear as well. Look at the space SGD have to clear. Hachi, unknown factor. If they clear him cleanly... Actually, wait, no, back SGD here. I don't like this positioning, Jake. I don't like this positioning at all.
Yeah. Well, that was the win con, wasn't it, though? Hachi needed to get at least 1 or 2. He was front contact at the tree. He gets spotted, loses his life, but now suddenly high ground advantage, numbers advantage, and it's a team that is clearly in form tonight here. Mings using said high ground advantage with a knockdown onto Jo, and suddenly now it's a 4-on-2, and SGD are going to find 3 in a row. Unless Carbs can do something crazy with Crazy 9. Crazy 9 on the north side here makes contact, wins that fight against Jervis. Half health at the rock. Mings to push up. MML, though, does the job. MML knocked down, though, now by Carbs. He couldn't get the revive on a Jo, and he can't get the kill then to follow up either. Payne to finish it off. 3 wins in a row for SGD from Malaysia, and it's 14 kills this time. A win with 17, a win with 16, and a win with 14.
I mean, what more can you say? They are dominating this lobby right now, and they don't show any signs of slowing down. I wanted to back Pindados in that situation just to shake things up, to have some spice in this lobby, and I know what those players can do, but SGD are on form in every way, shape, and form. They have those trades locked down. They had that wide sweep on the western side, identifying a threat and taking them out. Pindados had no chance, and I was blind. I was ignorant to that. SGD on top and firmly there.
Yeah, and then I'm almost a little bit speechless from what we're seeing here. SGD, we know they're capable. This was a tournament that was shaping up to be quite even across the board until the last 3 games. Like, literally, if we just rewind the last 3 games, we had a point in time where the top 3, just 3 games ago, were all tied on 77 points. And the 4th team was on like 76 points. Now, SGD has basically, I don't want to say locked in top 2, but Russell, like statistically now it's going to be very unlikely to think that they don't finish top 2 from here. And that's really all that matters for them. Like the difference between, you know, 3rd and 7th are relevant, but the top 2 matters. You go straight to the finals of both the qualification tournaments for EWC and PGS. So massive. We'll go to the highlights here of this game. Alrighty, so we are now into what is going to be the final game of the night coming up, Russell. And, well, I mean, it's coming sooner than we thought, apparently. We head into that game, though, now with essentially a very firm leader. SGD are so far out in front. I don't think they're going to be able to be caught. And as I was kind of trying to insinuate, but even if you kind of look outside that top 2 now, which has Bliss in it, there's X-Men, and then there's starting to be a little bit of a cliff because PMA have dropped right off from that kind of top 4, which were all locked in. They were all like basically the same points. Well, PMA stayed at that same points. SGD have like quadrupled their points. And so it feels like it's down to Bliss and X-Men, I think, for that second spot.
Yeah, it would make sense. I mean, honestly, SGD have not made this cut and dry, but yeah, there's one slot up for grabs now. No one's going to catch SGD. There's one slot in that top 2 up for grabs now, which makes it even a little, that much more tense for Bliss and X-Men and any other team that can catch up to those 2 as well. It makes it even more tense for those guys. Makes it more tense for us as well. We get. We remain competitive, even though someone's run away with it. We still remain competitive, and I'm happy with that.
If someone's going to run away with it, though, I want them to run away with it like this, so utterly dominant that it's entertaining. Not so much because it's like, oh, everyone else has played poorly. No, they've just really taken this lobby, farmed up, and taken that top spot. For SGD, it's been incredible to watch a team kind of just, I don't want to say like seemingly out of nowhere, because if you, I kind of pointed it out at the end of that last game, but like they have not made top 6 the entire tournament. Like it's top 6 every single game at minimum, let alone their last 3 games in which they've actually won. So it's not even out of nowhere. It's more so just taking even that next step, going from just being like consistent top 6 to now being utterly dominant. I think that's going to be something really telling for SGD going further really into the EWC quals and the APAC quals. They are a team that probably needs to be, at least from this region, vying to actually make the main event.
Yeah, they should be. They'll have expectations set at that level, especially with the players on that team. You can't really have a bunch of ex-PCL players. Sophia as well, who's played in PCL. I'm pretty sure he had a stint in China. You have these players with so much experience. There's no world in which you cannot say, yeah, we're going to make PGS here.
Yep, we go to the top 4 from that match. No surprise once again to see SGD heavy on numbers, heavy on utility. Look at the nade usage, 14 from them that game. In comparison to some of their more direct teams, Pendados and Red Sea, who only had 7 combined in terms of the frag grenade usage. All of these teams with a high amount of damage. Again, another really big game from Red Sea. We spoke about them kind of at the start of the night because of the Malaysia slot. Well, I don't know if they're going to get that slot, if I'm going to be honest, Russell, because the way that SGD are playing, but what they might get is top 7 here and have to go the long way round. And that in itself is still not a bad thing, considering they were like bottom 3 to start tonight. They're into 7th now with 1 game to go tonight. So that's been a massive turnaround. And that's probably also the blueprint maybe for a lot of other teams to kind of look at, analyze, and think, hey, how can we turn things around? What did Red Sea do tonight that they couldn't quite do on night 1 that maybe we can do on night 3? 3 chicken dinners in a row for SGD. This is, it's been, again, another team performance. You can see it here. Payne with 4, MML with 5, Mings with 4. It's been rough for poor old Jervis. He's just got the 1 kill this game, but at least he was able to be involved, unlike the previous one.
Yeah, actually, now that you point that out, I'm starting to feel bad for the guy. But look, when the rest of the team is doing their job, there's nothing you can be upset about. It's an insane performance from them, and like you were saying, it's a run that if any team is going to make it, at least they're making it, and they're making it entertaining. Like, we are seeing team fights from these guys pan out when maybe you didn't expect them to go the way of SGD. We're seeing highlight performances from individuals. We're seeing clean shots. We're catching a lot of the action. These are games that are hard fought for SGD. They're fighting in and around planes. That's not just a compound that you can sit in and, catch 9 and be good for the rest of the game. It's a spot you often have to fight for, and teams are going to send it at you and you have to defend. So it's a very, very entertaining way for SGD to make their top 1 run.
So, as we have the match leaderboard really spelling it out once again, another 24-point performance from SGD. They have rocketed up the standings. A couple of other things to note from this one. Extraordinaire, 8 points from this game, Russell. So on the higher side for them for what's been a difficult tournament. E36 continue to kind of just plug away. Again, it hasn't quite been maybe the most impressive performance in terms of this tournament as a whole. But I remember back to like APAC quals for stage 1, and they were like dead last, and it was really rough. They've been far more competitive, now into 9th place off the back of that game. By the way, the kind of trend that I've been following tonight for Panic is like a little offside story. They've gone from top 7 to top 10 to now bottom 6 territory. It has been an incredibly disappointing night for them. We'll see if they can turn it around. We know they've got the quality to do so. Thrust, who got them out of bottom 3, then into the top 10. They got to 8. Now they're 12th again. They too haven't quite been able to replicate their performances from Miramar. And I'm probably at a point where I may put a line through that bottom 3, Antic, Extraordinaire, and SK. I don't know if any of those 3 teams are going to make top 7, and I don't even think they'll make top 10. Unlucky, Thrust, Panic, all can certainly still make top 10, but we're starting to really see this competition now shape up. Once you get to the end of the second night in a 3-night tournament, there's no surprise to see it mostly shaped up.
Yeah, I mean, we're able to identify some very clear narratives here. We're able to identify clear favorites, weaknesses in teams, individuals who are performing well as well. That said, I'm not putting... When it's top 10 qualification for EWC, you can't put a line through anyone in that bottom 6. When it's top 7 qualification through the playoffs, then you can start maybe putting a line through those bottom 3s. So it obviously still something to play for. It's just not as good as qualifying through to the APAC playoffs or grand finals. But data's hit on your screen. I backed them in that previous end game. Maybe I was ignorant. Maybe it was a very low chance that they were going to win that regardless. But I think those players were in decent enough spots to be able to take that win. And I think that the player that was on the edge, I believe it was Hachi, if he had a teammate who was a little bit closer, who could maybe take first contact instead of first contact being Hachi, then maybe that changes the end game quite a lot, because you have Hachi probably getting a free knock. But that wasn't the case. They were quite split, and it just let SGD sweep one side, take one out, and claim the win for themselves. Bliss haven't had a fantastic night, but it's been consistent enough for them to claim or to stay in that second position.
Yeah, I mean, usually we speak about Bliss quite a lot. Don't think we've done that tonight. I think that they've been kind of thereabouts. Have at times had a couple of decent games. Of course, they ended up winning one of the games tonight back on Miramar at the beginning of the night. Outside of that win, they've kind of just been doing the job. Like, kind of just getting the job done. It hasn't quite been the sort of night where, using SGD as an example, I think Bliss are a team that historically have been able to have those kind of nights. That hasn't clearly gone the way for them. Like, that hasn't quite been the direction in which that they've been able to make their games go, but they're still getting the job done. They're still picking up like their 8-9 points a game. That's why they're into second place right now. Yep. And that's the sign of a really, really good side. SGD is not going to be able to go and get these 3 win performances every single, match night, right? Like, that's not going to be something you can consistently do. Tomorrow night, for all we know, Bliss could actually end up doing something similar, and SGD go back to getting their 6th and 5th places, for example. So we don't know. Yeah. Final game of the night here coming up, though, for what is night 2 of the PUBG Masters Series. It's another 6 games tomorrow night, Russell. So still games to play. Yeah, there's still enough games to be banked up that I understand why you haven't put a line through any of the teams.
Yeah, well, when it's top 10, anything can happen. Even if you're at the bottom, which I believe was 24 points, 1 good game with 10 kills, and you're very close to top 10, and that's doable.
Yeah, but is that team capable of 1 good game with 10 kills, though? And that's not to be disrespectful, but like, you're going to say anyone can do it. I don't think anyone can do it, because I certainly couldn't do it.
Jake. If you land at Farmers, right, just north of Ferry Pier, okay? And
like me?
Yeah, you specifically, and you catch 9 circles, anything can happen, man.
No, I don't think so.
Anything can happen. I mean, those kills come to you sometimes, right? So it can happen either way. PMA, their short or their fall from tonight might actually be continued coming into the final game, because Lun has found himself alone, but with an M249. I was just going to say, if any gun is going to help you out in this scenario, it's a shotgun or it's something with a massive magazine. That molly is going to delay the X-Men push for the moment. It should actually allow Bohang a little bit more time to loot, but that foldable shield makes it even easier for Lun. No one up on C9 to shoot him in the back either, and Zennan has arrived to provide some pressure, but he doesn't want to breach, and smartly so, at least not yet. He'll go a little bit wider. He's opened up onto 1. Upchat now has to get the trade with a burst fire M16, a 2 vest. I don't really back up Chen in this. Can Lun get it done? Around the edges, he's got it. Zennan's been taken down in the meantime, but Lun has done his job. PMA in control of this fight.
Oh, what a job done again from Lun. This is the second time tonight with the M249, close quarters against a couple of players. He's done it again. Steam was able to back him in. The reinforcements have arrived. The X-Men are going to be really disappointed here because not only have they lost this, but they've lost it to a direct rival, and that double shot pump from Dashu is going to be good enough to take out Bohang. It's really like double points here for PMA, Ross, because not only are you getting these kills, you're taking out a direct rival that's right above you in third place. This is massive to end the night at least on a better note going into the final night.
Big for Bliss as well. They'll be seeing that kill feed and rejoicing. I don't know how that second shot from Dashushu landed on the double barrel. That looked like he shot the wall and it still landed. But very well done from Lunlun. I mean, it is just, if he doesn't get those 2 kills, then the fight probably doesn't go PMA's way. They had a fair number of players inside that compound, so it still could have gone PMA's way if Lunlun went down. But Lunlun absolutely secures it with a fantastic double kill on that M249. A lucky foldable shield find as well. They certainly aren't expecting that as they push up the stairs. They're expecting a little bit more open area to maybe be able to take that fight. And also, just have to say, having to get that trade kill done with an M16 is like worst case scenario. Yeah, you can put it in bursts and you only got to land one of those bursts, but it's still, you feel really terrible in that scenario. So that second player, don't blame him too heavily for that. It's a very rough situation to be in, but still excellently played by Lunlun.
Yeah, it makes, as you said, life a little bit easier for Bliss in this final game of the night as well, seeing that direct rival, but it also does mean PMA maybe become a bit more of a direct rival as well by the end of this extraordinaire. Picked up a very handy 8 points in that last game. You reckon they're capable of getting a, what was it, a 10-kill win?
Look, the kills come to you sometimes.
Look, if they can do it, fair credit. It hasn't quite been the tournament for them, though. It's, I will say, though, always something about PUBG that keeps you on your toes is anything can happen. I do agree with that.
PUBG, man.
Oh, APAC PUBG is like the epitome of anything can happen.
Yeah, the last few tournaments we've done together have been absolute chaos. Every qualification tournament has some level of, we didn't expect that to happen.
Well, I didn't expect SUD to get 3 wins in a row with like 14, 16, and 17 kills.
No, absolutely not. That's show. I mean, okay, so the way SGD are playing this lobby so far, kind of prioritizing the center a lot, has seemed to pay off for them really, really, really well. And PMA, I think, was doing that day 1 as well. I don't know what's quite happened to them coming into day 2. Maybe that playstyle isn't quite working for them today, but SGD seems like they relentlessly want the center of zone unless they've got a good off-center spot to control. And that's probably what's letting them into these spots to get those high kill wins. That said, even if you do, if you're a team that prioritizes the center of the zone, say you're the Picado team, the Pachinki team, something like that, you have priority over the center. Those kill numbers are still, like, you have to work for them. You really have to go out and earn those kill numbers, even if you're a team that plays very heavily towards the center and often has priority from your drop spot. So the way SGD are playing this lobby is just exceptional, and it's a fantastic thing to see.
Yeah, I'm really glad you were able to kind of analyze it like that as well regarding the way that they've positioned throughout tonight. And I think it's been a big source as to why they've been able to be successful. Also, to kind of add on to that, it's not just center, but they typically rotate early and they like to get that position early as well. And it's the sign of a team that wants to kind of put the game in their hands, make things happen rather than push in late, and kind of be reactive. They're very proactive, and that's why they've been able to be so successful tonight. Speaking of that proactiveness, I probably want to see a little bit more from a team like Bleed, for example. Formerly FTF, they've got the capabilities to be a team contending around that top 2. They haven't quite been able to get going tonight, I think, to their absolute best. 9th, 9th, and 6th in their last 3 games, so thereabouts, but not really dominant enough. Walker in an awkward position here over towards Prison, high ground position. Shooting down, yes, but others can then see you spotlighting at the top. And an emergency parachute here from Lock You Up. We're currently still in that 6th place position. It's been a real tight tussle towards the middle portion of this leaderboard. There's not much separating, 6th down to 10th. Only a handful of points, to be exact.
Panic have seen this. Whether they take advantage of it or not is a different question. Sure Horse with the bolt, suspect on high. Full information gathered, but not really positioned to be able to move in on top of these guys. Shoehorse will stick around, gather the info for players to keep track of, unless they just want to back off this altogether. They could just back off and play the other spots in zone that Panic have, which looks like that's going to be the case. Lock You Up might hear this vehicle, recognize that that spot is now free, but I don't think they did. Either they did and don't want to go for it, or they didn't hear the buggy leave, but Panic have given up this space. They're going to go play the yellows on the other side of logging, and Lock You Up unknowingly now have a lot more space that they can utilize, priority space as well. So they need to start gathering some information, because that's the spot you certainly want. Leo, maybe he gets a freebie here, but Algebot starts up his engine again and takes off, maybe spotting Leo off in the distance up the hill. The spray is very nice. Lots of shots landing, but no knock to come out. Leo almost with a freebie.
Yeah, almost.
Well,
Maybe not done. I've seen those in plenty of montage clips for us where he goes and gets something like that happen on the second go around. Not to be, though, for Leo. Yeah, rough way to end the night for X-Men. It's been a good night. I don't think they should be too disappointed. It's always one of those tricky ones, because like a lot of their better work was done at the beginning of the night. So you kind of end the night, you know, kind of scratching your head like, did we have a good night? Like you're not quite sure if it was a good night or not. But if you have a 17 kill at any point in the night, you should be pretty content. And they're right in the mix, of course, going into tomorrow. That second spot firmly still up for grabs. I mean, I'm probably going to say, I don't know if they're going to leapfrog SGD. It would take something quite miraculous, but second spot will obviously be well and truly in a position that they can still get.
I don't think anyone's leapfrogging SGD.
No.
Certainly
Certainly not extraordinaire.
No. I don't even know if the maths allow for that. It's already been proven that I'm not quite gifted when it comes to the numbers, but
most casters aren't. Don't do maths on stream is a very widely renowned mantra.
Maybe I can break new ground, and I can...
No, I don't think it'll be you.
No, you're right. I won't even try. Thrust sitting inside cube. It's a good spot. It's a spot that's often fed, and if they were looking for a good way to end the night, then that's one way to do so. If you want Thrust to thrust up the leaderboard, then a nice 10-kill win where the kills go to them is something that is more than capable inside that cube compound.
Yeah, 2-2 split as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it time and time and time again if the circle was to shift towards them. It's a very played-out circle that Thrust are going to be able to identify the tendencies of really, really, really easily. And you can see them likely grouping up as well if this goes towards the southeast. Antic as well in their coveted mini power. It's the spot they loot in side of Os. It's kind of off-center in this one. So they're going to have to move in a little bit. Thrust probably going to leave cube and group up with that Vitality compound, I believe it's called. Vitality Monkey, something like that. Keep that 4-man up. Keep it 4-man strong. AAP need to make their way in as well. Luckily, they've got a bridge right next to them.
Yeah, it's just not enough on that south side now to really warrant keeping those two players at cube, and you're not really denying a whole lot. You can kind of give that up to Unlucky if you really want to. They're not going to be in a critical position. It's going to probably hurt you in the long game. If that group up is 4. It's difficult, though, because you kind of then stay as 4. You don't really want to send 2 into Milta. Then there's not much really directly north of Milta. So you kind of just have to play as a kind of stacked up 4, which does mean you kind of give up a lot of space. So not the circle I think they would have loved. They would have loved it to have gone a little bit more out towards that east. They can maintain a bit more space control, but not to be. Not the worst position to be in, though, to be fair. They'll be okay with that. PMA now on the move, just outside of Milta. I wonder if they're going to be aggressive and also just kind of stack up in this building. Good side to be on. Right side of the road. Just above Milta. Keep their cars safe. 3 kills as well this game for PMA at the start against X-Men means that if they can really build on this, they can end the night on certainly a very positive note. Squad Kellyan right down the bottom, 24 points. It's been rough for these guys. They haven't really been able to get much to work. Dean is inside of that Darcia and gets away from Wahalids.
323 reserve. Put this guy on a high ground location and just leave him be. He's got so much ammo. You said something very important there, actually, though. When PMA took that flat top, you said right side of the road, and that is very, very true in a circle like this. Essentially, it's not all about your proximity to that logging hill, but a lot of the macro decision making is about proximity to that logging hill, because if it ends up there, you need access to that hill. Yeah, you can drive up there later on, but if you're in a spot like PMA is, then you have a much easier route to get up to the top. So if you're sat in Milta, for example, that can be a treacherous drive if this shifts north. Leo will fall and DZX are gone. Their fray, their fight in the early game didn't go their way. And they didn't even get someone to the center of the zone to rank tank a little bit for their placement points. And so
PMA get the kill too. They get the
yeah, true. I didn't even notice that actually. So yeah, everyone around them on the leaderboard happy with that. A competitor is now out, and there is the entire game to play for everyone around them.
Yeah, I mean, it just further compounds. I think I saw a couple of members of X-Men laughing, and maybe laughing at the fact that you spend all that time kind of rotating around and seeing what you can do as a solo, and then it's that very team that wiped you out at the start anyway that does get that kill. So all 4 go the way of PMA. A good way to kind of just double up and really kind of bridge that gap to the top 3 for PMA. And yeah, we'll see if they can kind of kick on from there. They're in a good position going into the 3rd phase now, 20 seconds to go. As we go over to Panic, we've kind of touched on, or at least I have, that it's been a sliding night for them. Now 5 points behind Pindados Esports. So they're out of the top 10. When we kind of talk about, 7 and 10, at the end of the day, if you're not in that top 10 at all, you are really not faring well, because you'll be missing out on a lot of PUBG action, Ross, for I don't know how long. Months.
Yeah, I haven't done the exact calculation, but it's months. It's not good. It's not a good feeling. You don't have to want to. I mean, you just get cold. There's nothing super serious to play for. It's you're almost in limbo. And so there is a lot on the line, more so probably than what you will imagine watching a tournament like this. SK, they've been here for quite some time, and now finally the zone is telling them to move on. Probably going to end up close towards Panic, who are inside logging. Either that or they rotate north, which, if they do so, they'll maybe collide with Red Sea, who we just saw rotate past them off in the distance. And I think they realize that they're going to back off. Bliss, very close now to lock you up, realizing that that play has to wait for the moment. Yeah, they've got 2 up here, but they probably need a couple more to make this play happen. Either that or they just want to leave entirely. They are in zone, so they've got time on their side. I think they probably realize, though, Bleed, Red Sea, maybe SK as well, if they were to rotate on the north, they're the priority. Stop teams approaching on our edge, and then we can think about getting in. Nico down and out immediately. Empty taking a quick left turn to get out of Bliss's line of sight. An unfortunate circumstance for Nico, but at least the rest of Red Sea will get out of there alive.
Yeah, not much you can do about that if you're Nico. Rough way to end the night whenever you lie on a rotate like that out of a vehicle, especially to a team like Team Bliss. Bit of a local rival between Nico and of course, Bliss. They'll get themselves a bit of a freebie. Very even spread of kills as well. Sight, can he land those? A little bit more difficult. The angle not quite there, and Rip will get away. Jeff loses his life to a combo of Sigs and Hunt of Unlucky. Yeah, Bliss look very locked in though, very laser focused. They maintain some decent space to shelter, but it's not really going to be inside of the zone though for much longer. Minute till phase 4, and yeah, that northern side position, not really a very prominent position, I think, moving forward for the remainder of this game, unless it continues to shift up north. SGD, by the way, still holding farm. Interesting position, because we were speaking about earlier at the beginning of this game, they love that center point. They couldn't quite get to a central location in this match, so holding out very much towards the west. They're playing edge to close out this game. We'll see how they actually are able to manage that, as Rip and Dean, the last 2 up for Red Sea Esports. Been a good night tonight. They've laid the foundations for tomorrow night. That's the main thing, I think, for Red Sea. Yeah, the very last game, not ideal. But you look at the 3-4 games before that, it's been a good night. They're in the top 7 right now. They're well and truly in that fight with 6 games to go tomorrow. I don't think they will be too disappointed with the way that things have transpired in this final game.
They've still got room to reach placement points as well. I don't think anyone else is going to go towards them. While they might incur some nades or some long-range fire for the moment, I think Red Sea, the remaining duo at least, is mostly okay. So they can actually reach placement points here, maybe steal a couple kills or 2, from outside those Wizard Tower windows. But yeah, down as 2, you're still not in an ideal situation. Bleed make their way in, but not inside the zone. They are looking at Milta most likely to get inside. E36 looking at something. They want somewhere to sit, somewhere that's inside the zone, maybe just the edge somewhere, and They found exactly that, but we move quickly to Panic and Extraordinaire. They've found themselves in a breach situation that's quickly being won by Extraordinaire. It's a defense scenario for them. They had the upper hand, and Panic have done nothing here. Shoehorse will get one, but it's looking very likely that Extraordinaire take this win, and that nade will finish him off. Panic can't do anything against Extraordinaire's defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's been rough. I think that probably is a good way to summarize the night for Panic. Bad, then to worse, and now to just out again early. This time 15th place. So you kind of look at the body as a whole, Ross, for tonight when it comes to Panic. In every single game tonight, 14, 14, 14, 14, 12, 15.
Rough.
That's and this is a team that I hold, you know, to higher stead. I think they're talented, and that's just that is a really bad night.
Yeah, you look at it, you laugh at it most likely, and you hope that it can't get any worse. But yeah, like you said, players certainly capable of doing a lot more than they've shown us tonight, and hopefully they can do that tomorrow. Meanwhile, though, I said no one was going to get that close to Red Sea, but Pindados have found a way. Their side of the zone is mostly free. Everyone up towards logging is fighting. Everyone else is engaged. So Red Sea find themselves in a bit of strife. Most likely because Carbs is knocked in that top floor. The rest of Pindados probably want to get that res if they can. Any way that they can. Hachi moving closer. He's going to avoid the players in the bottom floor probably and just run straight upstairs to get that res. And if that happens, Red Sea are in a whole different world of trouble. That's now 4 players up. Both of them sat inside the bottom floor of this wizard tower. All it takes is one nade and they're both dead. All it takes is one nade to push them out of that back door. And they're dead all the same. Here's that one nade coming in now from Crazy 9. It'll get a knock. It won't get both. But certainly now Red Sea stays outnumbered.
Yeah, I mean, probably not too surprised, though. Probably envisioned it was going to end up that way for them eventually. Sooner rather than later. And in the end, Red Sea's night is done. 57 points. It's been certainly a much better night for them. Yeah, they had themselves a 2nd place, 9-kill performance. 6th place, 8 kills, 3 kills, 2 kills here and there. So they picked up some good points. A pretty steady stream of points too acquired throughout the night. This Mon team with a knock on to 2-7 of Lock You Up, who's just been the kind of team that it continues to just be actually quite consistent in their point acquisition throughout this tournament. Yeah, the last 2 games themselves respectively haven't been the greatest, but up until that point, I have just been consistently getting points. And there goes Squad Kalian, the bottom place team, once again with another early exit.
Lock You Up having to back out of this one. Not wanting to commit to a low ground situation, take a fight with Bliss that you're probably going to lose, and then on top of that, you're also outside the zone. No reason to. No reason to do that when you've got Big Mac already with a foothold in the next zone. So get out of that one. Don't lose any more players and play the game from a much better spot. They also have this high ground that they can utilize. Pindado's stuck at that wizard tower, something they'll certainly look at. The solo of Pindado's, though, he's got to deal with Pain, who is arriving to this flat top without an ounce of fear in his movement, straight out onto the open deck of the flat top, and Jo goes down. Pain, confident as ever, and so are the rest of SGD. That's the solo, that's the anchor for Pindado's taken down, and that leaves them in a bit of an awkward spot, but probably a spot they were going to end up in regardless. Once they took that wizard from Red Sea, they were probably going to sit there no matter what, just because of the spot it has in zone. It's almost dead center. And it's just unfortunate that they lose Carbs in the process.
And just nearing on the 21-minute mark. Let's just go out prior to that. Oh, almost a bit of friendly fire, but Ken actually just ends up getting the double kill on to Trick and Samoy. Tene does fire back at least. A little bit of that damage, though, has already been done on to Bleed, who are firmly on the floor. A couple of frag grenades being thrown out by E36. Pureblood, another one towards the left side of that warehouse. Orkran looking to now cross the road, and will do so rapidly. Man has just absolutely got over in a flash. Pureboy, another nade in hand. That's a good one, though. It's from Miller. It's from Antic from behind. Looking to third party and engage E36. Sylphia knocked out. This could be an opportunity for Antic to collect some points, but not really in the position that they would push on this. More so hold position. But when you get that knock and you get involved, maybe you get a bit bloodthirsty, and that's what Miller has gone and done. Pushed in, and Lundlund with a good knock for PMA. As Pureblood with a knock on to Tene. This fight continues, and it's going in the way of Enter Force 36. Trick now, the only one left standing for Bleed Esports, and this has gone into a really bad direction for them. And the blue now making its way in, and as he watches it come in, I think he's realized he cannot get these revives.
Yeah, somewhere in this chaos, Bleed is probably going to die. At the same time, E36 has to make that push towards Antic, and it's just Killaroo up now. I believe he's the last one for Antic. Somehow they've taken a ton of losses here as well. They had the spot where they could just kind of keep both E36 and Bleed out of the zone, but it's turned on its head. E36 are now the ones who look like they're in control until that nade popped off. Did so much damage to both remaining E36 players. And to be honest with you, Jake, I don't think any of these teams inside Milta are in control. It's unlucky. It's Extraordinaire. It's PMA. Those are the ones in the winning seats right now. And everyone in Milta dies. No one can make it out safely. Unlucky will make sure that no one else is there. There is one remaining solo, but will be shortly dealt with. And we move now onto this hill. The hill we highlighted as being so important to have a way to get up here. If you're one of those Milta teams, well, you've realized why it's so important to give yourself an in to this hill. It's because this zone often just ends up here. And what happens is if you don't have a way up that hill, you have to pass through those Milta fields. You have to pass through PMA and that flat top and everyone else who's residing on the edges of this zone. It's just so difficult. Thrust right now struggling to get in on edge. Lock them up above them as well. I don't think Thrust are getting out of this anytime soon.
No. Well, you've timed that one perfectly, Ross, that's for sure. As they go out in 9th, they do not get out of it anytime soon. They get out of the lobby, though, and out of the game as the landing a bit of damage now onto APAC. Down to the final 8 teams, so placement points now on offer. SGD making their way in. They were silent over towards farm for the large portion of this game, but just starting to position themselves for maybe a 4th win in a row. As I say that, Crazy 9 with a nice kill onto Paint, and maybe I've just put the juju onto SGD. Now it becomes far more difficult down to just 2 players remaining. They've got themselves 2 kills. Unlucky you're out. They go on. Hachi turns out of the doorway and spots a member of SGD. CJ goes driving on through, coming out of Milta. Now here comes Archangel Predator to see if they can do some damage into this zone. The phase 6 circle coming to a close inside the next 90 seconds, and AAP will make a nice entry. They don't lose anybody. All 4 players up, 4 kills at the 24-minute mark.
Yeah, really clean from AAP, taking their time to make sure this rotate's done cleanly as well. Coming out of the blue, not necessarily inside Milta, but certainly on the outskirts. The first little bit of damage taken as they gather the information that PMA is being quite aggressive peeking out of that flat top. They'll soon learn what angles they can and can't peek. They're going to move their cars to cover what angles they think they are, or I think they should be afraid of. Extraordinaire outside. That kind of fadeaway headshot from CJ might actually net him a kill if he had any damage utility, but he doesn't. Maybe he's got a blue zone, but other than that, he can't actually get that flush. Maybe pull a teammate over and get them to throw a nade towards that little crevice just below that flat top there. Either way, AAP in a very nice spot to potentially win this game if it goes their way. If it doesn't, though, if this shifts north, that's trouble for AAP. They're going to try and make that push no matter what, though. Especially with that nade, it puts Alec under pressure a bit. There's only the head to aim at through that small window, but he still can't get it done. Blanchard is doing quite well here to just pressure Alec, and now he's done even better. He's naded him out of the game.
Done from Valencia. Maybe this is the comeback time for Extraordinaire if they can indeed get some points from this game as well. They got 8 in the last one. They're getting points in this one, and suddenly they're actually not that far from the top 10. Maybe you've hit the money, because guess what? You said 10 kills and a win. I said they can't do it. They've got 10 kills and could get the win.
Exactly, Jake. It's anything's possible. Anyone can do it.
Anything's possible, apparently, and they've gone beyond that and above that. Now up to 13 kills. Egg all over my face as Extraordinaire have put in an extraordinary performance in the final game of tonight, and suddenly could find themselves a massive victory from seemingly out of nowhere. But no, it's not locked in just yet. Olay from Lock You Up will actually get a knock onto Lil Nile with that frag grenade as the trumpets horn for the final time tonight. 7 kills for PMA. It feels like it's the return game for some of these teams. The return for PMA, the return for Extraordinaire. Pendados even to a degree too, and Lock You Up having a good close of the night. It puts us in a really good position for tomorrow.
Extraordinaire have 13 kills, and they're in the top 4. They don't have that win just yet, and I'm looking at this circle and trying to figure out who actually has the highest chance of winning. I'm not quite sure that it is Extraordinaire. PMA are in such a nice spot to leave that flat top, provide pressure, and potentially win the game themselves. Crazy Nine's position is interesting as well. It's interesting the impact it's going to have on every other team in the lobby that tries to push out to that north. Extraordinaire, I don't know if they have that much space to play outside that flat top. They do if this was on the eastern side, but on the western side it's pretty open. Maybe there's a slightly flat plateau that they can utilize, but I think they're sweating bullets just as much as I am, trying to figure out where exactly they're going to play and how safe it actually is. Smokes are going to be the name of the game for them. If they can take out this lock you up player, then it obviously makes it a lot easier, and they're doing just that. Threat identified, threat taken out. We move to our top 3. As I said, Crazy Nine's position makes it interesting. If you move out into his line of sight, it opens up opportunities for your competitor to take advantage of that. So you don't want to do that. That said, that northern side of the zone is very, very, very valuable. Crazy Nine has opened it up. This is the opportunity for PMA to take their win.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good way to close the night for PMA. Just lost a bit of a grip towards that top 2 battle, but able to re-establish firmly some kind of grasp that they are right in the mix. 10 points behind Bliss, but by the end of this game could be neck and neck going into tomorrow night. They're neck and neck right now with DZX pushing into this compound. Lens with the opening kill, though. Can he get anything else? No. Dash shoot, and the numbers of PMA do prevail. Only 1 up now for PE and for EX. Kai outside the window. Flash, it's pretty good, but no, it doesn't do enough, and Dash shoot clears that easily. And another couple of kills for PMA confirmed as they send Extraordinaire out into 3rd, but hey, that's good enough. 14 kills, Ross.
Yep.
They almost doubled their points in the last 2 games. They're on 28 points. They needed 56 points to double it. They got to 55. That is an incredible turnaround for a team that was 2nd last with 2 games to go tonight. Their Erangel has been amazing and sets them up perfectly going into the final night tomorrow night. Crazy Nine in the solo now for Pendados Esports. Not much he's going to be able to do from here in a 1v4. And PMA will get themselves right back into the conversation for top 2. So things heating up here for the PUBG Master Series tomorrow night. Is going to have a lot of answers.
How many more can Crazy Nine get? He doesn't even know where Lunlun is. He's looking in the windows, but Lunlun is on the roof. And the utility coming out signals the end for Crazy Nine most likely. Blue zones, Molotovs, grenades. Not much he can do. A flash out the window and maybe a Hail Mary play if he vaulted, but even that is unlikely. The second blue zone will almost certainly spell his doom. And it's Dashu through the door to secure it for PMA, the final winner of Night 2.
Yeah, incredible performance for PMA to close this one out. A little bit stressful. As you can see from Dashu, just kind of a sigh of relief to close things out because it wasn't really the night that they were hoping for, backing up what was a sensational night 1. Things were slipping away, Russell. No more than the 3 games prior to this, 12th, 12th, and 16th into a win. That just relieves things a little bit going into tomorrow night. Of course, a team that's vying for top 2. Not only that, but vying to be that Malaysian team for PGC. And after seeing what their rival team in SGD were able to do before them, this was absolutely required. Still, one of the main leaders from tonight was actually Extraordinaire in this last game. 14 kills, big turnaround from them. Pendados too, big game to close things out. In fact, a big Erangel from Pendados and Extraordinaire. Pendados had that 2nd place 6-kill performance in the 11th game. As we go to the highlights for what was the final game of the night. Another great way to close the night, Russell, for what's been, I think, a very entertaining night of PUBG Master Series. We've seen some really big wins, some really dominant performances, lots of different narratives, not only developing, but really increasing from what was night one, which already established quite a few storylines. And I think a lot of those have either continued on tonight, or we've kind of established new ones as well.
Yeah.
We've kind of had the downfall of Panic, the rise of Red Sea, Extraordinaire, and Pendados in the last 2 games alone, showing that it's never too little, too late. And then, of course, the biggest storyline of them all, SGD, absolutely dominant tonight. The team of the night, it goes without saying, after their little 3-game streak. Did, end in the final game. They didn't quite get a whole lot in that last game of Erangel, but they'd already done enough. You would imagine from here, going into tomorrow, 6 games remaining, surely you cannot envision a world in which SGD don't make top 2.
No, I don't think it's possible. I also saw in that last game a little bit of, I don't want to say arrogance, because it's never arrogance, but it is pure confidence, especially from Payne taking 1v1s when his teammates weren't near him is just a sign of bliss, essentially. They know that they have... They know they have that in the bag, right? They know they have the tournament in the bag, and so we have this kind of aura around us now where we can do whatever we want. I can take those 1v1s and I know I can win or lose them confidently. We saw that in that last game. Sometimes it doesn't actually pan out for you, which is the double-edged sword that is that raw confidence. But for SGD going into tomorrow night as well, I don't think they're going to slow down. They're obviously not going to repeat the performance they had tonight. I don't think that's going to happen, but they are certainly going to be relatively consistent enough to maintain that top spot. Bliss, obviously, or DZX could have a fantastic night and could get probably the same performance. I just don't think that's going to happen. I think SGD are going to firmly sit in that top spot.
Yeah, I was having a look here quickly at Erangel in terms of the numbers. 55 points from SGD through the 4 games of Erangel, 46 from PMA. Extraordinaire have got 31 points just from Erangel alone.
Damn.
If we had have only just played Erangel and only Erangel so far, they'd be sitting in 3rd. I mean, that is actually quite insane. Red Sea as well, 27. They'd be in 4th. Like, Red Sea would be 4th, Pendados would be 5th. The most alarming one for me would be something like a Team Bliss. Only 15 points through 4 games of Erangel has them, like, barely inside the top 10. So is that concerning for you, considering, of course, Erangel is a map that we play a little bit more than, say, your tertiary maps like Rondo and obviously Tego?
If you want to play full devil's advocate, then I'd say the first 2 maps of the tournament were both a wrangle, and Bliss obviously needed to sort something out and to make sure that they were confident in what they were doing or iron out the kind of crucial mistakes, and that's why their wrangle performances aren't that good. If you don't want to play devil's advocate and you want to be objectively looking at the stats, then maybe there is actually something wrong with their wrangle. Maybe there's something fundamentally that they need to change. I don't know if that's the case. I feel like Team Bliss's play on a wrangle should just be that solid kind of edge style that we've seen from them before. Play the game how they've always played it, and they should perform quite well. So maybe there's something that needs to change. I didn't really see anything tonight that really stood out to me as, they need to change this on this map, but who knows, maybe that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just really speculation more than anything. Sometimes when it's such a small subsample, I wouldn't read too much into the numbers. We just kind of read it for the sake of having something to talk about. But, we're talking about like 4 games here or 2 games there, depending on the certain maps that you want to look at. I really wouldn't, and it's something that like I kind of wish we had like a large body of work. I would have loved to have seen like, say, like here's 10 games of Erangel and here's 10 games of Miramar. Now you can kind of look at that as a larger sample size to really articulate, okay, here's why this team's better at Erangel and here's why this team's better at Miramar. And back in the old PCS days for us, we could kind of do that. In these days where it's like an 18-game tournament, you can't really do that. Really, all it should do is just drive home how important these games are when you're playing up on the double up map. So Erangel and Miramar, you're playing more of them, you need to be better on them. That's my takeaway in a nutshell. PMA, they were better. Certainly in this game tonight, in the final game, Dashu and Lunlin really leading the way. And Lunlin as well, shout out, because he had 2 really important performances. You think back even to that 1v3, I think he ended up getting like 3 kills against the X-Men. With the M249. That wasn't even the first time he had done it tonight. So he did that twice tonight with the M249. He had some really good individual moments. And for a team that led after night 1, slow start night 2, they did finish strong and now still in a good position going into the final night.
5 kills, 555 damage. That's a lot of 5s for Lunlun. But yes, PMA excellent. 20, but look at that top 4. It's pretty even. A lot of teams that needed to get the points to push themselves up from the bottom of the leaderboard did exactly that, and they all kind of did that and shared those points pretty evenly. So it's fantastic to see. Obviously, Lock 'em Up are kind of in that middle pack, so 12 points in this game for them is exactly what they need. But yeah, like you said, the story of a comeback, essentially making sure that PMA, Extraordinaire, Pindados, and a couple other teams are still in the fight. And we didn't lose that narrative in that final game. It remains intact for the moment.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well for a team like Extraordinaire, what you can kind of take away though is confidence. When you're going and getting a 14 kill performance like that, it's not a case of just sitting in a building and getting like 10 placement points because you won a game, but you got 3 kills. They went out and got a bunch of kills. They were second last, by the way. Now they're into 11th, 55 points for Extraordinaire, almost doubling their total figure in just 2 games, right on that door to the top 10. Red Sea in the top 10, or else they were momentarily in 7th. I think they'll be more than happy, though, with where things sit, considering the way things were going yesterday. Thrust, Panic outside of that top 10, but both still well and truly in contention. They're not that far out of it. You could throw Unlucky in there. Unfortunately, Antic, it hasn't quite been the tournament they would like in the bottom 2 now, but just seeing Extraordinaire as an example of a bottom 2 team within 2 games, now putting themselves right back in it. There's enough games to go tomorrow night, 6 games. Over to the left side of that leaderboard, though, the good side, it's all heating up there as well in terms of that top 7. There are some really tight numbers in terms of teams vying to get into that ideal spot, if you will. You've got right now Pindados in that 7th spot, but AAP 1 point behind them, E36 5 points behind them, Red Sea 7 points behind them. So there's really no room for error going into tomorrow night. And then coupled really with the battle for top 2, where PMA are now only 2 points behind Bliss, and DZX 10 points behind Team Bliss. Don't count out Bleed either, 20 points behind. It's really, to me, Ross, the only team that I'm going to put a tick next to, not a line through, is SGD. I don't see them missing out on top 2 from here. They are 56 points clear of 3rd.
Well, I mean, look at this as well. There's a lot of SGD in these tables here. Total kills, total damage, and total survive time. It's all SGD. This is tomorrow's games. Rondo is not the 3rd, instead the 4th. Map that we'll play. And yeah, we end on Miramar, which if I was playing in this scenario, I wouldn't entirely be happy with, but you get what you get, and you just have to make the most of it. To end on Miramar tomorrow night, maybe that'll make the tournament a little bit more divisive, maybe make it a little bit more difficult to kind of determine a winner, because Miramar is that map where obviously you have those barriers that can cause some chaos. But yeah, very important for the teams like Extraordinaire, Pindados to end the night well. That's just good for the mentality. Then you start tomorrow night on a Wrangle. I mean, you're happy with that. You're absolutely ecstatic with that.
Unfortunately, Russ, of course, we're not going to be here tomorrow night, me and you. So, I kind of want your thoughts and predictions. How do you think it's all going to play out? Who gets top 2? What are some of the surprises you might look to? Do you see teams like Red Sea making top 7? Do you see a comeback for Panic? Can they sneak back into that top 10? What are you envisioning for tomorrow night?
A comeback for Panic is certainly possible. And I'll throw my hat in the ring and predict it. Either a top 10 or a top 7 comeback for Panic I can see entirely doable. Obviously, SGD is going to maintain that slot. I have a sinking feeling that Team Bliss might fall out of the top 2 and DZX might replace them. I think we saw probably higher peaks from DZX than we did from Bliss tonight. And in a lobby like this, I think that's probably what's going to push you over the line and put you into that top 2. That said, PMA can obviously get up there as well and fight for it. Look, I don't know how to predict anything in APAC. You're asking me to predict the unpredictable. Essentially, the only set in stone thing is SGD in that number 1 spot. Everything else, it's totally up for grabs. And again, because the qualification spots are so generous, you can fight for anything. And that means that probably down to the last game, it's not going to be like a scrim game 6. It's not going to be a, oh well, we can't qualify, let's just have some fun. It's not going to be like that. There's money on the line. There's EWC quals on the line. Even if you're dead last, there's still something to play for.
Yeah, I think that for me, that's what you want. You want tomorrow night to be exciting, and the uncertainty as to what might actually happen. That, outside of SGD, everything else is really up in the air. We don't know who's going to get second. There's not that clear top 2 runaway where you think, okay, well, that portion of the tournament is solved. That puzzle piece is now put into place. We don't have that information. Top 7, there's so many teams still vying for that, and the importance of top 7. And then there's top 10. which maybe maybe South Kalian is like the only team you might look at and go like, have they shown they've got the capabilities? But even then, Extraordinaire didn't really show us all too much up until the last 2 games either. So you don't know, maybe they go away, they VOD review, you know, tomorrow during the afternoon, and then go into the games feeling refreshed and turn things around. So even that you don't want to put a line through, considering, as you've kind of been saying throughout tonight, the fact that it is top 10 for at least one of the qualifiers. So I'm very curious to see how things will play out tomorrow night. And hopefully I just don't want it to end up in that situation though, where like maybe it's like whether it's Bliss, PMA, or X-Men, that they also just like win the first 3 games tomorrow, and it's like, oh, top 2's done. You know, I would love to get down to that final game, and we got no idea who's going to make top 2, and then you got still like the battle for 7th and 10th. Like I basically want the last game tomorrow, Russ, to be a case of like the 3 different kind of quali spots to still be all up for grabs, and I think that actually could be a possibility.
I think it will be. I absolutely think it will be. I think as well, SGD, again, they're not going to repeat tonight's performances tomorrow. They're just not going to. I think their mentality is going to be probably different as well. They're not going to soak up as many points going into tomorrow night, which means there's a lot more room for other points to do exactly that. So you could have that heroic performance from DZX, PMA, or Bliss. You could have them come out swinging with 10 plus kill wins back to back to back. I don't think that's going to happen. Certainly could happen, but with SGD maybe not performing the same as they did tonight tomorrow night, that's certainly capable, and that's something that we have to think about. Maybe you give these guys a few extra points here and there, just because SGD isn't going to be trying to farm up those kills as much as they were tonight. It will certainly be exciting, and yeah, with 3 qualification spots up for grab, hopefully they all actually remain up for grabs on that final game.
Yeah, we are just about ready to close things up for tonight, I would imagine. Russell, again, it's been an absolute pleasure. Unfortunately, we don't always get to do too many of these. They feel like they're few and far between. From tonight, though, I mean, like, I wanted to kind of ask a sense of what was like the highlight of the night. I know you're going to say SGD. So outside of SGD and that little 3-run performance, what else kind of like caught your eye and you thought, oh, actually, that was interesting. Maybe I wasn't anticipating that from tonight's action.
I mean, we had the Big Mac 1v4. That was certainly something.
That's true.
We had Trick with a couple nice nades. Didn't even look at the players and still got that 1v3 off. Obviously, Lun Lun's performances certainly stood out to me. That Tago game actually was probably one that I'd look back at and go, there's a lot to analyze there, just between the Civil War and the compound, the field, the Red Sea, Antic. There's a lot there that you could probably look at. And that game didn't exactly go the way I expected it to. To be fair, that circle didn't really go the way the players expected it to. So no, I'm happy with the highlights that we got tonight. I think we got a lot of good action.
That's good. That's good. I'm happy with it as well. It's always a pleasure working with you, my friend, and hopefully we can do so again in future. We are done, but of course tomorrow night the tournament is not done. Make sure everyone tunes back in for PUBG Master Series Night 3 to see which teams are going to be qualifying for EWC quals and APAC qualifiers. There's a lot on the line, and all these teams are going to give it their all in the final 6 games, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow night.
soon.